Now you do. The mics weren't turned on.
Okay.
That's usually done in the software.
Working on it.
Working on it. Tell me audio might be delayed.
Okay, we got it.
That's usually done in the software. Okay, so it's not that far of a lag.
We're live.
Hey guys, sorry, we're just trying to talk about what happened wrong here. So it's not that far of a lag. So what happened is, I know why. We're just trying to talk about what happened wrong here. You gotta mute that.
Yeah, I'm killing it.
Oh, so you're killing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we can watch it here. What I'm gonna do is go out to another YouTube browser here. And if I go here, and we're still mixing music analog, and if I go to your channel, I know what happens.
Mm-hmm.
I get it now. I think I get it now.
Yeah.
Let's go to your YouTube channel. Let me just see that it goes live. Well, you saw it on your phone, so
Yeah, we're live on the...
Okay, so yeah, here we are right now, and I'll have the sound.
Yeah, we're live on...
Okay, so let me turn off the...
All right, let me turn my audio down.
I turned mine off too.
Yeah, my audio's down on the phone.
All right, so it's buffering a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So when this thing is over there, now we're using the same internet line plugged into the back here as we did before.
Right. Okay.
And that was the problem.
Mm-hmm.
We were connecting this directly to the computer to control the software.
Yeah.
Now the software ought to still work because it's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
If I go to ATM setup, see it says no ATM found.
Yeah, because you're not connected at all to the computer now.
But I wasn't. But when it's over there,
completely-
we weren't connected to the computer either.
Yeah, but you're completely disconnected. This is not at all connected to this computer at all now because we got that connection taken out. So you're not going to get any software controls of this because it's not connected to that computer.
But when this is never connected to that computer either.
Okay, then I don't know what the hell's going on. Then I completely don't know what the hell's going on.
All right. Well.
Anyway, we are here.
We're only a half an hour late.
More or less.
Sorry about that, guys. So we had some technical difficulties. This is one of the problems when you do these kinds of things. Hopefully you guys can hear us okay. Can you hear okay?
Yeah, they got audio.
Okay, you got audio?
They got audio.
So what we're going to do here, I can tell you right now that music is going to be distracting.
Yeah, okay, so kill the...
I'm not going to be able to listen to that.
What the hell?
Okay, so sorry we're a half an hour late. We had some technical difficulties getting this live stream set up because all the equipment had to be moved, and so that's where we're at. So what we're doing today is that we are going to be rebuilding the racks that are behind Dave here, and we're going to take it all apart, reconfigure it, re-put it back together, and we thought it might be interesting. You guys want to kind of see it. So we have one main camera that's here that's going to do that you'll be able to see. And then we have an iPhone that we'll be able to take off and get up close when we need to. We'll switch to another camera angle. The sound is only going to be picked up by our shotgun mic that's out of frame here. So hopefully the sound will be good enough. That's it. So just kind of giving you behind the scenes. We're not going to spend a lot of time looking at the chat and stuff, especially now that we're running a little late. We have a lot of work to do. So you're really just going to be able to hear us talk about what we're doing and kind of conversate and strategize. Again, I'll use the iPhone to get behind the racks as we disconnect everything. So the main goal today is we're going to disconnect all the cables from the rack. We're going to pull all the gear out of the rack, stack it on the table, and then reconfigure everything back in a more logical way in moving the patch bays and stuff, and you'll be able to see some of that behind the scenes. We'll check in on the chat every now and again if you guys have any questions, but we're just going to kind of get to work, and hopefully the camera work will be good enough. We're just trying to let you behind the curtain. This is not a planned video, and we're trying to do the best we can. So
This is far from a planned video.
it's far from a plan, but we're trying. We're gonna, hopefully this will be helpful, and then after we're done, we'll stop, we'll answer questions, we'll try to do that. Okay, is that cool? Hopefully. If that's cool, let us know. We appreciate you guys coming, and then this will be on YouTube for when you want to watch it later, or we're recording this too, so I can always take the video afterwards, cut it up into smaller sections, and redistribute it so you guys can see different parts of the process. So, you want me? Should I tape that down?
Yeah.
Is that going to be in the way?
If you have some tape,
Yeah.
we should probably tape that because we're gonna be back and forth over this thing 1,000 times. So,
So,
all right. And then take that down to here. You want to run a full stage line over it. Yeah. Because we're gonna be back and forth over this thing 1,000 times. So rather not go down on it. All right. Yeah. And down here. All right, let's go.
there we go.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna start pulling patch bay out. I'm gonna start pulling patch cables and stuff like
Okay.
that. I'm not touching that computer.
Okay, yeah, we'll just leave.
Yeah.
We could do that after.
Yeah.
So
I am
you're
not
gonna
touching that
So you're gonna pull
computer.
cables from the back.
No,
and
I'm
then-
gonna start pulling patch cables up here.
Okay.
Then we'll start pulling cables off the back and just start pulling the hardware out.
Okay. So what I can do is I can quickly, while you're starting to do that, I can at least show them what we're going to do with the stuff in the back. I'll unplug this, take the phone, and then what you guys will see is the iPhone here in a second. Let me just show you the back of the racks here. So if I switch this over to this cable, so this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with all of this, and what we're going to do is we're going to have to disconnect everything. So all of this has to be all taken out. Everything is going to get disconnected. All the wires are already labeled. They're all going to get thrown on the floor, and then we're going to start pulling all the gear out of the racks. Power, everything has got to be taken out. So that's the first thing we're going to deal with, is start unbuttoning all these cables. Okay, make sense? So I'll bring this back.
Sense is a relative thing.
Then we'll go back to that camera. Now,
The amount of work involved in this is going to be mind-boggling.
yeah, for
So-
sure. And then we'll do is plug the power back into the phone so it stays powered as long as possible.
Yep.
There we go. All right, I guess I can start on the wiring back here.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, sorry about the technical difficulty.
It is what it is. It's like I say, this is why I don't do video. You're way better at video than I am. You're
Well-
always going to be better at video than I am.
That's why we're eventually going to have another room where all
Yeah.
this stuff stays permanently set up. And then you don't
Yeah.
have this problem.
I would really love that too.
It'll happen.
Yep.
This is just another reason.
Phase 2.
Right, phase 2.
This is phase 1B right
Yeah.
now.
I would say probably by the spring.
Yeah, like I say, man, we're gonna, you get a space, we're gonna build it. I mean, we're plan it and build it and
And then everything will be all
Yeah.
set up all the time. So when
Hire-
we want to
hire
do these
a-
kinds of things,
hire
you're
a
just,
professional moving company to come in and drag
Yeah.
this thing out of here.
yeah, oh yeah, I'm not going to move any of this.
Yeah.
I'm going to let someone do it. We'll just unrack all the gear, and I'll probably take the gear over in pieces just
Yeah.
in my van. But I'm
Yeah.
not going to, all this heavy shit, all the furniture, we're having a moving company
Yeah,
come
let
do
them
that.
come in and do that. I don't want to get
No,
involved.
no,
in
no,
that.
no, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, I mean, watching you carry this thing down the stairs is scary enough. Just carrying it back up would be
No, you got to get
terrifying.
professionals that have all the right tools. You know, they could bring 4 or 5 football players here to pick it up and move
Yeah,
it.
right? You gotta bring some people.
Getting it out would probably be easier than getting it in. Going up the stairs, you know
And-
what I mean?
it's always easier. to be
Yeah,
honest
so
with you,
and in the space that we would, well, one of the spaces that I'm looking at, everything's on the first level, flat on the ground, so there's no
Mhm.
stairs, there's no nothing.
Yep.
Okay.
I just don't want this to get to a big giant knot.
Yeah, I got that table in the other
Yeah.
side over there. If you want to.
Yeah, that's the one with all the organizers.
Yeah,
and
you
stuff
can put
on it.
everything in there if you want.
Alright. I just didn't want this to turn into a giant knot.
So this is all disconnected. I'm just going to start pulling cables off the back here.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you can do. Baggy to the floor. Stay level is that hooked
That's
up
not-
to anything?
No, and it's not bolted in either. So
Yeah.
you can just take that out. And the power cable for that
Yeah,
is over
work
here.
from the top down. I'll just start pulling
that's what I'm doing.
stuff off the front.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So everything in the first
start stacking equipment here on the floor.
Everything in the first top 2 racks can be taken out of the front. All the cables are.
I'm gonna start whipping screws out.
Yep. All this stuff is ready to go. Let's see. And then I'll start. Maybe I should just start on this. Yeah, we're just going to toss all the cables on and reroute a cable one at a time back in.
Got my first screw already. Alright.
So this is going to get pulled. Alright, so fusion test done. These are.
Drop 2 screws. Good thing you got a bunch of screws, because I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, I got tons of those. I got tons of those.
I'm gonna drop them all over the place today, I think. What's nice about this too is we can switch the 2 204s to so that the pick and snare are on the top now.
Yeah. Yep.
Because that was like, why did we put that on the bottom? All right.
Let's do this. Power cable to the fusion. Here for now. Alright, so now I'm going to just start. The computer's the last thing I'll deal with. The X16s.
Yeah, don't forget those puppies.
Yeah, I got to get a little screwdriver because they're a little too tight. How many people we got? 13 people. Woo-wee!
13 people without lives.
That are late, and wrong, and everything else.
Oh, hello there. Okay, distressors are way heavier than I thought they'd be.
Did we tell everyone on the live stream why we're actually doing this?
Well, we're doing this because
I don't know that we did.
we put the patch bays all the way on the bottom because we thought we were going to plug into the patch bays and never touch them again. We were wrong. So now we want the patch bays available to us to be able to start patching in hardware in and out. So what we're going to do is we're reorganizing the racks specifically so that to make the patch bays more usable. But at the same time we're doing it, we're going to try to group the hardware in a more logical fashion so that the stuff that we actually touch all the time is in the top racks that we can just adjust easily, and things like the NG bus and things that we don't touch all the time are down lower so we don't have to get to them as much. Pretty simple. It's basically just going to be trying to group things together where they belong, like putting bus stuff together and then insert stuff together, and things that we need to touch more accessible, things we don't need to touch less accessible. So the idea is to have like one rack be just nothing but all the equipment stuff, and then all the hardware effect stuff in all the other racks. We'll walk you through it as we go, the thought process behind it. But you know, like we're basically going to try to make it so we can also expand a little bit. We hopefully aren't going to spend a lot more money, but we can expand a little bit and move some more stuff around. So as we go, we'll tell you how we're working it out. Right now, disassembly is disassembly.
So this was the 1X16 cable where the little connector to the back of the Apollo came out.
Yeah, where I broke the stud off.
But now it's attached to the cable, and as long as it's attached to the cable, it will still screw back in. So I got that attached. I remember that when I redid it. One of these days we ought to fix that. There's another one like that too, where the
gravity. Spacer.
There's another cable like that too, where the stud unscrews from the unit, and and it's attached to the cable.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah, there
which
were.
is okay, I guess. I mean,
Yes.
It'll still go back in as long as we don't lose the little stud piece.
Yeah, there were incidents.
I don't know why. Well, I'm not sure why. You think they would be a little bit more robust than that?
Yeah, but then again, too, I was kind of gorillaing the thing, putting it in. So, you know, when I broke that one off, I was definitely doing way more gorilla style than I should have. But
Shit
that
happens.
that was day one. We learned a lot. So. By the way, I gotta be straight with you guys too. That ART compressor, which was mine, the TransX compressor, that thing punches way above its price tag. So if you get anybody's looking for a pretty decent little effect compressor,
Yeah, it's pretty good. For the money, yeah.
that ART TransX is a pretty decent little stereo effect compressor for $5, and it punches way above its weight. So.
Okay, the two top Apollos are ready, and
Okay.
the Fusion is ready. And
What about the power strip?
power strip?
I'll leave
well,
the power. I'll leave
yeah,
the
'cause
power
it's-
strip
I
for
don't-
now.
It's going to the wall. It's
Yeah.
under all these cables.
All right. Is there anything holding that fusion up? No. Okay. So
No.
I will keep that in mind. Yep. There's nothing holding that puppy up. Okay. All right. Hand underneath. Now I get to find out how heavy that thing is.
I don't remember it being too heavy.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
when you.
I
It
got
is. It is when you got one hand under it.
I got the box of it.
Okay, I got it.
Got it?
Yep, I'm on it. Wow, that's deeper than I thought. I will admit, when you're handling things that cost as much as they do, you get a lot more careful.
Alright, that one's done.
It still amuses the crap out of me, though, that you were like, we only need a couple pieces of hardware. We only need one rack.
We only really needed. We only
We
really needed one.
really need one rack.
The only reason why we're even going this far is because Audio-scape has been
Yeah, well,
cool
they've
and
been
sending us
so
stuff.
cool.
And if we didn't have all this extra Audio-scape stuff, we wouldn't even be doing this. There'd
Yep.
be no reason to.
Yep, that's the honest to God's truth, too.
So it's because they've been nice enough to send us all that gear.
Yep. We got all these nice new rack screws. We're probably going to use them.
Yeah, that's okay. I got so many of those.
Yeah.
You can use whatever you want there. Okay, all the Apollos are all disconnected, so you can take any one of
Okay,
those
and the spacers too. Yep.
and the spacers.
Okay, yeah, like I say, the computer.
And once you get the Apollos out, then I can get to the patch base much easier.
All right.
The computer you can just leave on the. We can just. Do we know where the shelf is going to go? We're not sure yet.
No, we're gonna build this from the bottom up.
Okay.
So we're gonna.
What we should do is leave the computer on the shelf, and wherever we figure out the shelf needs to go, we can just unbolt it and move it up or down, right?
Yep.
We don't need to take all the computering apart.
Yeah,
I don't
pretty
think.
much. You just got to be able to move it without.
Yeah, and
You know
you
what I
should
mean?
be able to.
Yeah. Okay, that's another spacer out of there, so I can get my hand under that
then
Apollo.
I can
Yeah.
just-
Okay,
Yeah,
get
I
my
can
hand under that
I can
Apollo.
hold the back of it. Go ahead.
I got 4 screws yet, Dave. So.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, second screw coming out.
Yeah.
Third screw coming out.
Yeah, I got it. So nothing will fall.
All right, cool. Fourth out. Like I say, when you think about how much this stuff costs, you got a lot
Yeah, you
more
gotta be
careful in how you
Yeah,
handle it.
These are expensive
Yeah.
units for sure.
All right, let me get the next spacer
Yeah,
out.
So oops, power cords, power cords, power cords, power cords, power cords.
You didn't have this one screwed in?
Huh? One of the spacers, I think, only had 2 screws in it.
No, this one has none.
Oh, it should.
That one had none. Okay, so all right, let me get this one off.
Oh wow, that's kind of tangled in a weird way. I'm not sure if that one I was thinking when I did that.
Yeah.
Alright, so all that is disconnected. Alright, so I got the second unit. You can grab that.
Yep.
There you go.
Third one's ready too. I gotta start that one. And final.
There you go. Yeah, now I get the patch base much easier.
Yeah, for sure. Ouch. Getting old sucks.
You have to tell me that.
Yeah.
Well, you're a little older than
I'm
I am.
older than you. Don't
Not
forget
much,
that.
though.
No, I got 5 years on you.
Alright, so this rack is not going to come out yet. I gotta.
People like it's not the years, it's the mileage. Oh, well, I'm really screwed.
Alright, so now I gotta start. Thank God I labeled all these patch bases. All these freaking cables. It's a lot of fucking cables. And these I tighten down.
Up you go. Oh, you good? You got the Apollo's number. Good.
Yeah, I numbered everything. So
Good.
when I did this first take all the cables out project, I made sure everything had a label before it went back in.
Yep.
And all these patch bay labels, I think, are going to have to. I got to think a lot of them are going to change based on what we talked about.
Yeah, but we're gonna do it really slow. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? We're gonna do it one cable at a time.
We may have to pull the console so you can see where the other end goes.
Well, they should be They should be. Just don't scratch my SSL desk. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that, Topa. Let's see.
You know, this may end up being a 2-day project.
Oh God, I hope not.
This weekend and next weekend.
Yeah, well, I hope not. Why are you changing it? Well, Jim, we're trying to make it more usable. This was the racks kind of went together, just, you know, like as things came in, we just kind of threw them in the rack without any real kind of a plan. And now we're looking at it going, it could be better. And so we're going to make it better. Anyway, looks like you guys are having some fun in there. You guys, if you need anything, put a, you know, at Mixing Music Analog so I see it and we'll come over and try to check it, okay? You guys have fun. Alright. Yeah. I'm just going to start unscrewing these. They're not going to fall out or anything. So. Yeah, and by the way, anytime anybody ever says that a studio is finished,
Yeah.
we're never going to use that word again.
But wait till we have to move all this shit at once.
Dude, hush
and
now.
And hook it back up again.
Why you gotta harsh my buzz?
Hopefully this will be the last time we do this for probably 4 or 5 months anyway.
That one's stripped. All right. Oh, okay. There's a little gravity there. Sorry about that. Computer cable here. I'm gonna put you back up there. What's that little?
That's an SSD drive,
Oh,
like a spare drive,
Cool.
a backup drive.
cool. Okay, when I get up to the top of this one, all the switchcrafts are loose. I'm gonna leave the ART hooked for now because they're laying down on top of it.
Okay, the first patch bay is disconnected, so you can, when you're undone, you can unscrew that.
Okay. The 3 switchcrafts are unscrewed.
Okay.
You gotta go. They go pretty deep. There you go.
Oh, one more.
I'm here.
that one should be good. Just got this one.
For as much as that sucker costs, you'd expect it to weigh more.
Yeah, those patch bays are expensive.
Yes, they are.
I don't know why. They're just fucking patch bays. I mean, maybe the internal components they use are. I mean, Switchcraft is pretty much the industry standard. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
I think it's for these. It's probably the DB25s that
Maybe
cost
that's
all that
what it
money
is.
because there's a lot of little tiny wires and stuff in there. So I'd love to open. If you ever get curious, we'll open the top of one of these and look inside. Not that we really should.
I mean, they're a lot more money. Not like
Yeah.
they're a little bit. They're like these are $1,000 a unit.
Does anybody make a DB25 patch bay though? Because I've
Only
never seen
one other
one.
company I've seen, and it's I think it's called Bitcraft or Bit something, and that was expensive too. This is gonna, and that's all done. All right, so that's all unhooked. Now it's a matter of how do I get all this shit out of here.
All right. See, the one thing we're going to need to allow for is those Apollo bricks down here.
Yep.
We're going to have to put the bottom Apollo up one rack space. So we're going to need a spacer, then the first Apollo, so that it doesn't sit
on the bricks.
So it doesn't sit on the
Yeah.
bricks too hard.
That makes sense.
So that's first things first. And we're eliminating the ART, right?
I think so. Yeah, we talked about we're just gonna.
Yeah, you are gonna have to get some
Those
adapters.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I
We
mean,
can
it's
get
not a
those.
big deal, but
No.
we definitely gotta have
We'll
them.
need those for the gear. We have no more gear demos coming up. The only one we're gonna have is the new reverb unit, but that'll be already hooked up,
Yeah.
and we can switch that on and off on the board, so we won't need anything special for that.
Yep. All right. So give me 2
Well, that's
spoons.
the only other gear demos, at least for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do any other ones quite now.
I mean, any gear demos we use are basically going to be you and I saying, "Hey, this is a cool piece of gear."
Yeah, that'll be about the extent of the demo. Okay, so this, wow, all right. So this rack can pretty much come out now.
Yeah.
Can you get me get this
That was
out?
still a hell of a good idea, by the way. I mean,
I like it. I mean,
credit
it
where it's due. That's a
It
hell of
worked.
a good idea.
It worked. It definitely did. It was definitely better than what it was prior to using it.
Yep.
And at least now I found that by using these management brackets, it really does take the tension off the cabling.
Yeah. So let me just, out of curiosity, once I did that,
Pull this thing out of here.
is that X16? That's X16 is going to clear them, right?
The power brick?
Yeah. Those packets
Yes.
going to clear the bricks.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Then I'm going to leave it just like that. Check this action out. This ART patch bay, which is TRS to TRS, probably weighs 3 times as much as the Switchcrafts do.
Does it?
It weighs at least twice as much.
It's really weird, right?
That's weird, man.
But they don't make a DB25 ARC. The only.
You are
that's
actually
something.
wrapped around that
Oops.
one. Yeah, your power cable is completely wrapped around that.
Where's that going? Oh, it's got a built-in tie here.
Easy. You're yanking everything out. Attaboy.
Come on.
I hate power books. I don't know why they do that.
I don't know. Okay, that goes like that. That goes like
There you go.
that.
Beautiful.
All right, now this rack can come out. Alrighty.
All right. Well, since I got to this point,
All right.
start putting the X16s back in.
All right.
Since I got to that point already.
All right. So these brackets can come off.
Come on, switch graphs. There we go.
Where are you stacking all the gear? Oh, jeez, right in front of me. All right, good. Let's see, where is the other? Here it is.
What about 1/2 spacers? No, because the screw spacers are set up so that there's 2 screws per 1 unit rack. So you can't have a 1/2 unit rack. You won't have the screw holes lined up. So it's everything is space to space to space.
How many people are in there watching?
I don't know, but there's a number. We got added, so I had to stop and answer a question. There are 20 people.
Wow.
20 people with no lives. I love you guys. You guys are the best.
All right, so now we got all these brackets. Take these screws. We don't need this rack anymore for now. We'll put it on the floor. All right, so.
All right.
I got a bunch of 2 big bags.
Yeah, I'm going with these. I don't know why, but I am. Because, you know, my OCD has been triggered in a big, big way.
All right, what do we have here? 18 people. Oh, it's gonna.
All right. The only problem with these nice rack screws they gave you is I think they're threaded different. And they are. Okay. They are threaded different.
So they don't work?
They don't work.
Really?
They probably work in their...
Oh, careful.
That was my head. They probably work in their rack rails only.
Okay, I have a bunch of other. I mean, you can use the ones that we've already had,
Yeah.
or I got some other screws too.
I got a whole pile over here on the desk. But I'll take more just because.
Here in this pouch here, there's all kinds of
All right,
different
cool.
screws, and you can.
Yeah, excellent. I will work out of that.
There you go. Cool. All right, so let's see. Wowie kazowie. All right, I have to disconnect the rest of this gear on this side.
I'm leaving the back to you.
That's done. Done. And that's disconnected, disconnected, disconnected. Disconnect. Well, alrighty. And then these are going to the wall, the power conditioners. So let me unconnect that one.
Okay.
So that's good. Alright. So all of the, where the hell is this going? This is going. Wait a, oh, is this being plugged in? What is that going to? Well, that's the other power conditioner. Where the hell is that going? Is that going behind the board? Really?
I'm surprising.
I would have done that. I bet you we did. Oh, I see. It goes over here. Holy crap. What were we thinking? All right.
What were we thinking?
That goes
Is
down.
that what you just said? We were not thinking. We were just winging it.
We were winging it. We were, for sure. All right, so this is still, I see what I did. All right. And that probably wasn't the smartest way to do that in hindsight. Okay. We're going to have to run. That's going to have to be on 2.
Pile number 1 in.
And then this one's going to have. Now we should be able to pull gets pulled back, and then this one gets pulled back. Right. And then this one gets pulled back. Well, all righty then. All right. Well, I can show them what the back looks like.
Go for it.
You guys want to see what the back of the rack looks like now?
Wait till you see this rat's nest.
Well, I guess I can show you guys the back of the rack, right? Let's do that. Before, so we can see the before, right? So let me get the phone. We never said it was going to be a fancy live stream. We just said it was going to be a live stream. All right, let me switch cameras. Here we go. So, here's what we're dealing with. Well, how do you like that, huh? There we go. Power cables, signal cables, cables everywhere. Everything is disconnected from the rack, so Dave can start pulling things out and putting things back in or whatever he's doing. And then we're going to somehow situate all of that. It's all going to have to be kind of bundled, and we're just going to have to pull one cable at a time back into the gear as we go. So that's what we're starting with. And this is where we are. So our thinking is, because you can't see it on the main camera, so our thinking is we're putting all the X16s down on the bottom because we don't touch those. They just kind of sit there, right? So yeah. It's not something we put our hands on. And then from there, I think we're going to go to the computer next, right? Probably. Yeah. Because the computer, you know, you have to plug in an SD card or something, you can get to it. But again, it's not something you use all the time. It's something you don't use typically during the course of mixing. Your hands don't go on top. And then from there, I think is where we're going to put the patch base or the fusion. But above the computer, then we'll go probably either the fusion or the patch base. So the patch base will be up here somewhere. So when you're patching stuff in and out, it's a lot more user-friendly. It's easier to see. We think the power conditioners are probably all going to go to one side of the rack. So that'll be this rack. So most of this rack will be the equipment rack that you don't touch all the time.
The only reason it's on the left is because we don't really have enough slack on some of the D sub cables to go all the way over here.
Right, because we only had some 10-footers and yeah, so
10s, 15s, there's all kinds. So we want to keep them coming straight over and straight into the back of this rack, and then we'll have all the hardware and all the other ones. Not the most ideal situation,
but for now it'll do.
But it'll be fine.
And then on this rack, we're just going to reorientate this. So like the NG bus compressor and the 500 series stuff with all this audio gear, that's all going to move towards the bottom because you don't have to physically touch those because they're all digitally controlled with plugins in the DAW, which you guys have seen in some of the other videos. And then above that is where we're going to put things like I think the fusion might be on this side. I'm not sure.
The fusion is the one that's up in the air.
Actually,
right
in the middle of this rack might be a couple of open spaces for now.
Well, we're going to do this one top down because we're going to leave 3 spaces for the reverb.
Oh yeah, we got another piece of gear coming in, which is a 3 space, which is the size of the NG bus compressor.
And then we'll see what else we have.
And then in the top racks, which are 4 space 4 4 4, so 16 spaces. Which oddly enough, these racks are 16 spaces. This is where all of the stuff that you put your hands on all the time, the Aphex, the distressors, the LA2A, the Bluey, the Mew, the Very Mew, the Stay Level, all that stuff. So that's kind of what we're doing. And then that way, when you're kind of sitting in the chair and you're rolling yourself over to the rack, everything that you need to touch for the most part is at eye level. And you don't have to get down on the ground to make an adjustment on something. That was the original thought, right? So, and then in the end, we'll still have a couple of open spaces. There may only be a couple, but there'll still be a couple of open spaces for down the road. So, there you go. So that's your 50-cent tour of what we're doing. Taking it out is easy. Putting it back together is the pain. Because all the cables have to be routed.
All right, so you want...
Does that make sense, everybody? Cool? And what we'll try to do as well, if you guys are still hanging around, in about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, we'll order some lunch, leave some pizza, and we'll keep the stream going, and we'll work the chat during that time, if that's okay with you guys. Cool. And then you guys can hang out as long as you want, and we'll run this for as long as we want to run it. So, all right. So I got to now somehow make some heads or tails of these cables back here.
All right.
Or else we're never going to be able to.
Are we off of all of the power supplies yet?
Yes, all the power supplies are all unhooked. All of the gear on this other rack is all unhooked as well. Everything is unhooked. You can pretty much do. But when you get to the 500 series, the NG bus.
Yep.
Just let me know, because the NG bus especially is heavy. If you want me to support the back.
Yeah. Well,
of it, you know what I mean?
I'm kind of like building this rack back up first.
So the first thing I'm going to do is.
I think.
What the hell is this? Oh, this is the. Oh, this is the SSL.
Let's see. So
UF8.
put. All right. So computer there. Space. 1, 2, 3.
I think the first thing I got to do is get all the power cables.
Do I need to leave a spacer between the top X16 and the computer?
No.
Okay.
Because the computer shelf is vented, even though it's somewhat covered. But and you got to remember too, if you look back here at the X16s, the majority of the X16s are hanging out in the back, and there's nothing above them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So that you don't have, you got plenty of ventilation, I think.
All right, I am ready to drop the computer tray.
Oops, let me get over there. I can support it. Okay, I got it. Underneath.
Yeah. 3.
Yep. 4. Okay, you want to put that
straight down on top of the X16.
Oh, you're saying sit it right on top of it?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Do I need a spacer there?
Can we afford a space?
Yeah, I mean, can we afford a space?
If we can, we should.
Fusion. Oh, okay, hold on. Fusion. 1, 2, 3. Patch bays. 1, 2,
but
3.
The fusion could maybe go on the other side.
Yeah, the fusion's gonna have to go.
On the other side, right?
Yeah, we can afford it. We can afford a spacer.
Okay. Then let's do that, just because. Yeah,
all right,
we probably
let me. You're gonna have to hang on to that for a minute.
Go ahead. Something like that.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, that gives us plenty of space now.
Yeah, because there's going to need to be a space above the computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would think so.
We're going to need a blank above the computer. So that's what's going to eat the fusion. So, whoops. Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. Come on, fingers, work. Jesus. Get your shit together. There you go.
Okay, so you got
yeah, you're good.
All right. So I'm going to try to get all these power cables taken out, organized. Thunderbolt. Oh, that's for the Thunderbolt block. Oh, that plugged into the computer. Okay. So this.
All right. Well, that's not the prettiest one in the world.
That's for the Thunderbolt dock. I'll put that up here for now.
Okay.
This is the subwoofer plug. Okay, that can go.
I have one more blanking panel. Yes, I do. That's the snare panel.
That's that power cable.
Yeah, that'll be good.
What is this? Apex 204. Jeez. What a bunch of spaghetti.
You think?
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you know, the other thing about being in a bigger space too is we'll be able to have a lot more room behind the racks and stuff. Like we're not going to jam shit up against the walls.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So you can just get, even though this isn't too bad. I mean, you can get back there.
Yep.
But it'd be nice to have make it a lot easier of a space to sit behind and work if you need
Okay,
to.
now there are power cords hanging off the back of each one of these, right?
Off of the power strips?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're free, so
Yeah,
you can
okay.
take them.
All right.
Where does this go?
Let me get this blanking panel out of here.
X16 power. Oh my goodness.
Blanking panel out.
Where did these go? Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm going to separate all of these.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll eventually put those out on the other side of the room. Power cable. More power cables. There you go, yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I am golden.
What is this? Oh, that's to the, look at the power brick for the Titan. That thing is, this thing is massive.
Is it really?
Look at this thing.
Oh my God.
That's the power supply.
That's the power for the 500?
For the 500 rack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, what is this? This goes to the USB. That goes this way. All these D subs can go this way. That's how it was before. That can go over here. This is the speaker power. That goes that way. X16. Oh, yeah, you got that. There we go.
Okay.
And this is going to the desk. Well, what's this? Those are the columns. Oh, you know what? Before we started screwing all this stuff in, before you get all the rack, don't we have to put the rack rails, attach them to this? Would it be easier to attach them when you put out all the gear in?
Yeah, but they're only going to be on the top half, I think.
Yeah, they go down about
Yeah.
2/3 of the way.
Yeah. No, I can definitely work around what's in
Okay.
here. So yeah, I'll keep going on this for now. But
Oh,
yeah.
here's another one of those little study things.
Oh goody, that's what I needed to hear.
What's this? That looks like a Thunderbolt cable. By golly, it is a Thunderbolt cable. It probably goes between the Apollos, I'm sure.
All right. There's power cable for power strip number 3.
So you're putting out where are all the power strips going?
Right above the computer. Right above the computer. And working for you?
Yeah, I think so. Should we put one other? Do we have room to put a 2-space? Because I'm thinking about, because all the plugs are going to go into the back here. You're not going to see this computer at all.
Let me see.
Do we have another space?
Patch bay, patch bay, patch bay. Okay, well, patch bay, patch bay, patch bay. Power, power, power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we can go up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, I can go up one more.
That might make more sense.
Yeah, I can go up one more. So that's going to put the 3 patch bays and the 3 power strips right on top of each other.
3 patch bays.
You're going to have 3 patch bays, then 3 power. And then 2 spaces, and then the computer.
3 patch bays. 3 power.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always just thinking about how we're getting all these cables back in there.
Yeah. Or do you want the power strips above the patch bay? We could do that too. We could put the power strips up top and then have the patch bays. But no matter what, there's going to be cables all over the place back on this thing. No matter what.
Well, yeah, there's no way around that
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
I'm wondering now if the computer even needs to stay in the rack.
Well, again, we've had the computer on top of the rack before.
But it's a computer, it's a Thunderbolt dock.
Yeah, you got your SSD.
Yeah, I think it should stay in the rack because we have the space. So now it's just a matter, do we want to put the patch bays above the power strips or beneath
Beneath the power strips.
Probably above the power strips.
Yeah, I would think having the patch bays at the top of the rack would make the most sense.
Where you, because the power strips, you just turn the switch on.
So the thing with this, like I said, is there's going to be 3 patch bays, then 3 power strips, and then 2 spaces and above the computer.
I think that'll be okay.
That'll be all right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, then I'll do it that way.
I think so.
Then I'll do that.
Yeah, because we don't have an unlimited amount of options.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, for this to work, it's going to, we're going to have to deal somehow,
Yeah.
So.
Let me see, what's this? Oh, that's another power strip, okay.
Yeah, give me another blanking panel, or give me another one of those mesh blanking panels.
Alright, this is a Thunderbolt adapter. Okay. Okay, I don't know that I can make this any more organized right now. Not that it's really organized, because it's not, but...
Not until we start putting the
Plugging
hardware
stuff back in. Yeah, so we start plugging, well, I think the next step is we got to, before we start plugging anything in, we got to attach all the rack rails
Yeah.
to the rack, right? Because
Yep.
we're going to use those rack rail organizer things to run as many of these cables through it as possible, I would think, right?
Yeah, I would tend to think so, yeah.
Here's the X16 power, though. Those come right out the back. Those can go directly into the power strips.
Oh, no, you have a 2-space blanking panel down there. Perfect. I'm just gonna
And I
throw
probably
that
have
in.
some other blanking panels if you need some. I got a few others.
Yeah,
in the
no,
back room.
I'm on this. This is the rack I'm being most anal about it on. You know what I mean? The hardware racks I'm not going to be as anal about it. Whoops, wrong way, stupid.
X16, X16. Oh, I see. Okay, so that goes this way, this way, this way. You know what? I just gotta pull these out and look at them. That's the best way to do it. So this way. Oh, I see what we did. We put 2 of them together. This is the third one. What is this? This is to the USB hub, okay. That's the computer side of things. For now, I guess that can
Okay, so that is the 2-space blanking panel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, that will work just about perfectly.
Yeah, because that still gives us access to get into this little docky thing if we need to, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can still get at the docky thing here. I mean, you got one open space here, but you can see the dock from here. You know what I mean? So it should be fine. Like I said, the X16s are so fucking passive. We don't care about them.
Right.
So they're fine where they are. I did leave a gap between each one.
Yeah, because
So-
they all ventilate on the top.
Yeah, so I left a gap there. Now this is power 3.
These Apollos, they get the power cables are so incredibly long, which I guess is good, but
Yeah, well,
it just makes a bitch for cable management. It really does. It really makes it a bitch.
It'd be nice if they gave you, especially for what you pay for those things, if they gave you like a couple cable options, but I guess whatever at this point. I'm not going to complain too loudly to UA. They've taken enough heat from me. Oh, okay, I see. What the hell? Get up there. There you go. This is actually going to look really good, by the way. this rack is just going to look really professional.
That's the constellation. It's going to look good.
Yeah, it's got to look good. Yeah, because we all know that appearance is everything. It's all that matters.
Yeah, we don't care if it works.
Yeah, it just has to look pretty. Giant pile of pretty stuff. As long as the lights turn on, it all gets shiny and pretty. All right, I'm going to feed through another power cord.
That's
All
your
right.
power strip.
That's power strip
I'm
2.
going to put that up here for now. Just to get it an opening your one.
No, not really. I can work around it easily enough.
Let me just adjust these things.
Get in there.
I think this is going to go up into the...
Okay, maybe it is in my way. Get up there. There you go.
Will fit good underneath there. Okay, good. So that'll be 1. And then this will be number 2. And then you got Velcro tie, I think, for that one. And this will be number 3. I'll need a Velcro tie for that one. All right. Anybody's actually watching this thing?
I don't know. I think they're probably just hanging out in the chat room talking to each other like we do on frickin' other ones. That's what I would be doing.
They're probably like, they're not telling us anything.
They're not saying anything. Yeah, because we're working. We know. Don't worry.
We'll do an overview.
Yeah.
We'll talk to them during lunch.
Yeah.
I'll order us some lunch and we'll sit down and eat and
Nothing
chat.
more scintillating than watching 2 people sit on a floor.
I'm telling you, these are the
Come on,
videos that are
man.
going to get all the views.
Yeah, this is
You're not learning anything.
this is success right here, boy. This is internet success at its finest.
Number 2. That'll go up to the
Ta-da!
power number 1. And then I think hopefully I'll be able to wire manage some of the stuff at least a little better than I had before.
Yeah, no, it was fine before.
If it's a little better than that, then I think we'll be okay. And then this is the 3rd X16 power, right? Yeah, I think so. No, that's for the console. What is this? This is for the Bluey. Oh, okay, that. Oops. We don't need that. All right.
This rack.
SSL. Okay, what's this for? What's this for? X16. All right, so this one. These 2 go together. Those 2 go together like that. For now. And then we got a 3rd one. Has to be hooked up.
Alright.
What's this? That's for the subwoofer. Okay. That's for the HDMI cables. Alright.
Alright.
I don't know what these are, but oh, these are for the power strips. Furnace. Okay, that's these. Oops, that's that one. That's number 2. These will just plug into the walls when we're ready.
22 people. You have space between the units. It's pretty hot. It's too close. Let's space those. Yeah, the interfaces are spaced.
They're all spaced.
The interfaces are all spaced. They're all breathing. Don't worry about that. Timu, are you planning on buying the SSL 500 series dynamic modules? No.
Not right now. Unless somebody wants to donate some.
Yeah.
Donate some money. One day, maybe. I can see that happening. Not maybe 32 of them, but I can see a bucket of them.
Oh, I'd love. Hey, listen, just do like
I could see
One
that
rack would be
down the
awesome.
road. Hollow power. So here's the third X16. Third X16. And some more. This is going to have to be cable tied to, probably just like that. And then,
Unless SSL wants to send them to us.
yeah.
Awesome, man.
I could definitely see doing that at one point in the game, but not right now.
That's certainly not at all necessary.
No.
Yeah.
No, certainly not. But it would be cool.
Yeah. I'm sure I would dearly love to have 32 channel strip dynamic, dynamics on all the channels. I'd love that.
Yeah,
That would be amazing. But come on, that's that's a ridiculous amount of money too.
At
So
least not right now.
yeah.
Like I said, one day I can see getting some, and then slowly over time, and once you have the chassis, then you just buy a module here, buy a module there, and then you throw them in and you insert them on your
Insert them on
tracks.
specific tracks.
Yeah, and then
so
you're done.
forth. Yeah.
I could see that
Oh,
happening.
absolutely, but
Because that's not something you have to do all at once. You could just do them as you can.
I mean, the next thing we're gonna buy is a pair of LA3 A500 rack units from audio-scape, and get them in the 500 unit and put those on the guitar bus, freeing up the distressors for inserts wherever we want to use them. And other than that, we don't really have any plans to buy anything right now. We're more.
I'll tell you what, having the patch bays up that high makes it easier to fucking get to, man.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
Yep. We are way more of a mind right now to get into a bigger space.
Yeah,
So that's the next big thing we're gonna do.
For now, I'm just going to put these out of the way somewhere until we get to the point of hooking
Yeah,
these up.
because to see what we need and what we don't need, and
We're going to need
so
all
forth.
of them, but I just
and
don't
probably
know.
more. But yeah.
And I have some more of these.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that we'll need more because we didn't put any new gear in. The only,
Yeah.
well, to stay level.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
That's
26 people. How you guys doing? Okay. How's the show so far? Can you hear okay? Can you hear us talking okay over there? Or?
Let's see. Just need one.
Someone should do a comparison between the Midas lunchbox and the API. Yeah, there's lots of lunchboxes on the market, and they all range in price. I've only used the
You've only used the
Wes Audio.
Wes Audio.
Actually, no, I used the Neve one before too, which is price-wise was the same as the Wes Audio. It's about $1,000 for 10 space, and the Neve one was really good. I've never used the Midas or the API. I know they're a lot less money. I think from what I've been told from the Sweetwater sales guys, when I asked them about, well, what's the difference between a $600 10-space lunchbox and $1,000? Why is one 40% more than the other, or 40% less than the other? And they said it had to do a lot of times with the noise of the power supplies, meaning that like the Neve especially, they said was dead quiet. Didn't matter what modules, because sometimes if the power supplies are built to one side of the rack, and if you put a certain module and it's too close to the power supplies, it could sometimes get noisy, I've been told. Again, I have no proof of that. This is what Sweetwater sales engineer told me. Whereas like the West Audio Titan, the power supply is a complete big ass, I'll show it to you after, big brick that's not part of, it's not integrated into the chassis. So I don't know if that matters, to be honest. So I don't know. Loving the live stream. Okay, cool. Have you recorded anything on the Origin mic pre's yet? Not yet. We'll talk at lunchtime. We're going to be ordering some lunch actually pretty soon. So if you guys hang out with us at lunch and watch us eat some pizza, we'll talk about what the plans are as far as the plan for recording on the board. That is going to happen. Dave and I have discussed that. That is in our plan in the coming year. But right now, no, we've only used the mic pre's for the input of audio and using the drive circuit to push the preamp as we're mixing, but we haven't recorded anything yet. But we'll talk about that for sure. We will. Okay.
That is not nearly as heavy as I thought it was going to be.
What's that?
That's the LA2A.
Oh.
Not nearly as heavy as I thought.
Okay. So you want me to order some lunch now? It'll probably take a half an hour, 45 minutes to get here, and then maybe what we can do is try to.
While we wait for that, we can start figuring out the layout here.
The layout, get everything physically mounted back in the rack, and then after lunch, that's when we start wiring everything, right? We should probably, before we start wiring anything in the back, we should have all the gear.
Yeah, we need it all in place.
And see it and just make sure, that's the way we want.
We need it all in place.
Okay. All right, so while you guys are hanging out with Dave here, I'm going to order.
Dave and Dave.
I'm going to try to order some lunch. Okay. What do you want? Just regular cheese,
just
right?
get it. Yeah,
you
just
sure?
the usual thing, you know.
Usual thing. Okay.
You know, I never get to eat it otherwise, so, you know.
Hey, okay. I'm glad I can fill
you
that
know.
need for you.
Yeah, hey, listen, you know, you're a pal. I appreciate you. The one thing on the lunchbox, though, I don't know if you mentioned or not, is the fact that the West Audio lunchbox integrates the USB control for the plugins to the units directly, so you don't have to run a separate USB cable from each one of the West Audio units to the computer. So that makes it really nice if you have it, because the two West Audio units we have in there are both, you know, like plug-in controllable. You know, like the hardware, you can control the hardware from the plug-in. So there's one USB cable from your computer to the lunchbox rack. So that integrates in with whatever West Audio ones you have in there. So having a unified system, West Audio units, West Audio lunchbox, makes that interface a hell of a lot better. Yeah, I mean that is one of the more expensive lunchboxes out there, but that's also because of the fact that it does have all that USB control integrated in it, as well as power and routing and all the rest of it. So that's why we do that. But you know, it works as a standard 500 rack too. So we have the XTC unit in there. We're gonna try to put some. I mean, we're looking at the audio-scape LA3As. And I'm thinking at some point in time an API 2500-ish bus compressor in there would be nice too, because that'll give us another flavor of compressor on top of what we already have. These are kind of long ranges plans right now. We're really not planning on spending a lot of money on hardware right now before the end of the year, because like I say, we've got a couple other goals to work for first. But you know, at this point we can't. You know, this is a day of taking it apart and putting it back together, and we've been saying all along, we can't keep fucking around with the hardware and stuff. We have to actually use this thing to, you know, make music and so on and so forth. So, you know, we can't keep doing this, but this was one where, like, the idea came, it's like, let's just get this done. Yeah, Topo, yeah, West Audio is, you know, really a killer deal. Not only do the units sound really good, but the control is amazing.
For the plug-in,
Yeah, the plug-in control is amazing. Integrating it in the lunchbox is amazing. I mean, the whole ecosystem of West Audio is just top-notch stuff.
Yeah, and also remember too, if you don't know, the West Audio lunchbox, you don't have to use West Audio modules. You can plug anything in there, but the only ones that are digitally controlled, obviously, are the West Audio units, unless you know your other module happens to have that feature, but most of them do not. Neve is starting to make full rack units and full preamps that are all digitally controlled, but I don't know that they make anything that's like a 500 series deal yet. So
Timu, do you use hardware EQ in main mix bus? We have an SSL Fusion on the main mix bus that does have some EQ on it.
But no other EQ.
But
right
we
now.
do not have any other hardware EQs. We don't have any hardware EQ at all other than the one that's on the Fusion at this point. The EQs are all on the board only, or if we needed a Mixbus EQ at this point, we would have to use a plug-in.
Yeah.
Which again, as I've said before, that doesn't bother us. We don't mind being hybrid.
We are,
okay?
well, we are hybrid. That's,
Yeah,
we are.
You know, we are hybrid. We're not a hardware
full
studio, so we're cool. If we need to, listen, if we want to put a Pultec on the main bus, we can plug a plug into it and use it that way. That's not a problem. But from our experience up to this point, we don't really need one. So we'll keep playing it by ear. I mean, we mentioned maybe putting a Pultec, stereo Pultec back in there, because actually it's funny too, because like David had a West Audio stereo Pultec style 500 rack unit, and he sold it. And we were just talking about that this morning before we went live. Is we might have wanted to keep that.
Yeah,
so
I sold it to buy distress. I sold
yeah,
it to buy
he
one of
sold
the
it.
other
He
pieces,
sold it to
yeah.
buy a distressor. So I mean, it's not like a bad deal. But I mean, now we're looking at going. Yeah, we might have wanted to keep that. So we may actually end up buying one back. We don't know yet. So we'll see.
Yeah,
All right, so
the West Audio Pultec's not a tube unit.
Let's get these last two things out of this rack, and then we're going to start figuring out what goes. I think, in all honesty, my mind just clicked on. Let's do the top racks first. Okay. Get everything into the top racks that we want and where we want it, and then we'll start on this side rack over here, because this is basically going to be, other than the reverb unit that's coming and the two units that are in there right now.
Yeah.
They may be the only things in that rack when all is said and done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They might be right.
That may end up being the only things in those racks. So I think that's the way we should do it. Is we're just going to leave them where they are now. We're not going to fuck with them right now. Oh, excuse me. Language.
So you want to get everything?
Sorry.
Let's get it. Let's get everything up here.
Let's get everything in the top racks.
Look at it, figure it out, talk through it, just make sure. Because once we start plugging cables, we don't want to say.
Yeah, we don't want to look at it and say, no, this is in the wrong place.
Right. I agree. That's a good idea.
Let's do that. You know.
So pull out these things here. This is a computer thing.
Yeah. Whatever all that is.
This is for the ART.
What are these three power cables?
Those are for the three power strips.
Those are the power spots?
So yeah,
Okay,
so what I'm going to do, because what I'm thinking is,
all right, we'll throw them down there.
Eventually, I think I'm just going to plug them directly into this outlet, as silly as that sounds, and tape them to the ground, because before they were in the rat's nest going to the back.
Keep them off of there. If there's, it'll keep that RF interference out from ever being a problem too.
Yeah, because they're all on different circuit breakers too. So
all right, so we're going to leave them there. I think what we're going to end up with in this rack, I think we're going to end up in this rack is we're going to end up with the Fusion. We're going to end up with the reverb unit, the Fusion, and those two, and that's probably going to be pretty much it that's going to be over here. But I don't want the Fusion, or I don't want it. You may want it.
What's
the
that?
Fusion up in here. I think the Fusion over here.
No, I would agree with you.
You know?
I would, because that's not a heavily tweaky.
Yeah.
As long as it's in the rack and it's towards the top.
Yeah.
It's not.
So
it won't be any lower than it was before. Right?
I think in this rack, Fusion on top, then the reverb unit, then the West Audio stuff.
Yeah, it won't be any, as long as it's no lower than it was before.
No, I think putting it in the top of this rack will be fine.
Okay.
Okay. So let's look at those rack rails you have.
Okay. Yeah, we got to attach the rack rails, right?
Yeah, let me look at.
We got to screw them in, and I'll show you what I was thinking.
How many do you have? 4?
There's 4. So because the top 2 racks, these 2 top racks.
Yes.
I didn't buy rack rails for that because I didn't think we were going to need it, and because these are only 4 spacers, I thought if we put rack rails and then put one of those cable management things across it, you'd have a real difficult time getting your hands in there. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we'll need that.
Yeah. Okay. So give me these. They didn't send you wood screws with these, huh?
No, they didn't send. No, I got the silver. There's a pile of.
I got them.
You got them?
Got them in my hand.
I'm gonna cable tie this thing up because this thing is this is all just for the computer dock. It's like, wow, why did you make that so goddamn long? It doesn't need to be that long. Oh, this is for the audio rack.
There you go. That's what I want for torque. Okay. So let me.
Yeah, I'll get out of your way. Let me just plug this one thing in because we know the computer.
Yeah, you want that? Yeah, we don't want to fuck up the computer hookups.
No, I just want to make sure that the plug for this has to be in an unswitched outlet, so it always stays on.
Okay.
Because you don't want to turn the computer off every time you turn down the power strips.
Yeah, now that would suck.
So that's going to go like this. And then this stupid thing, this
What is that one?
is for the Thunderbolt dock. Look at the size of that.
That's the Thunderbolt dock needs that much power?
I guess. Look.
Holy crap.
Well, it's got 4 USB-Cs on it.
Oh, okay. That explains it because those are high power. Those are high power.
So what I'm thinking, these stupid bricks, I just wish freaking Velcro were. You know what?
Well,
what if
we weren't gonna?
No, you know what I can do? This is an unswitched. This should be unswitched too, because this is so long. I might be able to put these next to the power bricks.
Yeah, shove it underneath there. You got plenty of room.
I might be able to just do this.
Yeah, you got plenty. If you've got enough power cord to get back up there, you got plenty of room to do that. Get that into an unswitched outlet, and you're fine.
Well, you know, and they have to run, and that's the other thing too. With all this power, it may need to just run along the bottom. All the power along.
Yeah.
Can I go up the side here? Yeah, I can. So,
Well, when we get the cable organizers in.
yeah. So if I
You know
go
what I
up
mean?
the side and okay, so now this is unswitched.
Yeah, when we get the cable organizers in, we'll have one right across where the power strips are, and we'll have one
Yeah,
right
that
across.
works. That actually works really
Yeah.
good. That
We'll
actually works really good.
we'll have one right across where the power strips are, and you can get into them.
Right. So what I'm thinking, these things are super heavy duty,
Yeah,
much
they
more
are.
heavy duty than the ones
Yeah,
they
see,
put on
they
the
got a
rack.
left and a right too.
Yeah. So I'm thinking like, what if you did? Because it doesn't go all the way down, but probably something like this.
Yeah, right from the top.
Go right from the top, and then
Right from the top.
Because we're not going to need a cable manager any lower than this.
Yeah, yeah. So right from the top, right from the top,
And you
right
just
on
hit
the back
1,
edge.
2, 3 screws
Yeah.
done.
Yep. Yeah, just like that.
These were cheap too.
Where are they?
They were a pair was like $18.
Wow.
And these are what 12 U's.
Yeah, they're 12, and they're heavy.
They are, right?
They are, but the only thing I don't like about them is that they think they have a proprietary screw thread, so you have to use their
theirs.
screws.
Yeah, well.
Okay, all right. Let me
Okay, there you go. You know.
let me whip into this.
You want to do that?
Yeah,
Okay.
former cabinet builder at work here.
Yeah, that's right. That's not my
Yeah.
forte. Although I can put a screw in, but I'll let you do that.
Former cabinet
All right.
builder at work. So yeah,
I'll
let me do my
manage the
thing.
chat room.
Yeah, you hang with the
So
gang.
Dave is putting in rack rails. So one of you guys, you may be in the chat, you may be not. I don't know who it was, but one of you guys, when you watched the rat's nest cable video that I did, where I was cleaning up some of the wiring, and I showed you. Let me get it. Hold on. And I showed you guys this. You can see it in the camera. Right? Where the cables, these actually been closed. I mounted this to that rack that was on the floor and then ran the cables through and then up into the gear. And one of you guys left in the chat, instead of using the rack on the floor, why not put rack rails on the back side of our audio racks? They don't have rack rails. Mount this to the rack rail so we don't have a rack on the floor, and then route all the cables in through that way. So I thought that was a great idea. So we're putting rack rails on both racks, right, on either side, left and right. I ordered 5 or 6 more of these. They're all here. This will screw to the back of the cabinet, and all these channels become our wire management. So that really ought to work nice. And the rack rails, I bought them on Amazon. They were $18 for the pair, so you can do so for what, $36. I was able to put rack rails on both racks, and they're real heavy duty. They're actually better rack rails, more industrial than the ones that came on the front of the rack, which is really kind of weird. But that's going to help us get all the cabling off the floor in all those cable channels and make it a lot more manageable. And most importantly, going to take or continue to take any of the stress relief off of the connectors off the back of the equipment, which is what that other video that you guys watched about a week or so ago was trying to achieve, and we did achieve it. My system did work, but this system was so much better. So whoever mentioned that with the rack rails, that was a great idea, man.
Thank you for that.
I don't know who it was. I'm sorry I don't know who it was. If it was you, you can say in the chat.
Take credit.
Let's see. Do you have any space where you can record drums? Not here. We'll talk a little bit about the future plans as when we eat lunch. We're going to need to talk to you guys while we're eating pizza. You can watch us eat and we'll chat about that. But no, here in this room I do not. I mean, I guess you could, but not really.
Not
It would
not
be-
gracefully.
No, this room is pretty full now. I mean, there's literally 2 different workstations, you know, a couch, audio gear, a practice area where I'm able to practice my guitar playing. I mean, it's a good size room, but it's full. It's full at this point. Did you put the power bricks on the side of my racks with... Oh, I did put my power bricks on the side of my racks with industrial Velcro. Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, there's some... what we're able to do is underneath the bottom Apollo, the last interface, we have a space big enough to slide power bricks under, and all the power bricks are there, and then all the cables are going to be routed out and plugged in. But yeah, that's a good idea.
There's my finger. Oh, what is that?
All right, man. So let's see.
Oh, that's your hard drive. Okay.
He says, hardware is an expensive hobby. Tell me about it.
No kidding.
I am dreaming of an API, the Box 2. That's a nice little console. That's probably a $16,000 desk. But that's a nice little, if I remember right, that's a nice little 16 channel with 16 preamps, so you can record on it, I believe. And you can mix on it, and so you have all the API circuitry and stuff. That's a nice little box. But it's, it's still 20 grand. But if you do a lot of recording and a lot of studio work, it's not a bad investment. Certainly you can't go wrong with API. And that's like kind of, I believe that's kind of a desktop model too. I don't think it's a full standing console, so maybe from a space perspective, it may be okay if you're in a home studio or a project studio. Let's see, any other questions here? You have any questions, you can certainly ask while I'm here, while I'm waiting for Dave to do that. It looks like he's getting pretty close to being done. And then the next step is, like we were saying, is we're gonna put all the gear back in the top racks the way we think we want them to go. We're just gonna bolt them in, no power cables, no audio connections. And then we're gonna, again, during our lunch break, we're gonna kind of just look at it and just make sure, is that where we want everything before we start running cables. We think so. I mean, there's only so many options we can use, but...
Yeah, and we don't want to get too silly.
We don't want to get too crazy. That's for sure. But we just want to kind of make sure, is this how we think we want it? We have one other unit coming, probably the end of next week or the beginning of the following week. It's a space reverb, spring reverb unit that we're making provisions for in this plan. And that's an audio-scape unit. They just developed their own proprietary spring reverb hardware stereo unit. And again,
looks amazing.
It looks amazing. I heard the sound samples on their Instagram page. It really is cool. And we're going to do a review, and audio-scape is going to send it to us. So once again, audio-scape, they're not an official sponsor of the channel, but they're the only one so far that has stepped up, that has sent us some gear. We've done some reviews. I've done an interview. Make sure you go watch those videos, especially the interview I did with the owner, Chris. Really great guy. We talked a lot about his company and how he tests and builds and sources the components. Go at least watch the video. If you like what you heard, give a thumbs up and leave some comments, and go out to their website and just check them out. There seems like a really good guy, and if you're ever in the market for any kind of hardware, at least give them a look. You can give them a look. So far, the two pieces that we got, we really like. The stay level is unbelievable, and the LA2A that Dave's putting up in the rack now, that's a nice unit as well. Right. And I would assume the reverb's going to be cool too. Jim says you can't go wrong with audio-scape.
No, if you can actually get one, you can't go wrong with them.
Yeah, you gotta get on their website. I think it's Wednesdays and Saturdays. They put up for sale what they've built that week and tested that week. So it's usually about 6 to 12 units of a variety of components, depending on what components they had and didn't have in stock. So did you label all the wires? Yes, every single label. Again, go back, Kaiser, and watch the video that I did last week called Cable Management. You'll see where I took the iPhone and I showed you, I labeled every single power cable, every single audio cable. So now it can easily just be disconnected, thrown on the floor, and we know where it all gets plugged back in. So go check that out.
Please.
Please.
We can use the views.
Are you saying the API is a little bit? Oh, because you're in Finland. Okay, so it's about $22,000, 19,000 euros. Yeah,
that's the unfortunate part of having to
Yeah.
send it overseas.
Yeah, well, and again,
For them, Neves are cheaper than.
yeah,
than
an
that, you know?
API, that's you're talking about top quality equipment. I mean, if you're buying Neve API SSL, you're not buying bargain, entry level crap. You're buying high end, high quality, great sounding audio gear. So yeah, it's going to be a little pricey. So let's see, 25 people still here. Wow, and this will be on YouTube, obviously. So if you guys came late or whatever, and I'll try to at one point timestamp this in the description so you guys can poke around. I know it could be a little boring.
If you look at 7 hours of live stream,
But you guys said you wanted us to do this, so we're doing it. We're doing it.
Give the people what they want. All right, this is
your
not necessarily my full thought process, but I'm thinking size and
you're in the ballpark.
Positioning and so on. So,
Is that everything?
Nope, I got the ART yet.
Oh, okay.
The Fusion is going to live on top of the right rack.
The Fusion, yep.
So I'm not even going to bother putting that in at this point, although I probably could get that installed. But I just want to get the hardware over here.
Just kind of laid out.
Just lay it out.
Yeah.
So I mean, the only thing to keep in mind is especially the Mu. That's a tube.
Right. So and the LA2A is too, though, Dave.
So each of those should probably have
a vent on the top. They're all vented top. Yeah.
Yeah. So to have the Mu and the LA2A, or maybe even switch them around. I think probably switching around because the LA2A to the left and then the Mu on the right.
Sure.
I think would probably be better.
Okay.
That's
And then just leave the tops open. Don't
and then just
put
and
anything
just
up
put.
there
I've
so
got
it can vent.
I've got venting blanking
Okay.
panels with vents, so we'll just put them on those.
Yeah. So anything that's tube gear,
Yeah.
like the LA2A audio-scape opto compressor or the stay level, the V-comp, those have a bunch of tubes in them. So and they ventilate through the top. So it's probably a good idea to leave some air ventilation, circulation. Don't put gear right on top of it. It's not always a good practice, especially with tubes. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we have some space available there
So what I'm thinking too is I'm thinking about putting the ART under the Bluey.
under the Bluey.
I think that would make more sense. You know what I mean? To me, I don't
Will
know.
it
about you.
will it be more difficult to read and look at, or the meter?
Well, no,
you know?
because sitting here, your eye level is right here,
Yeah.
so it's up and down, so it's
Uh-huh.
basically even all the way across. So I mean, either way, this is basically an either way. You know what
And
I
what
mean?
goes on top of the ART? Nothing for now.
Yeah, nothing on top of the
So we have
ART.
an empty space.
Yeah, we have an empty space. And like I said, then the Fusion goes here.
That's where your API. That's
Yeah.
where your successor can go.
Well, I'm the one that brought it up, yeah. But now that you said it,
It would fit right. in
yeah,
that
the
space.
successor would fit right there. It would be freaking amazing. Yes, absolutely. So yeah, this is an either or.
Yep.
I think this is exactly the way we had it before, but
Yeah.
I just switched the kick and snare and the
Yeah,
tom one
that
around.
makes sense. Yeah.
So then distressor 1 and 2.
Yep.
The LA2A there, that there, these here. Then like I say, we're gonna have the Fusion here. We're gonna leave 1, 2, 3 spaces for the reverb.
Yep.
And then we can put the 500 rack and the FG, and then we'll have like 4 or 5 empty spaces underneath.
So we still have a lot of empty space.
Yeah, we got enough empty space for
Wow.
more crap, which is bad.
Bad.
Bad, David. It's bad. We should not allow empty space, David. You know why? Because we'll fill it.
Oh, okay. So we still needed the top rack anyway because we needed 6. We would have ran out of one space.
Yeah, we would have run out.
And again, if it's on the ground, I hate. One of the things that kind of prompted us here is that when you're working and you want to go adjust a piece of hardware, you got to roll your chair over, obviously. But then,
yes,
when you get on the ground, they got to get on your hands and knees to adjust the dial. You've lost all perspective of what's happening in front of the speakers.
Yeah.
And so that's what prompted this whole thing to get the gear up at eye level, which hey, we should have known that from the beginning, but we're new to this.
Well, it's also like I said before.
We were working on it.
We were throwing hardware into the rack as we got it.
Yeah. Well, this whole plan, there was no prior knowledge of us working with audio-scape, so I had no idea we were going to have these other pieces of equipment. So that's the other part of this.
Yeah.
This was all happened after the studio was set up.
Yeah.
So now that we got that stuff, we have to kind of jiggle things around a little.
But like I said, this looks pretty good to me. So we have one empty space there. We need to leave these the way they are, I think, for the tube ventilation.
Yep, that makes sense.
So this rack is done. This rack has one more space. We're gonna have a bunch of space on the bottom of this one.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, as far as like the organization is concerned, the only question I have would be to flip the ART and the Bluey over, if that makes sense, or just to leave it the way it is. I don't think it matters as much as I'm thinking it does. But
well,
you know when my OCD gets triggered, this is how it goes.
Well, you can try it.
Yeah,
I'm indifferent. It doesn't matter to me.
Because I mean, I just think stereo down there, because like I said again, bus stuff as close together as we can keep it.
Okay.
So putting the ART down underneath would get all the bus stuff on one set of D subs if we can, and not have them crossing over into the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, at the Fusion, the reverb unit's not tube, right? That's a solid state, but he's got spring boxes in it.
Oh yeah, he's got. Yeah, I saw the inside of it.
How many spring boxes are in that thing?
I want to say there's 3 or 4.
Yeah, I knew there was more than because it's a stereo unit. There has to be at least 2, and I think he put 2 spring boxes on each channel.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I got to go back and watch your stream.
When I did the interview with him, I don't know if he actually showed me the inside during the stream or if he did it after. Because we talked for about a half an hour after that interview about some other things that he couldn't say on video, and I don't know if he actually.
Oh, you got inside story.
Yeah, I do. Ooh. I don't know if he actually showed the inside of the unit on camera. Maybe one of you guys would know. But I saw the inside of the reverb unit, and it is spring reverb. So
yeah. But it's like he said too. It's not a boingy guitar type spring reverb. No. It's a pretty universal reverb. I can't wait to hear that thing.
Yeah, it's not what you would think. It's not like a spring reverb tank in a guitar amplifier, because the way that the springs are tuned, he talked about. He might have done it on camera. You have to go look. I'll have to go rewatch it. But he talked about the way they tune those springs. It's very specific and scientific the way they did it, almost like the way they would tune a piano wire. It was really interesting. It's not like he said. It doesn't sound like a Fender, tube amp where it sounds boingy. Like that boingy. He said it can sound boingy, but he said it sounds very natural that you can certainly run drums through it or guitars through it or vocals through it, and it doesn't sound like it's overly done. So
if we add another stereo compressor, then we just raise the Bluey up to the top slot. That's how I read it.
If you had another, I see.
Actually, I may just raise the Bluey up to the top.
And just put
slot,
a blank space, there. And then we can,
Because I got these 2 highly vented blanking panels for the top there. I got this blanking panel for here. Yep. We're gonna have a giant open space under there. That's what we're gonna end up with. Hey, do you still have that rack drawer?
Of course, yeah.
Shoop.
I could put that in there.
Put that back in there.
We could put those back in.
Yep, put that back in there. So that's how I'm gonna play this. Yeah, I think that'll work. I think leaving this exactly the way it was, just flipping those 2 over, makes good sense. Mm-hmm. Because we twiddle these a lot.
Yeah.
We twiddle this a lot. We all of these get
touched.
Twiddled a lot. The Fusion here will be fine.
A little bit, but not much. Yeah, but again, right? It's high. It's high enough.
Yep. And then the reverb, and then so it's going to be Fusion, reverb, and then 500, NG bus. So we're going to have probably 4 or 5 empty spaces underneath.
Yeah, I could put a rack drawer back in there.
So if you still have the rack drawer just to fill the hole, just so that we don't, hey, look, there's empty space, we have to put something there.
Yeah.
Because, we're bad.
It's good to put the drawer in, because I was keeping all the user manuals for the gear, the SSL manual. Yeah. That's a good place to put that stuff, just to have all the user documentation.
Well, if you got that,
I do.
Yeah, grab it.
I could put in.
Throw it back in there now.
Let's see. Inquiring minds would like to know how you guys feel about the Genesis Neve Black consoles in comparison to the Origin. I can't say I worked on a Genesis Black. I demoed a Genesis Black.
He has experience with I have Genesis.
Experience as far as I sat in front of one and I did do one. I did play with it a little for a few hours maybe. And I actually considered buying that console. This is going back a couple of years. There was a YouTube video on the Home Recording Made Easy channel where I did the demo of the stems I ran through it, and I didn't say in the video what console it was because I didn't want to, say anything bad about the console on video. But that console, here's the thing about that console that you got to be aware of, and I said I'm going to do a video comparing the feature sets between the Neve Genesis, the non-Genesis, the Origin, and a couple of the other SSR consoles in the API. One of the things you got to be careful of with the Genesis Black is there's a couple of things. One, the board that I looked at was a 24 fader board, but only had 8 mic pre's, and only had, actually, it did have 8, on those 8 mic pre's, it had 8 EQs, 1073 mic pre's, Neve EQs. I think it was the 1073 EQ, or you could have gotten the 1084 EQ, because those are digitally controlled EQs and digitally controlled preamps, much like the West Audio. But it's all done from a plug-in, meaning on the Genesis, there is no physical knob EQ that you touch, and there's no physical preamp knob that you touch. It's all done with a PCI card under the hood. It's all digitally controlled, but it's an analog circuit path, so that's cool. But there's no dynamics on that board at all, unless you want to pay for the mod. You can buy the modules and you can add them. But anyway, the board I looked at was 24 faders. They say it's full DAW control, but it's not. It's misleading when you read the feature set, like on Sweetwater, who has a big write-up on the consoles.
Well, that ain't one.
It doesn't have, it has DAW control, but not for all 24 faders. They only had 16 channels of DAW control, much like a fader port would be in the center section. The rest of the faders are not DAW control, okay? That's the first thing that's a little misleading about that. The second thing is that desk with just 8 channels of EQ and preamp was almost $70,000 for that desk. It did not have any bus compression on it. It did have total recall in that the flight, because they're all motorized faders, all 24.
That is
so
where the 20,000 came from.
So it does have recall on the faders, and it does have recall on the 16 faders for the DAW control, but the rest of the board is not digitally controlled. So if there was an actual pot or a switch, you have to manually recall that, just like the Origin. So when I looked at the board, it was a nice board, but there were 2 things that kept me from buying it. One was it wasn't enough faders. It only had 24. I wanted to have 32. It only had 8 channels of input. So from a recording standpoint, you couldn't really, you could do some recording on it, but you couldn't record a live drum kit, guitars, vocals, bass all at the same time. There wasn't enough inputs. Where the Origin has 32 preamps, this one only had 8. And it was $25,000 more. It was, like I said, it was $74,000, where this one was $49,000, $50,000 versus $75,000, so $25,000 difference. And when I listened to the sound of it compared to just running stuff through the DAW, to me it was almost indistinguishable. And I did that video. It's on YouTube. You can go see it.
Most controversial video we ever did.
Yeah. So yeah, it didn't sound bad. It's just that
it didn't add anything.
When I, as opposed to when I did that video on this channel in the beginning, where we ran just the audio stems through the Origin versus the audio stems in the DAW, and we didn't mix it. We just ran the stems. Even though there was only a little bit of a difference, but there was a difference. You could hear the difference. There was no difference between the Neve Genesis Black and what I did. At least for me, there wasn't. So I think the Neve Genesis Black is a good console. I think it just depends on your use case. To me, it was too much money, not enough inputs, not enough preamps, not enough EQs. Again, only 8 EQs. This has 32 hardware EQs. No dynamics on the Genesis Black unless you wanted to spend another 10 grand. Then you can get it. Now the thing about the Genesis Black 2, the Genesis Black comes in, basically what you do is you're buying the frame, how big of a frame you want, and then you're paying for all the mods. It's very modular. So if you wanted, just to compare apples to apples as best you can, if you wanted a 32 fader, and actually this one has 32 long and 32 short, but if you wanted 32 long faders with 32 preamps, with 32 hardware EQs, in the Genesis Black, even though those EQs are also digitally controlled, which is an added bonus, they're not on the Origin, but you were looking at over $100,000 for that board. So has a little bit more in way of automation, has a little bit more way of recall, right? Digital control, cool. But apples to apples, it's almost twice the price of the Origin. So that's about all I can say as far as the comparison. Obviously, I've worked a lot more on the Origin than on that Genesis Black, so I can't, you know, I can't tell you more than what I've experienced. So. You also would like to know my input on the the audience Heritage 36. Yep, that was another console that I looked at. I did not sit physically in front of that one because there wasn't one available for me to sit in front of, but I did speak with the audience reps. I did talk to them at great length prior to picking which console. I did consider that over the SSL because feature for feature, it is almost identical to the Origin. 32 faders, bus compressor, different type of bus compressor, but a bus compressor nevertheless. No flying faders or anything, although you can add on some of their recall package onto the Audient if you want to spend more money that you can't do with the Origin, even if you wanted to. But if you just said, well, I don't want that, I want compare apples to apples. Here's the reason why. My honest opinion is the Audient was right, maybe $5,000-$6,000 less than the SSL, or $8,000 less. And here's what I'll say about it. And I didn't work on it, but just feature for feature. I thought, again, solely from a business perspective and working with clients and some of the marketing, what do they call some of the marketing?
Bullshit?
No, just from a marketing perspective. If I was, you know, I think people know SSL, right? Everyone knows SSL. Not everybody knows Audio. Also, too, to be quite frank with you, the resale value. If I ever decided to sell the console for whatever reason down the road, I'm going to get much more resale value out of an SSL than I would out of an Audient. And the last thing I'll say about the Audient, kind of unofficially, because I can't tell you who said it, but as I was shopping for my Origin and talking to the people that I bought the Origin from, and talking to the installers who not only install Origins in studios all over the country, but also sells and installs Audients and also sells and installs Neves, he told me that the quality of difference in quality between an SSL and an Audient he thought was pretty significant. When he has to go on service calls, and he does that all over the country, he gets way more calls for Audient consoles than he ever gets for SSL.
And that is a significant factor.
And so he didn't say that the Audient was a bad console. He wouldn't go as far to say that. He says, I sell a lot of them, and they're good consoles, but he says, if money is not the issue for me, if that $5,000 or $8,000 isn't the deciding factor, he said, I would tell you buy an SSL over an Audient every single day. And that's a guy who installs consoles for a living. He installs all the major brands. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. It doesn't matter to him which one I buy or not buy. So I thought, okay, that was also one of the deciding factors. Sale value, name recognition, and just, you know, if the guy that puts him in the field is telling me, go with an SSL over an Audient, I think that's a pretty good. Also, the Audient too.
Pretty good factor, right?
I also think physically is a bigger piece of equipment. I think the SSL is more compact, even though it has the same features. I believe that's the case, but that wasn't my factor. Okay, thanks. All right, so I hope that answers your question.
Pizza.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
Hey, he was on a roll.
Was he?
No, that's okay. We answered that question pretty thoroughly enough.
Yeah, several times for that matter. Yeah.
All right, Dave. So lunch is here. So
All right, 2 more screws and I'll stop.
we're gonna sit and eat lunch with you guys. If you have any questions, in SSL we trust. Yeah, that's, you know, again, I don't know.
Hey,
Like, I don't know. You know, again, I'm not going to tell you that the Audient's not a good console because I can't say I did not work on one. I'm just telling you the information that was given to me, and that was my thinking. And maybe one day I'll find out that wasn't the best line of thinking, but that's what I was thinking at the time. So we're gonna grab some pizza, chat amongst yourself. We'll jump in front of the camera and we'll talk with you and we'll talk to each other and we'll hang out. And we still got 36 people here.
We got 36 people.
Wow, thanks so much. I hope this is somewhat
That's
I hope
the most we've had for a stream.
I hope this is somewhat interesting to you guys, and it's, you know, I know it's not the
Wow.
best. I know it's not the best camera work and the best audio, but you know, you guys see
scintillating video.
you guys like this behind the scenes stuff, so we wanted to try to give it to you, even though we spent 45 minutes figuring out why the stream wouldn't work.
Well, that was fun. Come on, it was an adventure.
You need something to drink?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I think
I
I'm
got
good.
it.
I don't know.
Paper towels and
Yeah.
napkins.
Well, she brought napkins down.
So she
Yeah, your wife rocks.
does. She's okay. She hasn't killed me yet. So
Well, there's a lot to be said for that.
yeah.
Okay.
She just keeps seeing new equipment show
Yeah,
up, and she
there's
just,
the UPS truck just keeps showing up.
and she goes, "You know what you're doing, right?" No.
No, not really. We're kind of making this shit up as we go.
Sure. I know what you're doing.
Am I off camera? I am off camera.
Yeah,
Good.
you
You
know.
don't want to watch me eat.
So. You got some napkins? Okay, cool.
I go.
Pizza.
Yeah. I'm enjoying
Bon
it well.
appetit. Okay.
I'm
if you guys
enjoying
have
it
any
while I
questions,
can.
feel free to ask. And so that's where we're gonna. Yeah, that looks pretty good, man.
Yeah, I like it. Okay.
I like it.
I like it a lot. I think
I can't argue with. What
I
you
like
did
I
there.
like the organization. I think I think this is going to work out for us a lot better in the long run.
Yeah, the other thing too about the power strips underneath the switch crafts there is that even though you have some of the cable hanging in the way, it doesn't matter because you're just flipping a power switch.
Yeah, it's only one switch.
It doesn't get in front of anything that you'd have to look at or.
Yeah, and you
touch
can still get to the outlets for your demos. The only thing, like I said, with taking the ART out is you have to get some kind of adapter cable for your demos.
They sell those at Sweetwater. I've seen them. I just haven't picked them up.
I know
yet.
Hosa makes a crap ton of them. You know, all kinds.
And that'll be fine. And then we'll save the
Yeah.
ART for something else. That was only like $100. So
Yeah.
we'll find.
And then
a use
honestly,
for it.
if we want to add the ART back in, we just take the double blanking panel out and drop them all one and put the ART back in. You know, I mean, like I said, to add another patch bay, we can add one more patch bay. At this point,
Well, honestly, dude, if we needed to add another patch bay, I would just probably get another switchcraft and just be done with it. But I don't. We would have to add, probably a considerable amount of more equipment before we'd run out of that patch bay because we're not going to put the pre's on there. Like we said, we're going to leave the preamps, XLR preamps open, which is using just a stage snake, and just coil them up and throw them under the console when we're not using them.
Yep. Yeah, there's no way you want to patch 32 channels of mic pre's into this rack.
Because then
Especially-
the only reason why you'd ever want to do that is, let's say you wanted to record through compression or record through EQ, which you can do. But
Well, we can do that as inserts.
inserts, we can also do it because we're using an Apollo. We can do it with their Unison technology, and you can record through their plugin.
Forgot about
if
that.
you wanted to do that, and that there's no patching or anything to be done with that.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that.
So
Yeah. Yeah, so you throw a freaking LA2A in front of the freaking vocal mic and go. You know?
what time is it over here? It is 12 noon. Jim says, nice rack, fantastic gear all around. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there's nothing in here that's garbage. You know?
If you had to start over, do you think you would be able to just go in the DAW, or do you think you'd have to go... Oh, what do you mean? If I had to start over, do you ever think you'd be able to just go in the DAW? Oh, you mean just work inside the box?
He spent 10 years doing that.
Go to Home Recording. You may not know. Go to Home Recording Made Easy, the YouTube channel, and you'll see everything that I've been doing in the box and teaching for the last 7 or 8 years. Yeah, so I still mix all in the box for all of our training tutorials over there. Our mixing membership website, mixingmadeeasy.net, is all done in the DAWs. None of it's done over here. This is a whole new animal. This is like an extension of. This is a different brand of the overall business plan.
It's a complete change.
But it doesn't replace everything that I've done prior. It's just an addition to. that was never a plan to not work in the box and just work on the console. It was never a plan to do that. It was always to do either one, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what we thought.
Yep. That actually is really impressive looking at it, to say that. Sitting here looking at it like this now, this is a holy crap moment right here. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Those audio-scapes are freaking huge. So.
And we've done, I mean, we started this in July. I mean, we've been doing this now,
Yeah.
and we got a lot done.
Mm-hmm.
Really, when you consider how long, and we've learned an enormous amount about this, how you do this stuff.
Yep. Considering what the original concept was, you know,
Yeah.
considering what the original concept was to this moment is mind-boggling. I mean, it's wow. How did this happen? You know. But like I said, even just sitting here doing that mix, because I've only done one. You know, even just sitting here doing that mix, it's like you had no concept of it until you sit in front of it, and it's like, this is just.
It's
amazing.
very hard to describe it. We've talked about this before in the live streams and just in videos in general, and then privately we've talked a lot about this. Is that it's hard to really describe in words or to pass audio over YouTube to really get you to really hear what the differences are. It really is. It's not easy to do, but there is an absolute sound difference between mixing this way and mixing solely in the box. There just is.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of questions here. What time is okay? So where are the solo? Oh, I got them. I still have them. The twins that you see here were sent to me by Sweetwater, and I'm supposed to be working with them in Focal to do a Focal monitor shootout video.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
We're waiting for some more monitors to come in. But I'll tell you what, I'm probably going to buy those twins and sell my solos at one point because I like those better than the solos. Although the solos are great. I've used them for years and they're really great monitors.
Mm-hmm.
But those have a way more open mid-range to them.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The sweet spot's a lot bigger with these too.
Do you have a master clock or do you use your Apollos as your master clock? I use the Apollos, and and I looked into a master clock and I spoke to not only Sweetwater but the engineers at Apollo. And because these are Thunderbolt 3s, he said what it does is and they're all linked together, the first unit in the chain becomes a master clock, and they said you don't ever have to worry about another clock. And I've been told that by a few people, so I thought I might need one, but they said absolutely not, you don't need one. Mm-hmm. So, which is good because a clock can be expensive.
And another thing to hook up.
Let's see. Last question. Do you think PreSonus acquired by Fender will change the way they do things significantly?
Let's open the therapy session
or
up
in
again.
a bad way? Just to wait to see what you think. Thanks. No, you can. I did a live stream just the other day at Home Recording Made Easy. It's still on YouTube. Go watch it. We talked about this whole topic. No, I don't think it's going to change significantly. I don't know it's going to. I can't imagine it would do things in a bad way, but I don't know. I think you have to just wait and see.
No.
I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily.
No. See, the thing you got to remember is that Fender's not Gibson, and PreSonus isn't Cakewalk. So when you look at it, you put those factors in right away. Gibson was buying up companies that really had no business buying up for a while, and when they bought Cakewalk, Cakewalk was simply just a software company. They had more or less just like a couple products. And they weren't big in the market to begin with. I mean, they had their following, and there are guys that are still using it through BandLab. But PreSonus is, a much broader company. It has a lot more going for it, and Fender is not Gibson. So when you look at what Fender has now, they have a variety of companies, but they're all musical instrument companies for the most part. And so to branch out into pro audio and and studio type stuff, Presonus is a good company for them to look at because it's already established. They already have a complete line in place. And I don't think Fender is going to come in, take over Presonus and go, hey, we're Fender, we know everything. We're going to and make wholesale changes. They're buying a company that has a proven track record of success. I don't think Fender is stupid enough to do that and then screw it all up. Okay? So I don't think that because a lot of people make the Gibson cakewalk comparison. It's not a fair comparison across the board. So, I think an infusion of money into Presonus may actually improve the company and give them a lot more for R&D, give them a lot more opportunity to add to their line without worrying about capital. And like I said, and Fender has a good, solid pro audio company to lean on. So I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think it actually could turn out to be a really good thing.
Could be.
But I don't see it as being a negative in any way. I mean, even if it's a lateral move, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
So I can't imagine it's anything else. I mean, when you look at what happened with Sweetwater when they were just taken over by a company that specializes in online, Sweetwater has done a major expansion. They're a lot more aggressive in the market as far as their advertising and their promo and stuff, and everybody still works there. So yeah. That's the big thing. Everybody still works there. I don't think they're going to make wholesale personnel changes at Presonus. I don't think they're going to make wholesale changes to the line at Presonus. I doubt very much that anybody at Fender is going to go in and say, "Hey, let me tell you how to write a DAW."
I would imagine. Why would
I mean, it's just I think it's basically just don't worry about it. Sit back, wait and see. It might get better, and if it does get worse, it's going to take a long time for it to do that. And if it does go downhill, then we'll consider it. Consider options then. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
listen, as I'm primarily a Reaper user, and I am starting to see a lot of advantages in Studio One in a lot of ways. I still prefer Reaper overall for just general mixing, but Presonus has its advantages. So it's a good solid thing. I don't see anything. I don't see it as a bad thing at all. I think it's just a simple thing of just everybody's reacting to what happened. Everybody's reacting to historical things, and not just wait and see what happens. So that's my opinion on it.
Well said. I can't say it any better than that. Let's see. Crescent Sound Studios. Hey, what's up? You need to experience using analog. Explaining it online just doesn't do it justice.
Damn right.
Yeah, it just doesn't. It's hard to. It really is. I mean, all we try to do here is try to give you our honest opinion on what we think and what we hear and stuff. But unless you stand in the room, you really can't understand it. Mm-hmm. And honestly, prior to this whole experience, although I've worked in analog studios, we're going back 20 years. I've forgotten what it was. I didn't really understand. I understood it conceptually, but until we actually put it in the room and listened to it for the first time, we instantly knew something was different. It is a difficult thing to explain, but we try to do it and try to be unbiased about it, to try to give you a real honest opinion. But unless you're in the room, it's almost impossible. There is more space on the rack now. Anything in mind to fill the space? The usual suspects? Well, at least, there's always things we'd like to put in, but honestly, right now I'm not looking to spend any more money. Sure. We got enough to make the mixes that we've done so far come out really great with only the gear that we have here. So I'm not really looking to add a bunch of hardware. I mean, it's fun to have and all, but someone's got to pay the bill. So
yeah.
At one point, maybe the only thing I can see at one point over time we talked about is adding another 500 rack, and maybe over time, if I'm able to, maybe get a couple of the 500 SSL dynamics, right? So maybe, you can get a 10 space and buy a couple at a time and maybe insert them on channels, maybe something like that, but not right away. Not in the next few months, anyway.
That certainly is not a priority.
No. let's see. You got more headroom on the out of the box than in the box. That's true.
Oh yeah.
Does anyone know how much they pay? How much does who pay? I don't know. I don't see your question. Do you still use the Neve 524s? No, I sold them.
I wish I'd bought them.
Thanks for taking the time to answer my questions. Oh, you're very welcome. Great job, man. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, thank you. We're trying. We figured there's nobody else on YouTube that's going to show you this kind of stuff, so we'll show it to you.
Why not?
He's got 40 people here, dude.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Y'all are weird.
Fender to how much did Fender pay for PreSonus? I don't know.
They're not going to tell us that.
Well, it's probably Fender's public, so it may come out publicly at one point as public record. I don't think. I think it's all just been done on paper. The U.S. government still has to approve the acquisition, and maybe that's when that info will come out. How much? I don't know. Don't know. I'm sure it was a ton, but how much? Who knows?
Yeah, they definitely. Hey, listen, maybe there's somebody at Fender that likes gumbo. I mean, come on, I mean.
I like gumbo.
I like gumbo. So, I mean, yeah.
Thoughts on the Bluey versus the West Audio Mimus? The Bluey's a way different, more colorful. I had a West Audio Mimus and sold it because
Reasons.
it didn't sound really any different to me than any of the 1176 plugins that I had. But the Bluey does.
The Bluey's an animal.
The Bluey's aggressive. There's nothing subtle about that particular Bluey. Yeah. Nothing. It's so if you're looking for aggressive, kind of open and bright, it's a great compressor.
Yeah.
If you're looking for something more mellow and warm and dark, that's not the compressor. That's where the V-comp, the stay level, would fit that bill. Yeah. But it's nice. The Bluey's for $900. The Bluey's a home run.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said, when I mixed with it, okay, fine. The mix I did with it, the Bluey was not the compressor. Okay, the Bluey was
new person bought the mixing practice.
Hey, 5. Okay. Cool.
It all starts with 1.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the Bluey is the Bluey of all the hardware we have on this rack. The Bluey is the one that jumps off the rack and really gets in your face. I mean, that has of all the stuff we have, that has the most personality.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to use the word, but it's a brutal compressor. It really, I mean, it's a brutal unit. I mean,
and you got to hit it kind of hard to really get it to jump. You got to hit
smash it.
Yeah, you don't go subtle with that compressor. Yep. But yeah, like what he said. Well, what's good about it, it's like, it's not something you're going to use on everything all the time, but it's the way we tried to select this gear, and so far I think we've made some pretty good choices. We're still open on the distressors. We're still working but
still a little iffy on that.
We wanted to try to make sure we had a little bit of a variety. We didn't want to have too much of the same stuff, because you know how you are with plugins. You can have 15 plugins that do exactly the same thing. We didn't want to do that with hardware. We wanted to try to say, okay, we want something aggressive, something warm, something fat, something subtle, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's how we tried to go about this. And then some of it is you don't know till you experience it, and then there may be at one point where a piece of gear will get swapped out for something else because we tried it and it just didn't fit what we were doing, so we would move on to something else.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, like I've never experienced a distressor outside of a plug-in before, and so like I didn't have anything to it. And my first experience with the compressor is, to put it bluntly, I don't get the hype. Okay, I don't get the hype. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, but then again, I've only used it once, and I think there's a lot more capability there than I've used up to this point. But I don't get the hype necessarily on distressors. But I mean, I'm sure we'll keep working with them and see what happens. But I mean, like I think I'm way more of a LA2A type of a guy anyway overall. So
you're more of a tube guy.
Yeah, I'm more of a real vintage type thing myself, even plug-in wise. Mm-hmm. So I mean, like you know, like to me, like something like the Klanghelm MJUC compressor, which is a real vintagey mu type compressor. That's the kind of stuff I love to use. You know, I plug that stuff in all the time. So, but like I said, you know, of all the hardware we have, the Bluey has the most personality.
44 people.
Yeah, the West Audio NJ bus compressor is the one I want.
Yeah, you
the
like
most.
That one. Yep.
You know, like I said, for me, like if I was gonna go for a real premium piece of hardware right now, it would be the NJ bus, and then I'd get a Fusion, because I'm just dead impressed by both of those units.
Those are good choices.
Yeah, they're amazing choices. But the NG bus is big, and I have a very small studio, and it's expensive, and I'm still kind of budget limited on how I play this. But you know, like I say, that's definitely on my list of.
That's on your wish list.
That's on the wish list for sure of things I want.
To do list at one point.
Yeah, that's definitely on that list. I mean, that may actually go into my Sweetwater wish list. You know, in case I win $5,000 worth of stuff. You know, I take everything else out and just go with that.
Yeah.
You know. Let's
see. Are there any plans in the future for a mixing and analog class where maybe you start a school, students get acquainted with the console?
An in-person?
Maybe not an in-person one, at least not right now. Definitely in 2022, right? That's where we're going.
Yeah, we're going 2022.
There will absolutely be a course, mixing hybrid course, for sure. Where it'll be a course you can buy and download, and maybe that will be packaged with some live training on Zoom or something like that. I gotta think through that a little bit, but there'll definitely be some training, a course at the very least for this. An in-person thing. Well, again, we talked about. Some of you guys asked about recording. And we haven't recorded on the console yet because one of the things that is probably going to happen in 2022, maybe in the spring, I'm still working my way through that, is we're probably going to move out of this space, which is in my home, and move it to a more commercial space where I can get more room, more physical space, so we can do things like recording, spread out, and have, where every time we want to do something like today, the amount of setup that had to happen today just for cameras and microphones, just to do this little dopey live stream, took me 2 hours. I want to have things set up in a permanent fashion, and then at that point, when it's in more of a commercial space, then the ability to bring people in is a lot more doable. And if there's a demand for it, yeah, maybe. I mean, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. It is in my home, so we'll see. We're buffering on the stream. Sorry, it's buffering, but
are we buffering?
Yeah, a little bit.
What are we buffering for?
I don't know. So again, I don't know if that's just here.
We have excellent connection.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Okay.
I mean, we have it running for a few hours now.
Yeah.
Let's see. A couple more questions, and then we're going to try to get back to work a little bit here. The tracks in a digital system are then fed into an analog hardware and then back into a digital system. Will the digital system render the whole work again?
Oh, wow, that's buffering hard.
Well, the system goes out and in, out and in. Yeah. Well, yes. If it goes out of your converters through analog back into your converters, you have that conversion going from analog back to digital happening. So yeah. If you're looking for effects units, check out the TC Electronic plugin with the hardware controllers. I've seen those. I know someone that uses them and really likes them a lot. They're hardware controllers, but they're digital plugins. TC Electronics makes a bunch of them. I've seen those. I know a studio that has an Origin that has those units and speaks very highly of them, but I haven't tried it. Many people say that the stressors are the Swiss Army knife of compressors. It can sound like many compressors. That is true.
I get that.
That is true. We haven't played enough. We haven't played around with them enough. And the way we're using them right now is really in a kind of a subtle way on a stereo bus for electric guitars, which typically we don't compress, especially distorted electric guitars, very much. So again, we haven't played with it enough and put it through its paces to say that we like it or don't like it, or maybe we like to have one that we can use on a track somewhere, and maybe the second one becomes something that might be swapped out for something else. I don't know. But anyway. All right, so I think we're going to try to, you guys can keep hanging on. Sorry, it's buffering a little bit, but it seems like it comes in and out, but it says we have an excellent connection, so it may not be buffering for all of you. But we're going to stay on. I mean, we've been running now, I don't know how long, but we
I don't
still
even
got
know what
40
time it is.
We got 41 people. It's almost 12:15.
Yep.
So a couple hours.
Yeah. We started around 10:15, so we've been on for a couple hours.
We're
We
gonna
got a lot
work-
done in 2 hours.
We
man.
did. We got a lot done. So now we're going to, I could probably take the iPhone and show you the rack rails. And, well, maybe I'll even mount one of these other cable management things first. And then I'll take you guys behind here and just show you what our thinking is before we start wiring things.
I'm going to need you to grab this thing.
Oh, okay. You taking that out?
Yeah, I'm pulling this out now. I'm going to need you to grab this thing because this is the only thing I have that's unsupported.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's out. Now,
Is it going to go up?
it's going to go up. Let me see. I can't.
You just tell
It's
me
going to
where you
go
want
up,
it.
up. Okay, down a little bit. Hold on. I can't see the line. Okay, come up. Right there. Okay. We find a screw hole.
Yeah, there's a screw in the bottom of this rack, too, if you drop one.
Yeah, I know. I've dropped a bunch. Trust me.
I'm glad we have some open space down here because I can get some more of these big power bricks. That's a good spot.
I gotta go up one more
Oh, sorry.
screw hole. Right there. That's one. And where is? I can't see it.
Oh.
There. Come on. Where's the hole? This one. Okay. We're good. We're
Okay.
good. Alright, so that leaves me the 3 spaces. Yeah, that leaves 3 full spaces for the reverb unit to come in. I think I might be a little bit off the line here, but let me see here. Yeah, okay, that one's right. That one's wrong. Okay. Alright. So I missed on that one. But I got
Oh, these
it on
rack
that.
rails look good, man.
Yeah, they are nice.
You know what I noticed though? The fusion, because of where it is in the rack, almost touches the rack. I mean, almost. in
Almost
other
gets the rail.
words- Yeah.
I'm
Look how
not
deep it
surprised.
is.
That fusion is deep.
Yeah. All
That
the other-
fusion is way deeper than I thought it was.
and it's because it's towards the top. I mean, it's not in the way. It'll be fine, but it's just
Yeah.
it's interesting how that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, these racks mounted really nice, huh?
Yeah, they
These
did.
rails.
Yeah, they did.
Here's that. If you need another one.
All right, let me see. Did I get it right that time? Yeah, that's better. Okay, so that's 3 full rack spaces for the.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mount one of these cable brackets so I can just show them what the thinking is, and then we can always move it if it's too high or too low.
Yeah.
Oh, we have to use their special screws too, right?
Yes, I have the bag over here already.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, I brought a bag over here. So.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, man. All right, fine.
So I'm going to mount one of these things and then show you guys kind of what we're thinking. Oh yeah, these are big screws. They're fat,
Yeah, they're
right?
big.
I mean, it's real nice and industrial like
Yeah,
that,
they
but
are
that's like-
heavy duty though.
I'll tell you what. If the front rails ever got stripped over time and you needed to replace them, I replace them with these things.
Oh hell yeah!
'Cause
As
these
heavy as
things
they are.
huge, right?
Yeah, they're big and heavy. Okay.
Because I can see us just doing something like this. This will work out really well,
Oh yeah.
I think.
Yeah, for what you got in mind, they'll be good. There we go. Now this thing's in place.
And I like that they got the white markings on it, and the spaces are numbered,
Yep.
unlike the ones on the front. So you're not hunting for the.
Yep. All right, that's where I want it, and then the last thing to go in is the NG bus. And you are right, that NG bus is not a light unit. That puppy's heavy. Where are you hanging at? Oh yeah, good spot for it.
Yeah, we can move it. I'm only going to put 2 screws in it for now because
Yeah.
you really don't need any more than that. And
Yep.
I'll show them kind of what we're thinking about doing.
Yeah, and then we'll get that NG bus mounted, and we can start wiring this thing up.
Okay, let me. I'm going to switch cameras on you guys, and I'm going to take you back there again and show you with the iPhone what we're thinking. Kind of like what the process is going to be. Okay, so if I switch to this camera here. All right, so here we go.
Yep, you're slacked.
Good, thanks. All right, so here's what we're thinking. So I don't know. Hopefully you can hear me okay. But
Yeah, you're good.
yeah. So here's the rack rails that Dave mounted. So we got them on, on both racks, and then we're going to mount these channels. We got anywhere we want here, and all the cabling is going to go up through the channels, and these things can open. They can bend open. See that? And close. And then they go up to the gear, and then that will take any strain off of the connectors, which is really the important thing. Plus, because I have 6 of these channels, we won't have to stuff so many cables in them like I did on the other video where I really overstuffed them, and then you couldn't really get in there and manage anything. So I just think overall this is going to look and be a lot neater. And I think where it's going to make the biggest difference is over on this rack, because this is where all the patch bays are. These are where all the D-subs are coming in. And they're coming in from that little stool that we have. They're going to come up and they're going to go straight into the connectors. So it'll take all the strain relief off. So that's all the gear mounted in the back. So the only pile of cables we got to deal with is that, which I know looks like a lot, but really isn't that much.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thinking so far. And then here's all the. We won't have any of those. We didn't put any rack rails on the back of these because they're only 4 spaces high. If you put a bracket across it to try to, one of those things, it just gets in the way of plugging in the connectors. So we feel that we could run those cables up through here and up, and it should be fine. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody. All right, let me switch cameras. There we go. So now we should be back on the other camera. All right, so now you want to mount.
We want to get that NG bus mounted up, and that's pretty much it, unless you want to get that rack drawer out.
No, we'll do that last.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because for now, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, we got to mount the NG bus, and that's the last thing to mount.
And that's going.
That's
towards
going
the
right
bottom.
up against. That's going right up against the bottom
All right.
of the 500 rack.
And this can go. This is for the tie-in. I'm gonna cable wrap that too. It's just so much extra cable.
All right, coming
Okay,
in.
you just put it in and I'll hold it up.
Coming in.
It's gonna go right up against
Right
it?
up against it, I think.
Okay. Oh yeah, it is deeper. Okay, got it.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Well, that's good that it's deeper because some of the ventilation now is exposed, so this is gonna ventilate.
Okay, you got it?
Yep.
All right, good. There's a lot of weight on that motherfucker. Okay, this side's got to come up. Whoop, hold it. All right, that side's got to go up against. Okay. All right, we're good.
Okay, good. That looks good. You know what I'm gonna do? This will help with the lighting. I could bring some of these lights this way. Should have done this before.
Probably should have.
It's a lot brighter now.
What's that?
But I just pointed the track lights in the back so you can actually see what the hell's going on.
Yeah, there's a hell of an idea.
After I already spent half the day back here.
Okay. Yeah, you have. I gave you the short end of the stick.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna.
Okay, that's got a hole. Oh, I think that's too big. Let me do a different one. Give me a different screw. Can't see the screw hole. Alright. Okay. Oh, there you go. Give me a different screw here. Alright. Cannot get this one going. So let's see. Where are we?
probably do is we'll get all the power cables and then I'll cable tie one little snake in,
Yeah.
because it's all going to go to the other rack,
Yep.
which is fine. But that's going to have to. All right. And so let me.
Definitely 1, 2, 3.
So we need a power cable for the NG bus. I have that labeled over here already.
Yeah, you're gonna want to go in order.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
You know.
And we got the bluey is up top.
Yeah.
The only one I don't have, I got a label, is the one for the stay level. The stay level's in the other. No, stay level is in my side, right?
Yeah. Stay levels on your on the
Okay.
left
Got it.
on top, and then there's that funky one for the ART.
Right. So I'm going to try to run it all down one side of the rack and just kind of cable tie it to this cable management system.
Yep.
I think that would be the way to do this.
Yeah, and then keep them all together
Yeah.
in a little bundle.
So the stay level's here. So let me.
I think I put a power cable over on the table
Okay.
for that.
That's because that's the only one that I don't have labeled.
Yeah.
All right.
So we are golden down here. The one thing is that these racks did separate a little bit. So. Okay. That's better.
There's more pizza here, Dave.
I'm good.
Okay.
I want to be able to move.
Oh, must be this power cable. Yep. Okay, I got it.
You know me.
I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon, so I was
Yeah,
starving.
I'll
I
bet
didn't eat
you
last
were.
night.
Yep. I know. I'm
I
going.
didn't eat this morning.
I'm intending on going hardcore starting Monday for a while because I got to drop about 20 or 25.
Gonna go on a fast right before the holidays.
I'm going. Yeah, I'm going hardcore.
Usually it's right after the holidays, and everybody
yeah.
does that.
Yeah. No,
You're gonna go hardcore.
Well,
huh?
I got sick as a dog last week, and I need to detox, and I need to drop some. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just in case anybody cares, I'm a bariatric patient, so I used to weigh over 400.
So you gotta be careful.
I have to watch everything. So
So this is gonna be called V-comp.
All right, we are completely mounted. Everything is in. Okay. So there is so much stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right.
There is so much stuff.
Yeah, when we started, we said, we're just going to get a
Yeah,
couple
we're
of
just
interfaces.
Yeah, we need what?
Just got to run audio through the board.
We
That's all
need
we
two
got to do.
X16s. We're gonna run audio through the board.
That's it.
Well, maybe we'll get a compressor or
Maybe, or
something.
two.
Maybe no. Well, you already had the Fusion,
No, I didn't. I bought that.
didn't you have the? I thought
I
you
had
had
the
the
NG
Fusion.
bus. I had all the West Audio stuff.
Oh, I thought you had the Fusion over there.
No,
Okay.
the Fusion was
Yeah.
bought as part of the
Yeah.
initial purchase.
Yeah, that's right.
of
You
everything.
had the NG bus and all the West Audio stuff.
Right.
Which
That's what I was. Yeah, but
We
I
really-
didn't have the Fusion.
we really should get that frickin' EQ back. But such is life.
Such is life. We'll get it back sooner or later.
Seller's remorse.
Or maybe something better than that. I mean,
Yeah,
why
who
not?
knows? Maybe we'll come up with if we can find a good stereo
What about like the Mog EQ with the air band and you know what I mean? That might be.
pair of those.
Yeah. Well, they make a stereo
Do
unit.
they make a stereo
They
mod?
make a mono and a stereo. They call it the EQ4, EQ6, or
Wow.
Yeah, they might-
Yeah, if we get a stereo Mog EQ, that would be nice.
they make one of those in a one space.
Yep, that would be nice.
They certainly do.
Yeah. Anything stereo. It has to be stereo though, so we can use it on
Yeah.
a bus.
Or maybe it's got to be a bunch of it.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to try to do is run all this power and then go down the side and even maybe Velcro it to the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, wire tie it right to
Yeah,
that part.
exactly.
Yeah.
And then go down and then across
And then back.
and then up.
Yeah.
Or I could go across here and down. I mean, see, these power cables are pretty freaking long. Plus, I got extensions. I
Could
mean,
you-
This is the shortest.
Could you put one of these right up top here,
I could.
and then
Yeah, 'cause look,
go
thi-
through it and then straight over it? You know what I
Because
mean?
this won't go all the way down and up.
Yeah.
But
So
if
what
I,
you do is put one here.
or maybe right here. Because what if I just move this one up a little? It won't be in the way of the connectors.
Yeah. If you put that up on 9.
Yeah, and just run it like this.
Yeah.
Because that'll definitely work.
Yep.
And I could put 9 and then put another one right
Yep.
across there.
Yeah, and just go straight across and have them for the power cables.
Yeah.
And then just route all the power cables, just come in here and go straight through all of those and
Yeah.
over.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably the best idea. You want me to get you another one of these?
Yeah, we're gonna need another one.
Okay, I'm going to get you another one of those. Actually, I may as well bring all 4. Or I'm gonna bring like
Yeah, and
4.
we may find that I have to get 2 more of those if we're going to use 2 of these for power cables only.
We'll see.
I don't know, maybe not, but I mean,
Yeah.
what's nice about this these rails that we put on, it's easy just to put one of those in.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on with this? Oh, wrong way, dummy.
Yeah. You using mine or yours?
Yours.
Yeah, mine's nice.
All right, so if I go like that.
Yeah. Can we get these plugs in?
I think so. If I go here and here, I think you.
Can we get those plugs in? I don't know if we're gonna be able to get those plugs in.
What about up here, like you said?
Yeah. I think. Yeah, because then we can bring the power cables up and over from the ones underneath.
It's right in the middle.
Yep.
Let's try that
Yeah,
first.
straight across the top. You only need 2 screws.
Yeah, these things are so hefty. These screws
These
are so
screws.
easy. More than 2.
And then we can also,
I have power wire cable extenders.
yeah,
so
and then we also have these things available for the cables that come up to these
Yep.
that we can just tie off to it too.
Oh, I should have put this in the bottom.
That's fine. It doesn't really matter. It does not matter.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not going to rotate.
So you just kind of do this kind of a deal,
Yep. Straight over.
and then this kind of a deal.
Yep.
Yeah, this was a good idea. Whoever recommended this on
Yeah,
on the channel, it was a really good idea.
they kick butt.
Great idea.
Okay.
And then this one will
And
go
that one.
in, and then
This is one of those power brick ones,
Yep.
unfortunately.
that's here though, right?
Yeah, that's the ART.
I can build a-
Well, there's not a long cable on that unless you have one longer we could plug into it.
Or I can move this. I can even. How did I do this before? I can even. Well, maybe. Would it be in the way of the D-subs? Well, this may. If I'm going to put another one of those brackets, this can actually sit in the.
Yeah, just fit right in the bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have one here for you.
Cool.
Get you a couple screws.
And we want to go right. Same thing on top.
Yeah, I'd say right across the top, unless we're not going to block anything important.
I don't think so. I mean, no. Well.
No. What about the patch bay?
I think you'll.
Yeah, just any end will do.
No, you can get in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
you'll be
Okay.
fine. You'll be
Here's
fine.
2 screws.
Thanks.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, this was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So with all these wire managers, all the rails and everything, probably about $100. Not bad.
Yep.
Not a bad solution. Pretty
Not
cheap.
really. Okay. Audio title. Distressor NG. Alright, where is
Okay, so that's there.
Distressor X16?
Okay, so that goes this way. It's gonna go in here. Like this. Alright. Now I'm gonna make sure before I start plugging all the shit in, because I gotta think about the succession of everything, where the speakers are turned on last, the board is turned on last. So we have 3 power strips. Okay, so right, 1, 2, 3. So the third one in the last, the speakers are always last. The console second to last.
Right.
The UF8 is there. So these last 2 banks on the third is for the last groupings of everything else. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
It's just that you want the speakers to go on after all the gear goes on.
Okay, so NG bus.
Yep, that goes there. That can go up and around. Yeah, this is gonna look so much neater, right?
Yep.
This is gonna look so much neater.
And
Yeah,
then
and
your
look,
Titan.
you got tons of cable in here.
Here's your Titan.
Titan.
I'm looking for the Fusion.
Sh- should be, is it on the ground here?
I'm thinking it's up here. Distressor.
Oh, here's
Fusion.
The, here's the bluey. Where's the
Found
bluey?
Bluey is
Physically.
in front of you.
Oh, then I have, what did I plug into the bluey?
Middle rack top. You probably put.
Oh, I plugged the LA2. Okay, I can just switch the label. It's no big deal. It's just a,
Either that or just change it around.
it's just
Either
a,
way.
it's the same kind of cable.
Mm.
So the bluey on this one.
Here's the fusion.
The bluey.
Where's the fusion plug? Fusion plug.
Yep. Oh, other way. Yeah, because the label. Yeah, as I did it, so the labels were always.
Okay, fusion plug.
Look at that.
That is sexy. I don't care what
It's
anybody
fucking
says.
genius,
That's
right?
fucking sexy
Why didn't
right
we
there.
figure? Why didn't we figure that?
Why the hell didn't we think of that sooner?
What is this? This says blue.
No idea what that's from. I've already got Bluey. You already had a.
Right, but what was on the other end? Wait, hold on. That's this
Bluey.
bluey, right?
Yeah, that's Bluey.
Let me see. What did
Bluey
I?
with a Y.
That's a cell fusion. LA2. Oh, LA2. That should say blue, right? That's because I swapped these.
Well, what is this one? Okay, that's V comp.
Yeah, right. That's the V comp. So
Yeah.
this goes like this. That's gonna go like that. Right, I see what I did. Okay, so that goes like that. This says blue, but it shouldn't be.
Yep.
This should be LA2. Right, because this is the bluey, not the
Yeah.
LA2.
Yeah, so take that one off.
That goes on here.
All right, so that's your LA2 power.
That's LA2 power.
Okay.
And this is
Here's blue.
bluey label.
Here's blue. So that's everything on this rack then is powered. That's power for everything on this rack.
Right, this is LA2. That goes up here.
Let me see
And
what
then,
you
and
got
then this
going
can
on
go,
down
we
here.
can even just do this. We can either bring it down one side. Let's see, how do we want to do that? Yeah, you know what I can do? We could even get, what do they call those? It's like, you know, we can,
Some kind of a clamp.
yeah, that's,
Yeah,
for
we get some
now,
kind of clamp.
for now we could just do this, just like we're running the other ones. And I can,
Distressor.
we can always cable tie it like this.
What are
Because we got the
these?
two distressors and
Yeah.
we have the
X16.
we got the AFXs.
X16, X16, X16. Okay.
Yeah, those are already plugged in, and
All right,
those
so you've got the
because those are
Bluey
into
there.
the power bricks.
You got the Bluey there.
I need distressors and AFXs,
All right, this is a distressor.
or AFX first maybe
Yeah,
because it's
that's a
on top.
distressor.
Okay,
That's an Aphex.
AFX 2 and 4. Okay,
And this is a distressor. And I am out of power cables over here.
put that in like that. I'm just gonna go for now. Let me see. What did I do with this one? Oh, okay. I went this way with it because the power cables are on that side, and that's okay. I can even just wrap it back around because there's so much.
You got
extra
enough
room.
slack to reach?
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
coming down here
All right.
like that. I think so. And then you said we're missing.
That's
the
I'm missing an Aphex power cord at this point.
It's somewhere in this bag of mess.
And
It's not.
I
On
got
the, it's not on the
I got
console.
two distressor cables in my hand. I see speakers on the ground.
Maybe it's back here. Maybe it's somewhere in this mess of shit that I have. We'll find it. I have plenty of those cables though. Those
Oh yeah, I mean I
Plenty of
got a
extensions.
whole freaking.
Oh, here's the UF8. Here's the so. That's another thing we wanted to come up. We'll come up the side of the rack because that comes
Yeah.
in from here,
These are the two distressor ones right here.
and that can actually be pushed back underneath the console. Any extra slack because we don't see that anyway, and that could come up. Yeah, that could come up here like this. The UF8. I got plenty of slack here.
Alright.
Like that, and then
You want to stand up for a second? We can
I
dig
see
around.
some speakers. Yeah, we got some other power cables in here, and it wouldn't surprise me. The subwoofer
Yeah, the Aphex
the
fell
actual-
in that pile.
may be in this pile somewhere. That's a D sub. Okay, so let's see.
Is there anything
And we got
else
the
out here?
X16s, right? Okay, so
Yep.
And
Somebody chime in and let me know if we are still streaming because we are frozen on our screen. Okay. So somebody chime in and let me know you're still streaming because we're dead frozen
well,
on
that's
our
why we're
end.
recording the video, because if I have to
Yeah.
repost the whole thing, I could do that later tonight. That's
Yep.
no big deal.
Yeah.
I could just upload it again if I had to.
Mm-hmm.
This is what? This is the...
You got USB hub power up here. There's a power brick for the USB hub up here.
Okay.
Okay, that's hanging here. I'm gonna drop that down onto that right
Okay.
there.
Here's this.
Like I said, that's all the power I see up here. I don't see any other power anywhere.
These are the Apollos. And what I'm probably going to do with those is because they all come out the bottom here with the bricks. Is this on top or on the bottom? Let me go underneath this. And what I'll do, oops, that's for the Thunderbolt. So go like that and like this. I could put just a cable, a Velcro tie here, and Velcro tie these together, and then make like a little snake out of it, just to keep it neat. Okay, like that. And then these are going to go up to the power strips eventually, so they can go in here like that. A lot of power cables. that's
You're gonna
for
want to
sure.
get all of that plugged in before we start any other cabling.
Yeah, just want to make sure we have everything.
Yeah, like I said,
The only thing I think we're missing is we have two distressors.
I have two distressors
We need
here.
an Aphex.
I have two distressors here labeled.
Oh,
I
we have,
don't, and I'm missing an Aphex.
And we have some computers. Okay, so this is the USB hub that you were telling me. So that can go down here, and that brick can sit on the bottom of the cabinet.
Yep.
Because that goes into an unswitched outlet like the computer.
Alright, I'm gonna drop those distressors right behind you.
Okay.
Okay. Then we.
Go.
Alright, they're still good on the video feed. Like I say,
It might be on our end.
yeah,
you know.
our screen, our streaming screen is frozen solid. So,
So long as you guys are still cool, then we're good.
yep. Oh, you want to see this? Okay, hang on. Let me switch off.
What do you want to see?
I want to see what's going on back
Oh
there.
yeah, I was going to show them as soon as we were done with the power. We're almost there. Give us a couple minutes. Let me show them when the power is all kind of
Yeah,
routed.
okay. All right. Give us. Yeah. Let's get
We're
the
getting
power routed,
close.
then we'll bring it over. Okay. I'll leave the camera there for now. We'll stay on this camera for a few minutes. Okay.
T-comp. That is going to be this thing. That's all these power cables that will all probably kind of bloop, and then we'll plug them straight in. So they'll all come up and just kind of go in.
Yeah.
And we'll put a nice cable tie here, and then this will all kind of close.
Yeah. We'll throw a couple ties
Yeah,
on
and
there.
That looks
It looks a hell of a lot
Right?
better than it did before. That's for sure.
a lot better. Let's see. Is there anything else? Here's the SSD drive for the computer. It fell down. Let me put that back up here. So the SSD. Oh wait, this is. Oh, there's two. Oh, we have two drives, right? One, and then I have a backup. So let me put them both up here. I should probably one of these days I gotta do something a little bit more creative with these drives in this, but for now they're out of the way.
It's
Oh.
it's not hypercritical.
And then these are Thunderbolt cables that will go to the Apollo, but we'll get to that in a minute. All right, what other power cables do we need to deal with? There's some in this bundle here.
I got two
We're
distressors
looking
under
for,
my foot.
and we're looking for Aphex, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
got
two
two distressors under my foot.
Those are super long too, right? Yep.
Yeah, they're not shorties.
This is a stressor 2. 1, 2. Okay, so we'll put that like that. Alright, and we'll run this down. Actually, we could even run, this is so long.
You want to bring it through?
Well, actually, yeah, we can actually,
Go over and go over and then back up through. Yep.
look at that. We still got a fucking ton of it.
Yep. All right, let me undo this one I just did.
Like this. Still got a ton. And then where's the other one? Here it is.
Do the same thing.
Stressor 1. I don't know if that, for some reason that power cable doesn't seem as long to me.
Nope, that one's not as long. Distressor 2 is ridiculously long.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It's still kind of long.
Yeah, bring it over.
Bring it over a little bit.
Yep.
Bingo.
All right.
All right,
I'm
so
gonna
now we're just
tie
looking.
these off.
Well, hold. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can tie that side off. This side, no, because I still got. Let's see. We got the SSL power,
Yep.
which has got an ungodly long cable. I could probably shorten up. Now that I got some of those shorter extenders, we don't need something this freaking long. Look at that. That's pretty long.
Yeah, that's a lot of cable.
Let me go get.
I'm actually not surprised, but considering what it is.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Yeah, you don't want to stay down there too long.
30 people still watching. All right. So here is our bag of power. So we can go. So these are much shorter. Those are 3 footers.
All right. So these are tied. That's wrapped there. And
That
then
looks
it's
good, right?
tied off. Yeah, it looks fantastic. It looks better than it could ever before.
Yeah.
You know. Okay, so you got
I'm gonna make the SSL,
and the Aphex.
and I gotta come up with an A. If I can't find it, I have.
Where's your bag of cable?
They're over there on the chair, I think.
Okay.
So let me
I'll
see.
grab one just to have it.
So this is. Okay, that's going to be for the SSL, and that should be perfect.
All right, what'd you do?
That should be. This
What did you do?
SSL. We don't need.
Okay, I don't know what you did.
We don't need that one anymore.
Oh. You don't need anything all that heavy.
SSL. That's
That's
going
an
to go on the third one over
extension.
here.
That's an extension. That's
So
an
there we go.
extension.
We got plenty of slack from the SSL.
Those are all extensions. Okay.
Subwoofer. That's another one that I got a super long cable.
Oh, these are all jumper cables. Okay.
Yeah, I got regular IEC cables too.
Yeah, I don't see any in here.
All right, this I don't need. This is an extra one we don't need. We're actually reducing some cables back here, if you could believe that.
Yeah, we need an Aphex cable.
You know what I want to get here though? I want to get. Do we have the Here it is.
Oh, those are extensions. Okay. Here's your Sharpie right here.
Yeah, this is. I'm just gonna This is the subwoofer, but
Yep.
it's not. I'm gonna tape it so it can't ever hold out. Easily anyway. All right. So this is for the sub, right? Okay.
Jim, if you're still in there, double check that audio-scape reverb because we thought that was a 3U unit. Can you double check that for me?
I'm almost sure it is.
Yeah, Jim Chisholm thinks it's only a 2 unit. Can you please double check that because we saw that as a 3.
I only saw a photo of it and it looked 3U to me.
Yeah.
I could be wrong about that.
Yeah. Please double check that before we get too far into this.
Okay, what other power do we have here? I need one for the Aphex. I'm just trying to see if it's in this bundle of shit down here.
Yeah.
It might be. I don't know though. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Speakers. Okay, those are for the studio monitors. Oh, that's the power strip that's behind the console that the speakers are plugged into.
Right.
So that
Yeah,
has an extension on it too that I probably don't need. Oh, but that's got an angled cable, so actually I do need
Thanks,
that.
bro.
Is he gonna check?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's great. You can check that out for us. Okay, because this has got a weird plug.
Oh
I
yeah,
wanna
they got
go
that 90 degree.
I want to go straight in with that. So
You don't
this
see another Aphex cord back there, right?
Not yet. I'm
Okay.
getting. It's got to be around here somewhere. We
Yeah.
disconnected it. It was working, so we don't know.
Yep.
Where does this go? This goes. Okay, this we can just pull the extra slack back and put it behind the console, and then we can just run this up like this for the speakers.
Oh, that's definitely. Oh, that's the art comp. Okay.
So all the power is going to fit right
Yeah.
in here.
Yep.
Power. So
A
now
lot of power.
if the Aphex is here, it has to be in here.
Yep.
This HDMI is what goes out to the. That can just tuck under the rack. That goes
Yeah, because that goes all the way up there.
to a
right?
DVD player, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
something
yeah.
that we're not using for mixing.
Yeah, you can shove that under there.
That's these also, but this also goes to the.
Yep.
I know what that is. Okay. So now let's just make sure all the rest of the shit is just D-sub. It looks like it is, for the most part.
We got that D sub to TRS. We can get them out of there at some point in time. We're not doing it today, mind you. But so how did we lose an Aphex plug?
This is what? Is this
Yeah, that was to the ART. We don't need. We're going to be changing that out to a D sub.
Oh, ART patch bay.
Yeah. So you throw that backwards. Yep. Throw that backward for now.
Okay.
Just to keep that out of our hair.
So when we do that, when we pull the console, the plug. When I get the other ones, we'll pull the console, the plug in, and then we'll pull out all at the same time, right? So we have to move the console one time.
Yep.
All right. So this is all.
You know,
So
I
I
see
can put
is
a patch
D sub.
bay.
How did we
Hopefully
freaking?
that's gonna. Some of these may.
Yeah, we're gonna need to
We may
put.
have to pull some.
We're also gonna need to put another one of these in front of the patch bay. You know what I mean?
Which one?
We have
Yeah.
to put another one of these in front of the patch bay to route them in with.
This looks like it's all D-sub. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab another power cable, plug it into the Aphex, and when we find it, we'll just.
Yeah,
we'll have an
we
extra one.
lost the power cable. So.
It's somewhere, but yeah. What are these? These are Thunderbolt cables. What is?
Jim Chisholm, yes, it is 2U. Okay, we got to raise them up.
Okay, good. It looked like they're 3.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim, for the info.
Yeah, glad to
Oh,
do.
these are USB cables that go to the West Audio stuff. That can go with the power cable. That's not transferring audio,
Yeah, no, that's fine.
right? So that can go in here.
Yep.
One's gonna plug into Titan down here. One plugs into NG Bus up here.
All right.
Yeah, that looks really
Get
good.
ready to
Okay.
lift these up.
All right, I'm going. What do you have to move up?
We got to lift the Titan and the NG bus up one space each. Unless you just want to put a frickin' blanking panel in.
Yeah, just put a blanking panel.
Okay, so we'll put a blanking panel in then. All
Yeah,
right,
that's
we'll leave
okay.
it. We'll leave it alone then.
Yeah, for now, I'll leave them there.
All right.
I need
Okay, we'll blank panel it. Never mind.
So I need another
We need a power cable for one Aphex.
for
and we'll be
Aphex,
good.
and then the power's good. Then we can plug the power in,
Yeah.
and then we'll take them behind and show them what we did.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
How did we
Yeah, I
lose?
don't know.
How did we lose an Aphex power cable?
It's around here somewhere, obviously.
Yeah, it
I
got.
don't know. Did it? Yeah,
I didn't move any. I didn't. I never went back there. So.
It's in that bundle on the floor somewhere.
Yeah.
It has to-
It'll turn up.
Is it in this thing that I moved all these other cables in here? No. All right, I have plenty of those cables.
Yep.
Plenty of them. Okay, what are your cables? Power cables. Power.
So that's Aphex number 2, and that's the last one we need to plug in. And then the rack is all juiced. What'd you add there?
Those are the HDMI, the USB
Oh.
cables for the West Audio stuff.
Okay, cool.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'll put this way. Effects. Effects 2.
That's a hell of a lot better than it was.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
That's
I mean,
a hell of a lot better.
that was a
than it
really
was.
good idea that they gave us. Really good
Yeah,
idea. Never would've-
yeah. I don't know who did that, but credit
I
where it's due,
forget.
man.
He-
Free mix for you if you ever freaking come back to us.
He was like, oh yeah, I put all. He didn't talk about these. He talked about the rack rails, and then
Mhm.
he's some other wire management thing. I'm like, that's freaking
Yep.
brilliant. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah,
I mean, this thing is long too, so I can probably even do this and.
Go loop over back to the right.
Yeah, I can go.
Yeah, just loop under, and come back over to the right and drop it again. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Loop under, and go up through there, and then drop it down.
Even.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
Good. Effects. Number 2. That's this one.
All right. Tie off some of this stuff.
Okay, and I'll get. And once you plug the power, I'll plug all the Thunderbolt cables in to make sure you get and then we'll go to the audio.
Yep. Yeah. We'll make sure we have everything juiced.
Can you do that? And I'll try to get the camera.
Yeah, go stretch your legs out a little bit, and I'm going to
All
start
right, so I'm going to
off.
get you guys. I'm going to get the camera, iPhone. Got 27 people still. I'm going to show you how we manage all the power. It looks really good. Looks really good. How you guys doing? Okay. The rack is not tall enough.
You hush now.
Yeah, maybe we'll go.
Yeah, no, we don't
higher.
need any more rack, okay? Because if we get more rack, we're just going to fill it up.
Yeah, Jim, I'm going to send you back right now. As soon as Dave's done cable tying one thing, I'm going to bring the camera back and you can see how we routed and managed just the power cables. It really works good. This is a great idea. So let me get the camera. This is a good idea.
This was a fantastic idea. I need a longer cable tie.
Those are longer? I think I have longer ones too somewhere.
Yeah, oh, hold on, over here. I'll grab one of these.
Oh, you want a big one? I got a bunch of those too.
Yeah, no, I just want to tie this end off over here because this got big.
We're making progress. We're making progress.
Slow but sure.
We're getting there. Looks good. We almost look like we know what we're doing.
Oh God, don't put that kind of pressure on us.
Okay, as soon as he's done there, I'll take you back there and we'll take a look, and then we're gonna. What would be next? After that, we're going to make sure all the Thunderbolts are connected between all the Apollos and the computer. We'll make sure that's all done, and then we're gonna start either with the patch bay or we're gonna start with some of the gear.
All right.
Okay.
Show it off.
Here we go. Let me switch cameras, guys.
That's amazing. I'll get out of your way. You dive in there.
Okay, so here we go. All right, so here it is. So here is those. We mounted one of these cable channels up here, and you can see all of the power from all of the gear is going through the channel. All the power from the gear coming up, and we'll put a cable tie here at one point. We'll tie that off. But it all goes up into that channel. See that? Goes across to the other rack. We put another channel rack. Cable channel, I should say, here. So now all the power and only the power is running here to keep it away from the audio cables as much as possible. And then that all drops here. Here's all the power cables that we're going to plug in. They're all labeled. And our power supplies are right in here. There's 3 of them. Let me get in there a little bit better. Sorry for the darkness here, guys. It's a little dark, I know. But there's 3 power conditioners. 1, 2, 3. And they're all staged. They're all delayed. So you have bank 1, bank 2, bank 3. They turn on, then the delay, then the next bank turns on, then the delay, the next bank turns on. So what we'll have is all the hardware in the actually the computer and all the Apollos will be in the first power conditioner that turns on first. Then all the hardware will turn on second, and then lastly the SSL, the console, and the speakers will turn on third. So all of those cables, and again we'll manage that with a nice big cable wrap, all just kind of routes up into here. So there it is. So there's all the power. You can see it coming down from this side of the rack. It comes down, it routes right into these channels. Can they see that okay?
Yeah, they can see it. They're actually very impressed.
Looks good, right? I mean, so now what we're going to do is we got 4 more of these things. We're going to mount them in different places, and we're going to route all the D-subs and everything through them. And that should keep a lot of the mess out of the way. The power brick for the West Audio 500 series is down here. All the power bricks for the Apollos are underneath here. You can't see them, but they're underneath. So all the power bricks are here, and they all come up and get plugged in. So there you go. I'll show you an overview of it. So we still got to deal with that big mess, but it looks pretty good.
That's
I think.
That's a lot better than it was.
Right?
A lot better.
So if you buy the rack rails and if you buy these things, I was just telling Dave, between the rack rails for both racks and 6 of these things on Amazon was about $100 in total, worth every penny.
God, yeah.
So there you go.
Alright.
So you can switch the camera and go
Yep,
back camera
you're
one.
back. We're back. All right. I'm gonna let you do the plug-ins because you know the order you need them plugged in.
Oh, the power plugs?
Yeah, all the power
Okay.
plugs. And then if you want me to go back in there and start with the D-subs and stuff to
Yeah,
keep
we'll
you
have
off
to
the
figure
floor
out
for a
though
while.
how we, because the way they're labeled, the patch bay ones especially are going to have to be relabeled.
As we go.
Because
Because
we're
some
not
of them
sure.
are not changing, some of them are. So,
Yeah, and we'll have to talk through that. And, okay.
Yeah, you get
So-
the power plugged in and done, and then we can start plugging in the X16s down low. You know what I mean? We can separate out the X16 stuff, get that plugged in.
Yeah, I want to plug in those Thunderbolt cables.
Yeah,
right
let's get the computer connections done before we do anything else too.
So yeah, because you have this. Yeah, this goes from the third unit. Right, and we also had an adapter, and I don't know what I did with it. I threw it around. The Thunderbolt adapter went from Thunderbolt 2 to Thunderbolt 3. That's
Hang on,
it's around here somewhere.
It's
Oh no, actually, I got it here. Now this because the third unit, the third Universal Audio Apollo is the older of the three. That's
Yeah.
not the Thunderbolt 3. It's
yeah,
Thunderbolt
that's the one you
2.
needed the adapter for. There is a cable sitting up here. Looks like a Thunderbolt cable. It's
No,
a
I got
long
it right
one.
here.
Okay.
I think this will fit, right? Yeah, that fits. Okay, so that goes that way. Then I have this small little black one. That goes between the two. Oh no, there's another. Right, there is another.
Here.
There must be another cable, right? There must be.
This thing mean anything to you?
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I knew it.
Thunderbolt. There must be another Thunderbolt somewhere. Cable. Is it on the console or something? I must have taken it up.
What is this?
There it is. That's Thunderbolt 2, the Thunderbolt 2, and then that goes into this adapter, and
Yeah.
that goes Thunderbolt 2 to
All right,
Thunderbolt
so then you have everything you
I think
need
I
then.
do, yeah. So that
Yep.
goes into the computer. This one goes from the first unit, which is Thunderbolt 3, to the second unit, which is Thunderbolt 3, and then it goes out like that, and then it goes out Thunderbolt 3
Mm-hmm.
to Thunderbolt 2, which is the third unit.
Right, and then that goes into the computer.
And that goes back into the computer, which I already have connected. So this goes,
You need the other end.
yeah, this goes like this. This goes out. And then I'm going to probably get a nice little Velcro strap here. This is way too fucking long.
Here.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to buy the Thunderbolt 3 card because you can upgrade the card, but the
Yeah,
but
you
they
said
told me
just
when
the adapter does the job.
The
so-
Apollos, the guys at Universal Audio said you don't
Yeah.
need to do that. He said the reason why, because I didn't realize it, you can hook up like a TV or an LCD monitor to these, and that's where the Thunderbolt 3 is important. He says it has nothing to do with the speed of the audio transfer. I said, really?
Yeah,
He says, no.
I'm
I
not
said, "Oh,
surprised.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So that means,
So what's one Apollo plugs into the other, and then one Apollo goes up to the computer, right?
That's right.
You jump Apollo to Apollo to Apollo to the computer.
right, I could probably show them that if they want to see that while it's, yeah, so the way it works
Yeah.
is it goes Apollo 1, Thunderbolt 3 to Apollo 2.
Mm-hmm.
Out of Apollo 2, because 2 is an in and out,
Yeah.
out of Apollo 2 into Apollo 3, which is why I need this adapter to go from
Yeah.
Thunderbolt 3 to Thunderbolt 2,
Right.
and then Thunderbolt 2 out into another adapter into Thunderbolt 3 USB-C on the
Right.
Mac
so
Mini.
so you're feeding out of the third one back to the computer then.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Cool.
And that's why when you see in the I/O matrix, that's why I numbered them 1, 2, 3. That's why you
Yeah.
see an X16 and X16,
Mm-hmm.
then the MK2, which is the third unit.
Yeah.
But
All right.
again, it doesn't matter. He said it doesn't make a difference. He
Yeah.
said the converters and everything are exactly the same. So I'm a little
There's
unsure why
no
they.
reason to dick around with it.
No, he said there was no reason to do that.
All right. Plug your power in.
And then I'll show him
Yep.
that.
Plug
Okay.
your power in.
So now we got to figure out the power. So it's got to go in the
Well,
right
like you said,
stage.
you've got
the speakers got to be last.
Yep, speakers are dead last,
That's-
and then
So that's here.
the board
Actually, if that's here, can I plug that like this?
probably can at this point, as long as it doesn't interfere with anything.
Goes this way. Oh, it hits this little terminal block. What is that little terminal block on this little? I'm not gonna fuck with that. I don't know what that
Oh,
is.
that little terminal block, that's a fuse. That's a fuse jumper.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with that.
I'm not gonna mess with that.
Oh, okay, they got them in sideways. That's why. Okay, so
So like
speakers.
And then we got, okay, sub, that's part of the speakers.
Yep.
You want the sub to go on before the speakers, not the speakers on before the sub. All right, and now the SSL would be, look at that, perfect. SSL would be this, and then the UF8.
After the SSL.
It's in here. I saw it. I
Sure
labeled
it is.
Fusion, X16, VComp, Afex, Titan, UF8 right here. Like that.
Alright, so board, UF8, speaker.
And then we still have these computers are unswitched. That's what we want.
Yep.
Afex, the first Afex 204. Oh, why did I plug that in? I must have just did it for demonstration. Okay. So now the first, let's plug this in here. The first unit we want to hit the Apollos. Go for what's this? Art crop. So we want the Apollos to go. The interfaces to go first.
So there's your third Apollo. Got your Thunderbolt 2 Apollo.
Thunderbolt 2. So that one. I can route this in here somewhere. Doesn't really matter, but.
Yeah, kind of does.
I may have to try to do it once.
Kind of does, so you don't get a giant knot.
Okay, so we'll turn that on. 1, 2. So those will go number 3, and we could even. I could even probably.
Yeah, just drop it over the hook. It'll be
For
fine.
now.
Yeah, just drop it over the hook. It's fine.
All right, now we need another X16.
There's one more plug.
X16.
There's one more plug sitting on the floor. That might be the third X16.
Art.
Okay.
All right, this is the one of the other. I don't know if it's the first one or the second one, but I don't know what matters.
No, the X16s, it probably doesn't matter as long as they're all.
Well, no, because they're going to turn on at the same time because they're both going to be in the delay.
Yeah.
The first delay.
Yeah.
So they're going to turn on in unison. Okay, and the last one. Afex distressor.
ART comp.
X16.
Hey, look at that. All the hardware, it doesn't matter, right?
Not really, no. I mean, we could. So we want this to be here. Right? And then we could even, like you were just saying, just do that.
You just hook it over and let it
Do
hang.
that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Don't put too much. Okay.
That's
And what's
freaking
this one?
gorgeous. Can we get to the
This is that
as
one, right?
long as we can get to the patch base without too much trouble.
Yep. That's why I'm trying to pull these out of the way like that.
Yeah.
I think you can. And you still got. We can always pull these down if it's a
Yeah.
little too much. But
Yeah. Yeah.
all right, so that's that. And then the hardware. Well, hell, we may as well start on the right on the siding. So what's this? LA2.
Yeah, LA2 and
Trying to find-
distressors and
I mean,
Afexes.
it doesn't really matter, but just
No, just so that they all come on kind of in a bank. Yeah. Yeah, LA2, 2 distressors, 2 Afexes. That's what you're on now.
two distressors, poly, fusion, VComp,
Afex, there's another one.
So Afex first, okay. Yeah, once you put the Afexes in, that'll be the whole first power conditioner.
Yeah, you got your distressors.
Yeah, where's the other Afex? Here it is, okay. Okay, that's the Afex. Now we have second power conditioner will be distressors. And distressor 1 or whichever, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Distressor 2, NG bus, SL fusion, R comp, V comp, Titan.
You got pretty much everything.
Here it is, distressor 2. user number 2. Okay. That could have even probably been pulled up and out of the way too, if we wanted to.
You gotta pull it back out. There you go. Look at that.
Genius this idea was.
I'm telling you.
I wish I
man.
could take credit for it, but I really
Yeah,
can't.
if we find out who did it, he gets a free mix.
Now, now we're gonna go here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This bank is done. So then start with VComp.
VComp.
VComp, then Bluey.
Okay, this is gonna be on the third one, right?
Yep. VComp,
so.
then Bluey.
This one I can find this on here. VComp. Bluey.
And then ART.
Bluey.
ART's a
ART
long one.
Is
Yep.
this one? Okay.
That's the brick one.
Okay. Let's.
You know what? Just shove the brick back here. It'll,
Yeah.
it'll hang there.
That's okay.
Just shove the brick right back in that frickin' thing. Shove it with the plug pointing down. Yeah, just shove it right in there. It'll hang there. Yep, just like that.
Good enough for rock and roll.
That'll
Okay.
do.
Art. It's gonna go delay 2. And I know we just have one spare plug and that's it. And then what's after that? We got
We have the then your
Fusion.
fusion is next. Then you got your fusion, then your Titan, and then the NG bus. And you're gonna need that one spare plug for the reverb unit when it shows up.
yeah, that's all we have. I almost bought another power strip, but I knew the reverb unit would take up the last.
Yeah. Hey, if we run out of power strip, maybe that'll stop us from buying shit right now.
And we'd have to.
Yeah.
find
Hey, then
another
we'd have to
rack
buy another
space.
power strip. Sorry, we can't do that.
Hold on. This is 1, 2, fusion. Oh no, that's it because now the sub and the. Okay, so we're gonna put this. We're gonna put the NG bus in bank. Are we still short a plug? We are.
Well, we added the VComp.
Yeah, but that should have been, if we counted right, unless because of all that, we have 3 more plugs left. USB hub, which has to go into an unswitched,
Okay.
which we have.
Yeah, so get that unswitched.
Where is this thing going to? We got some slack? We don't know slack. I know we have slack on this thing. I don't know where.
You didn't loop it, did you?
I don't know. Where the fuck did it go?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Do we have any? Oh, that's this thing down here. It's going to be in the way of the. Well, wait a minute.
Just pull it out of the whole fucking thing.
I'm trying to think here. That's just got to go here. Unswitch power, like that.
Yeah, just let it hang. We'll work around it.
We'll work around it for now.
Okay.
NG bus
Titan.
and Titan.
I see Titan and MG bus in right there, and then
And we have 1 plug left. So what I can do, because I do have a whip with 2 on the ends.
Yeah, yeah,
So we
yeah.
can do that.
yeah, if we have to, we could do that with like the 204s or the distressors.
We could do it with the
Do it with something.
Well, you
matched.
know, because because
I don't think the 204s take up a whole lot of juice.
Well, oh wait, what's this thing unplugged from? This thing is unplugged. This is this came out of a piece of gear. What is this? What is this thing? The Aphex 204.
Oh, that's the missing Aphex 204.
It was in the. It was in the
Yeah.
strip. So
That's
now
the
I
missing
have
Aphex
I
204.
have 2 plugs left, and that's all I need.
All right, then we're
So that
golden.
worked. Okay, so yeah, I thought I counted them right,
Yeah,
and
then we're
I thought I
golden.
had 1 extra, but I guess I didn't. I just had.
Well, we did. Did you figure the VComp in?
I thought I did, but you
Yeah.
know what? Now we don't have one for the reverb.
Yeah, but we can, like I said, you can whip out the 204s,
Yep.
put them
Or-
on one.
Or we have enough space in the rack. We could always buy another one of those power conditioners. One more of these units. Because if you ever get anything else, there's nothing to plug it into.
Yeah, true. Okay.
And it doesn't have to be here.
Yep.
We'll have space over here that we can
Yep.
always put, because if we're out, so, okay,
Yep.
so now, what is this? Oh, that's the USB.
You want to power these things on to make sure everything is coming up?
I'd like to,
Or do we need to? We probably don't need to. Just hang it off to the side.
you think so?
Either that or shove it the way we did the ART one.
What did we do? Oh, yeah, why don't we do that? Because this unplugs.
Yeah, just shove that into the way we did with the ART.
So what we want to do is this has to come. This has to come back like this, and then if we do,
Send your plug up through. There you go. Look at that. It's almost like we know what we're doing. or something.
almost.
Problem with this is people expect us to keep doing it. To show people you know what you're doing, they expect you to do it over and over and over again. Look at that. Perfect.
For now, that'll do.
Yeah. That's perfect.
There.
Yeah, look at that.
Nice.
Fan-damn-tastic.
Now we could even. I'll power it up just to make sure everything turns on. Oh, we
Yeah.
need to plug in the actual power strips to the wall.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking.
Put them right back here.
Yeah, Yeah, we could just plug them right there for now.
Put them right back here.
And I'll.
Yep.
Because it's not like you go back there too often.
No. In there. Just don't want to overload one plug, but whatever. Okay, they're alive.
All right, so we should be able to now power up the power conditioners just to make sure all the gear turns on. So we start with one, and that'll include the computer, which will be able to just make sure that I'll have to actually turn the power on of the computer.
Okay, that's
We'll have to. Where's the computer? Oh, the button's on the back. Of course it is.
okay. You need a power button push.
Yeah, you know where it is on the Mini? It's
I'll
it's in the
find it.
back. It's like a little indent. It's on one of the. I think it's on the left-hand side.
On the side or the back?
On the back. It's on the very back in the bottom left-hand corner. You'll feel it.
I think so. Huh? Ah, got it.
Yeah, it's like a little.
Yeah, I got
you
it.
got it. You got it. Turn that off. Okay, here comes the fusion.
Did the board? Oh, the board's last, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? Before we turn the board on, because all the UF8s everything's gonna move.
Yep.
So we should,
Yeah. Uncover that.
should at least just.
Yep. Make sure there's no weight on it. Okay, you got two on.
Here's the screws for the console,
Yeah.
for the racks.
Yeah.
Let's just take this out of here.
Wire ties.
Okay. Pull up. All right. You ready for number 3?
Yeah, number 3 will fire up the console and the UF8, supposedly,
And the speakers.
and the speakers.
Board's alive. UF8's alive. Speakers are next. Speakers are up.
What about our Bluey?
Bluey is
Is there,
not.
is there a button there that's off? There should be an on button on the. There
Bluey
you
is
go.
on.
V-comp.
V-comp
Switch.
is on. ART is on. Those all 4 are on. ART is on. Fusion's on. Bottom X16.
Not on. Oh, is there a power? There's a power switch on. Is it turned on? Yep. There you go. It wasn't turned on.
Okay, then we're on. Okay.
Let me just make sure the computer fires up. The remote would be the TV. We didn't even use most of the cables that I bought.
Well, that's life.
That's life. Where's our TV remote here? And then we'll cover the console back up once we know this works.
Oh my god. Armor gird. It works.
Okay.
Chime in, somebody, please. Let me know we're still alive.
Okay. We
got computer, we got all the hardware, everything else is on. The X16s are on.
great.
Let me
So
check. something's switching. But
Yeah, it's the
yeah, the AFXs are switching.
Yeah, you know why? Because I turned on the computer. I remember the
The AFXs were off. Yeah.
The Apollos are
Yep.
hooked to the computer. So now if I go here, where is it? So,
Okay, I think we lost the stream, David.
You think so?
Yeah, I think we lost the stream. I'm not finding it on. No, wait, hold it.
Looks
Nope,
good.
nope,
Jim
we're
says-
alive. Never
All right,
mind.
Jim.
Sorry.
Thank you, bro.
Jim.
Sorry.
Things got too quiet and I couldn't find it on my phone.
So let's just make sure all the Apollos are being seen.
Yeah.
We got one MK2. Oh, MK2 is device 1. X16 is device 2. We don't want that. X16 is device 3. So we got
Those are plugged in backwards then.
right. Okay.
Yeah, you need. I figured. Don't you? X16.1 is the one that should be feeding to the computer, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah. So you got them plugged in backwards.
That's right.
Okay.
Let's fix that right now.
Can you do that live?
Yeah. You know why? Because if we don't turn, you may want to just turn the power switches off on
Yep.
the front of the Apollos.
Okay. Apollos.
Because if we don't do that, then the
Yep.
I/O matrix is not. It's going to see
Yeah.
the wrong. You
All
know
right.
what I'm saying?
All the hardware's
Yeah.
erased.
So you gotta kind of do it that
Yeah.
way.
I had a feeling you had to come out of X16.1 to the computer.
That's right.
That's
So
all right. That's a small thing.
Let's figure this out. So let me look at these wires. So, computer.
Top
That's
X.
not how I had it. Though. I mean, because I had it.
Because you were feeding X16.3, the bottom one, to the
Because I didn't
computer.
disconnect this adapter, and this always had the
Hmm.
Thunderbolt 2 going to the computer.
That's interesting.
Let me just see
I
this.
wonder why that happened then.
I don't know. This is number 1. You're saying number 1's got to go to the computer, but that's not how it was before. But that doesn't mean it can't be that way now. Let's try that. So I'm going to connect this one, and if I go. One is into 2. Right? Yeah. Out of 2 is going into going into, I think I know, into 3. I don't know if these are in or outs or frontwards or backwards. Okay. Let me try that. If you flip them all on
Yeah.
now,
Going for it.
I think I might just have 2 wires crossed. If it's truly an in and an out and it's not an either or.
Yeah.
Because the way it's hooked up to the Mac Mini hasn't changed. It was Thunderbolt 2 to a Thunderbolt 3 adapter.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing yet.
Yeah, it may take a couple of seconds to.
All right. Device 1 is still Mark II. Apollo X16 hex is device 3. Apollo X16 hex is device 3.
So
So
it's
Apollo
still,
16 Mark II is still device 1.
okay. Then I'm going to disconnect that from the computer. Let me think about that for a minute. So if I go from
No, it's still connecting. Give it a minute before you do anything. Yeah, no, it's still that way. Still Mark II is still your device 1.
can you change it in the software?
That's a
I
good
think if
question.
you open the console software, you might be able to designate which one is 1, 2, and 3. You might be able to do that.
Slate Digital Connect.
No, that's Slate Digital.
Oh, never mind.
You
I
want
hit the wrong thing.
next to the IK Multimedia,
Okay, let me
you
get
want
rid of that first.
the console. You open that up, and if you go to the bottom left-hand corner or bottom left settings, look,
Yeah, I'm with you.
now.
Apollo X.
Oh yeah, that may okay.
Oh, hang on, let me close
What's
that.
that? Oh, Slate Digital. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
looking
that
for
took a while to open. Come on, get out of
it
there.
may be looking for the internet.
There you go. Okay.
Oh no, that seems right. Apollo 16-1 is line 1. That's right.
Yeah.
See that? And if you scroll down, you should see number 2, and then the orange one should be number 3.
And that's the Mark II.
That's the Mark II.
Okay, so
See?
that is correct.
Yeah. So okay,
Okay.
that's so fine. So you know what
Everything
it may be
is
doing.
there.
So
Yeah.
maybe when you look at the little
Yeah.
meter, that just may be for the distribution of the way they distribute the
Yeah,
plugins on the
that's-
DSP.
Yeah, that's probably DSP or something
Right.
like that. But yeah, that's fine.
That looks okay, right?
Yeah. Apollo 16X1 is A. Apollo
Yeah.
X16-2 is B.
Yep.
And Apollo 16 Mark II is C. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. Cool. That's good to know.
Good. Then we're okay.
So everything is lit up.
We
Everything
don't
is
even have to reload it. It's all there.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it's supposed to be. I know sometimes it got a little funky on us, but it
All right.
really always should have been that way.
Yeah, that's definitely plug it. That's DSP.
Okay, what's
that's
going on the
DSP.
stream is it's showing when I'm behind the racks, so it's
Yeah, that the stream is way behind us because
behind.
every time it freezes, every time the stream freezes, it picks back up again. So the stream video is way behind where we are, but they're okay. All right, so we're good here.
Okay, that's good. So now we got power, we got computer, we got Apollo's Thunderbolts. Now we're into audio cables and D-sub cables.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be me.
And adding more of these racks, these cable management racks.
Yep.
So we should probably power down the rack, right? I would
We
think.
should probably take everything back down
Take
again.
everything back down again. So we're going to shut off 3. Always want to shut them off in order.
How do you shut off a Mac?
Top left-hand corner, the little apple.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then it'll go computer shutdown. 2.
Shut down. Okay, we're
And
down. Shut down.
And then
yes.
we'll cover the console again so we don't
Okay.
get any
Yeah,
shit
we don't
all
want to
over
hurt
it.
nothing.
And 3. Here's one of the little studs.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. All right, that worked.
That worked.
And so far the cabling looks pretty good.
Yep. Okay.
Good enough.
Close enough for
Yeah,
rock and
just-
roll. All right, let me go. I'm gonna go take a personal break for a second. And
Okay.
then I'm gonna climb back there and go to work.
All right, like I said, okay, hopefully the stream is good, they're saying. Okay, it's just way far behind.
Yeah, our video is all.
Okay. All right. All right. So now the next thing for us to do here is, now that we got the power cables and the computer and all the Thunderbolt cables from the Apollos to the rack, and we powered everything up, everything lights up, the computer works, the board comes on, you guys saw us doing that. Now we're going to take more of these channels, and this is where we're going to be routing all the D-subs and all the D-sub to XLR and TRS cables for all the hardware. So I got 5 more of these, which should be more than enough, and we'll mount them strategically in the back of the racks there. And hopefully it'll turn out like the power cables. The power cables really turned out really nice. This was a really good idea. And our biggest challenge is going to be, the reconnection and labeling of the patch bays, because the way we had it done before is going to change a little bit, slight difference. So other than that, and then so we'll see. So as we're working through this, as we start making progress, what we'll do is we'll take the iPhone back there and show you each kind of step of the way on how we're wire managing this stuff before we hook everything up. So we'll try to do it in stages.
Yeah.
So hopefully this is cool. Okay, cool. So I got 5 more of these things.
Do you have the sheets?
Or actually 4 more.
Do you have the sheets from the patch bays when I did them last time?
Yeah, I do.
I want them.
Okay.
I want them, and we need a jump with the jumper cable from the patch bay to the X16. Where did that land?
It's right there.
The jumper cable?
What do you mean the jumper cable?
The short one that went from the patch bay to the X16 for the final master in.
Oh, it's in there somewhere.
Oh, it's in here somewhere.
I guess.
Oh God.
I'm going to leave these things on top here so we can decide where. Let me clear off some of this stuff, and then I'll get. Oh, let me just clean this up and set this up for you in a way that's going to make sense. You don't need. Yeah, you're going to need a screwdriver for the patch bay. Probably. You need that. You might need some tape. I don't know. We don't need this, and we don't need these. These are cable straps. You'll probably need some of those. We don't need this.
There are a couple.
So let me get this out of the way. This out of the way. Throw this in the garbage.
All right, gonna have to do this methodically.
Right, so let me, those screws you're going to need, that you're going to need, these you're going to need. Now I can put these up here. You got 4 of these. You have 4 more. That should be enough.
Oh God, I think we're only gonna need like 2.
That's good. Yeah, well, I mean, again, they were cheap enough to have them, and so, okay, so you're looking for a jumper cable?
No, I'm actually just getting these all straightened
All
out.
straightened
right
out,
now.
because I also got some D-subs to XLRs laying over there on the floor that went to all the gear.
Yeah,
So.
look, I want to get the board plugged in first, and then we'll do the hardware. This one is that one. Put that over there.
Okay, he's organizing all the D-subs back there, trying to untangle it before we start wiring it. Let me see if there's anything in the chat I can answer, although it looks like the stream is a little bit behind, but people will watch this on the replay. Let's see. Hey, Mike from Peace Valley Audio. That's a hell of a rack, man.
Yeah,
It sure is. Neat cabling. Thank you. Thank you. Stream is good. Okay, good. I'm so jealous looking at all that beautiful equipment. The only the best used in that studio. Well, not yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say the best, but we tried to,
Did good.
pick good quality stuff. If you're gonna go down this road, you may as well go all the way down the road, right? So we tried. Still got 24 people here, which is really cool. Hopefully, this is somewhat informative and helpful to you guys. I hope,
Or at least entertaining.
or at least entertaining. So the thing about this whole project, even from the start, and if you're someone that's relatively new here, when you get some time, go back to the start, from the time that the console got delivered and all the way through, because what you're going to find is, we knew a little bit about what we were doing when we started, but we're kind of learning with you guys in real time. We've never done this before. I mean, we conceptually know, and we're pretty smart guys, but we've never done this before. So it's not like, this is a learning experience for us as much as it is for you. So anyhow, so you found that cable?
I found it. I'm just
Getting organized?
I'm just getting myself organized and getting this one out of the way.
Put that over, Drew. I'll throw that
All
up.
right, so these are the 2 that we're not using because the ART is gone, so we're gonna leave them back.
For now, yeah, because
there.
when we pull the console, that's when we'll unplug those.
Yep, and then this is the feed to the DVD.
Oh, you wanted the sheets for the
Yeah, I want the sheets, please.
yeah, I have those stuff.
Thanks. All right. So.
Still on the clipboard, and here's a pen if you're gonna need it.
X16.
I think there's some blank sheets in here too.
X16, X16.
Is there blank ones in here? No, I have blank
No,
ones.
I think I
in here.
used them all up.
Okay, well, I'll leave this here.
X16, X16, X16.
And yeah, some of those are super long. Remember?
Yeah, some of these are really long. Some are not. Some of them don't need to be that long.
Yep.
X16.
Yeah, Jim, he's right. It's a great way to spend a miserable, wet, and cold Saturday.
Yeah,
that's
the
true.
truth.
We can't say this isn't fun. It is a lot of fun. It could be sometimes a little hair pulling and a little, nerve wracking, but all in all, from the very beginning, we've had very few hiccups. Most of the stuff that we tried, we got it to work. I mean, there were very few times where things didn't work the way we expected them to work. So, well, I think we've done okay.
Yeah.
All things considered, you know.
Considering the fact that we're complete amateurs and just figuring this crap out as we go, I think we did okay. Alright, I can't do it this way. This is just going to be ridiculous. Okay.
The way I did it, I just took one at a time and just figured out where it went and plugged it in.
I just...
But yeah, I know you want to do the Apollos first because the
Yep.
patch bay ones might be the ones that have to be thought through a little.
Yep.
And I think the Apollo ones are the longest of the cables. So we
For
can
the most part, they are, but
we can
there's
loop-
also some other ones. There's like this one here is an Apollo.
but we can loop them back through these channels. So
This one's an Apollo. That's an Apollo.
if you
That's
want,
an Apollo.
all those power cables that are in your face, I can now Velcro
No.
those together
Yeah.
so they're out of your way.
No, right now that's not a problem for me. Not until I actually start hooking stuff in. So okay, so that's an Apollo. That's an Apollo. That's an Apollo. Patch bay, patch bay, patch bay, Apollo.
You got some Apollos here
Yeah, I know, but they're over there, so they're good. They're out of my way right now. Okay. That's a patch bay. That's definitely an Apollo.
too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an Apollo.
And this is one too.
Yeah.
That's a patch bay.
Alright, give me that one.
Here's a patch bay.
Here's another Apollo here.
Patch bay, patch bay. These three are all patch bay. Oh, here's another Apollo.
Okay. Where are you?
Oh, this is the one where one of the studs are missing, but we found that stud. didn't
Yeah, we got that.
we? And I found the
We have
little
a
clip.
stud floating around.
And there's a little clip there too.
That's an Apollo. Alright, come on. Alright. You got an Apollo down there, right?
I got one, yeah.
Alright, here's an Apollo again.
This goes like this. I might be able to fix this. Let me see.
Alright, so. Patch bay, patch bays, patch bays,
Yeah,
patch
I was
bay.
able to get that fixed. Look at that.
Apollo. Apollo,
think.
Apollo, Apollo. Where are you? Come on. Alright, come on.
Come on, push through.
Alright, so that's Apollos.
That's really weird. The way it does
Patch
that.
bay, patch bay. Patch bay, patch bay, patch bay, patch bay.
Oh, there it goes. I don't know. Yeah, it should. That should work.
Oi!
I think I might. Here's an Apollo, the last one.
Okay.
I think I might have fixed that. And these are. Oh, this goes out to the.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I know
trying to
what that
keep
is.
that separated
Yeah.
out because I keep it's mixed in with
Yeah,
it.
I'm
So.
having over here.
Okay, so patch bays.
Patch bay.
Patch bays.
Yeah, this is that cable that gets figured.
Patch bay, patch bay. Okay, I think I have all the Apollos over here now. Alright, so.
Yeah, this is that one that goes into the
Yeah.
Apollos and then also goes out to the these because these go into the X16.
Yeah, but I just want to keep
Yeah,
that
we
out
gotta
of my
keep
way
that
for
bundle
now.
out of the way. That will have to route something different. It's just weird because
Okay.
it goes in two different directions.
Patch bay. Okay.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this smaller
There.
because I'm just gonna tape these right down to the floor with some gaffer's tape. Then, they're completely out of our way. We can put. No one's gonna trip on them. That's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm just gonna leave them like that. There's no
Yep.
reason for us to move them again.
No,
really.
no, it really isn't. It really
Because I
isn't.
don't really come back here for now.
Okay. Now.
so what are these? Those are power. What is this? This is something to do with power. Shove all that. I don't like that. That's gonna bother me, so we're gonna unroute that and reroute this into there. There we go. Okay, so. Okay, so all of that goes over there. That all has to stay there. This can get blanged in right there. Okay. So that opens up the Apollos for me. Alright, so now.
Okay, that should be good. "23 people still here."
I need Apollo 3. Apollo 3.
Okay, let's see. Any questions? I'll try to answer some while he's back there because I don't want to get in his way.
Yeah,
Let's
if you
see.
want to put the camera back here so they can see that.
Oh, I can bring the camera back there too. That's a good idea.
That's not going to bother me much. Apollo number 3. Apollo number 3.
Okay, yeah.
Apollo number 3, there's ins and outs, right? Okay. Alright, so what do you are number 2.
If I bring the camera back there, I could bring it back on the stand. Yeah, let me bring the camera back there, guys, and set it up, and then you can at least watch what he's doing. Let me see if I can make that happen. I'll unplug the phone. It should stay charged for a while because we've had it charged all day. I should be able to bring this whole stand back there. And then try to make it so you guys can kind of see what's going on. If I would turn the camera in the right direction, that would be helpful. All right, let me lower this a little bit.
That one. What is that one?
If I take that out.
That's a patch bay. Alright, I need one more Apollo number 3. Yep, nope, that's patch bay. Patch bay? What is that doing over here? You get out of here. X16 number 2.
Oh, that might be a pretty good angle. Go lower that a little more.
That's X16 number 2.
Maybe lower this a little more. Okay, so now you guys will be able to see Dave. You won't see a ton of detail, but you'll see it enough.
Here we go. That patch bay 3. That's patch bay 3. That's Apollo 3. Okay, so that's
I'm going to
Apollo
switch the
number
camera.
3.
Okay, guys, you guys will be seeing Dave now. I know it's not the best angle, but it's not bad. It's not bad.
Alright, so what I'm trying to do while I'm here is I'm just trying to sort each cable out of the bundle and get them all together. So like these 4 cables, these are the ones that attach into the 3rd Apollo. Okay? So these I want all in a little group and separated out of this whole bundle. There's just a bunch of cables just all routed in, you know, they're all spaghetti together. So the idea is for me to just keep it as neat as I can so we don't end up with a giant knot of stuff. Okay? So this is for Apollo number 3. Now honestly, David, these Apollos are low enough, we don't need strain relief on them at this point, I don't think.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I mean, I don't, because I mean, like these are going to come in and just go straight in right here. You know what I mean? They're going to fall right in right there.
Okay.
So this is as low as this thing goes.
Yep.
So like to come over and down is a possibility. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of torn on it right now.
Well, put 1 or 2 of them in and just see how they look, and then you can decide whether you think we ought to put a cable manager there or not.
Yeah. All right, that's number 2. So these are my 4 Apollo 3, Apollo 3, Apollo 3, Apollo 3. So they're coming out of the bundle there.
Okay, so I may wonder if our hard disk is gonna be full or not. Yeah, our hard disk is probably full at this point. That's okay. This is going live, so it's good. Yeah, we're
Are you
streaming.
full over there?
The disk is probably full, yeah, but we're still streaming.
You want to pop it and change?
No, there's no reason. I mean, I could.
Okay.
No, it'll take me so long to dump all the video. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter at this point.
All right, Apollo number 3 in. 1 through 8. All right, 1 through 8 in. Is that one?
Yeah, Jim, the studio is in the basement, or it's a finished basement in my home. Yep.
Oh, okay. And then line out 1 through 8.
Yeah, Jim says too much of the stuff of this nature on YouTube is all pre-prepped. Here you see it all live, not afraid to show their mistakes. Yeah, well, that's why we're doing it. We're doing it to
warts
try to
and
be.
all.
We're trying to show you exactly what's involved and setting this up and doing these little projects in case you're ever in the position where you want to do something like this, that you really get an understanding of what it really takes. So yeah, definitely. Let's see. That's great. Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
Okay.
So right now you're just watching Dave. I just got the camera back there. You can see a little bit of what he's doing, but it's really difficult. It's tight quarters to really get in there. You don't need to see him actually plug in the D sub into the unit. Right now he's hooking up all the Apollos, all the 3 audio interfaces with D subs. So that's the first thing that he's doing. And then from there we'll go probably to the patch bays. And then we'll have to think through that. And then from there, you're going to go from the patch bays to the hardware, to the different pieces of gear. And that's where some of the figuring out is going to have to take place.
X16
And then we should be able to run audio, hopefully.
hopefully today.
And it's only 10 minutes to 2, so we're in pretty good shape.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting audio through this today.
I think we will. I think we will. I mean, like I said, I have no real need to use the console this week.
Yeah.
I have other things that need to be done here, so if it waits till next week, if we had to finish up or troubleshoot, we could do that. I'll have the other D-subs by then, Dave.
Yep.
So not a big deal, you know,
Okay.
if that's what we need to do.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. Whenever you need to leave, you need to leave.
Yeah. No, I got no life outside of this right now, so I'm good.
Hey, Mad Dog, how's it going? We're doing good, man. We've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, and we're just running live. And this will all be left on YouTube so you guys can see it. Hopefully the stream stays active because I've been recording this on a hard disk, and it's full up now, so we're doing good. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us. Got 23 people here still hanging out, watching. Right now it looks like, as I'm talking to you, I'm watching the stream on our end, and it looks like it's about 10 minutes behind, but that's okay. Dig in the new channel, man. Thanks so much. I'm glad you guys are liking it. We're trying, you know, we're trying. We're trying to make this interesting and helpful and educational as much as we humanly can without getting too crazy, you know.
Without getting completely out of our minds. Alright. Okay. So what is...
Oh, you got your focals yesterday? Nice, man. Which ones did you get?
Line in 1 through 8. X16,
Which ones did you get, Mad Dog? Did you get the solo 6s? I thought I remember you saying that. Those are, if you got those, or any focals, you didn't go wrong getting a set of focals, that's for sure. No matter which ones you ended up buying. They're really great. My favorite speaker.
Oh.
I think one of those, Dave, only has one stud in it, if I remember right.
Yeah, one, I haven't gotten to it yet. That one's one that goes into 1. So.
I think I have other spare studs, but there's also a couple of those D subs with the little nut came off the Apollo, but
Yeah,
it's
I know.
But
I
it's
just found
attached.
one of
It's
them.
attached, so you should
Yeah.
be able to screw it back in.
Yeah, I just found one. So, all right. So where is?
I really wish they made those connectors on the back of the Apollo a little bit more robust.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Seems like they're kind of flimsy
Yeah.
when you're
that
hooking
would
up a
be
D
nice.
sub cable, which has a ton of weight to it.
Yeah.
You think they would have done that a little nicer?
Come on. Can I get it? I'm trying to be as methodical as I can with this so that we don't end up with a giant knot of cabling back here. So,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
yeah. I gotta try to.
just literally one cable at a time is what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
doing.
the only way to do it.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
yeah. Come on, baby. Oh, wow.
You got a screwdriver
Yep.
back here, right?
Up here.
I see that got really tightened in.
$16 people still.
Oh, they're gonna be in and out too, you know.
Yeah, I was starting to lose a little bit. I mean, I know. They've been on here
Surprise.
until about 4 hours still,
Yeah.
so.
We knew this was a big job, so. Okay, that's X16-2 plugged in.
The only good thing about having those cable managers is if you got some of those long D
Can
subs.
you,
Yep.
Thank you.
The long D subs you can kind of loop in and out of them if
Yeah.
you got way too much slack in some of
Yeah.
those.
Alright, so this is going to stay in my lap for now. So then X16-1, X16-1. Why is this one short? Jumpers. 1, 1. Okay, so then this is coming out from the patch bay into X16-1/8 in. Okay. And then X16-1 and an out 9 through 16. So then this is out 1 through 8. Yeah, there's no way to do strain relief on this part. This is just going to hang. Because they're on the floor anyway. So, you know,
Mhm.
they'll be fine.
Yeah, do it where you can, and where you can't, you can't. We're still going to be in the end
Yeah.
better off than where we were
we're
before.
a hell of a lot better off than we were before already, to be honest with you.
Because we can also tuck the you can tuck the slack under the racks too
Yeah.
in the end if we wanted to.
Okay. So that's that, and then you come up here to patch bay out 1 through 8. So output 1 through 8 is gonna be right. Yeah, this is where it's gonna get tricky. Working around all that power cables.
Oh, they're going to be in the way, you think?
Yeah, they're gonna be really, really tricky. All the ones you hung up here. I'm pulling
Yeah, if you got to pull them down, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeesh. get that flashlight handy by any chance?
Yeah, yeah. It's on both. There's a switch on the back if you want to turn off one of the sides.
I just want to get it pointed right up there.
There we go. Okay, so alright, that's where those freaking rails are going to be a problem because it's right in the way of my hand now. Ooh. Okay, did I get
Oh, the rails for the rack
yeah,
rails?
the rack rails like right in the way of my hand. There we go.
Okay.
Alright, so that's patch bay out to X16 in. Okay, so
We can run audio now.
Oh, that's the main, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
We
yeah.
can run audio now. Okay, so what's behind me is all the patch bay stuff. So I need patch bay 1.
I'll switch this camera back here for a few seconds.
Where's my sheets? Did you pass them down to me?
They're on the console right here.
All right,
Here.
pass them over to me back here so I can just.
Here's a pen.
Yeah, let me just see what I'm doing here. All right, so patch bay 1.
Because, well, this is going to be a little different in that the top, did we say that the larger of the 3 patch bays, the 96 point,
Yeah.
is that the one that's going to be all the insert points for all 32 channels?
No, that's going to be patch bay 2.
The second one.
Patch bay 1 is going to be.
Do we have enough points? On patch-
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're fine.
We do?
Yeah, on patch bay 2, you got 32 channels, you got 32 insert points.
No, they're 24.
No, they're 32.
8 times. Oh, 8 times 4 is 32.
Yeah,
Right.
32.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's going to be all the insert points at the hardware. Okay. And what's
Yeah.
going to... Okay, I see. Okay. All right.
So that's how it's going to be good.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
Yeah, yeah.
now
Okay.
I need patch bay 1. I need everything for patch bay 1. Nope,
Mad
not
Dog.
that one, David.
Huh?
Nope, thinking of myself here.
Okay. Mad Dog, are we still up for that Zoom tomorrow at correct, right? Oh yeah, is that your, I forget your first name. Yeah, we have a Zoom tomorrow. I know I have 3 Zooms tomorrow. I don't know which time we're set up for, but I have three client calls tomorrow. So yes, if you're one of those people, we will see each other tomorrow. Yeah, assuming that this doesn't kill me today.
Yeah, assuming that we're not
Oh, hi
dead.
Billy. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We're on for tomorrow night. I think it's 6 o'clock or 6:30, right? Yeah, of course. Yep, we're on, brother. I'm here to help you. Don't you worry. Oh, by the way, while Dave's doing some of that work, I'll put the camera back over there in a few minutes. But make sure you guys, a couple of things. If you don't know, over at Home Recording Made Easy right now, you could go get anything at Home Recording Made Easy at 50% off, right? Black Friday sales are early this year. You're just going to use the coupon code BLACK50 at checkout. So a lot of you guys here come from Home Recording Made Easy. If you're looking for any training, go get it this weekend. Also, there's a brand new mixing practice training course at Home Recording Made Easy on the beginners training course page. You'll see it all the way at the bottom. You can go check that out. It's got a brand new course just released the other day. You may want to check that out. So while you're hanging out and watching us here, go open up another web browser and go over to homerecordingmadeeasy.com and go save yourself a bunch of money. Go do it. Do it.
Do it now!
Even the master class is on sale 50% off, which I never do. So go check that out. And yes, I will see you, Billy, tomorrow at 6 or 6:30, whatever time our thing is. I will be there, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and we'll do it.
Okay, so if I put that there.
So what he's doing now is he's still plugging in. He's starting to plug in the patch bays with all the D-sub cables.
I'm thinking about strain relief here.
And he's thinking about, do you need a wire manager?
Yeah, I got one here. I don't know where the screws are. Oh, I got the screws. Never mind.
Okay.
I was trying to decide where to put it.
So he's now got all the Apollos hooked up with all the D-sub cables, which didn't need any of that wire management because they were low enough to the ground now because we relocated everything to the bottom. And now he's starting to work on the patch bays and think his way through how all these D-subs are going to go back into the patch bays, and then using some of that cable management gadget that we showed you before for the power cables. We have, like I said, 4 more of those. So we'll start routing the D-subs into those, and once we're all done, we'll pick up the camera and I'll show you back there, how the wire management kind of came. So yeah, and that's what we're doing. And once all that's done, then the next step will be all the hardware, which is all the gear to the patch bay. And then after that, we're ready to at least turn it on and test some audio. We know everything powers up. We powered everything up. The computer's on. All the communication between the Apollos and the computer are all good. Everything seems to be working. Everything's turned on. Now we just got to make sure we plug everything back in the right spot, and we should be in good shape. And then if everything goes well today, and we get all this figured out, we will have next Saturday, right? Is it next Saturday, Dave?
Yeah, next Saturday live stream.
Next Saturday, we're going to do another live stream where we're going to do another mix. Last time, Dave mixed a song, and you got a chance to watch him, and I watched the chat room. And now this week, I'm going to mix a song, and Dave is going to watch the chat room. And then we'll do a hang afterwards and do a Q&A. So hopefully that's cool. Dark Joint, hey, where's the patch bay? It's in the racks, brother. It's you can see those 3 on the left rack. About halfway down, you'll see 3 blue and white units. Those are the 3 patch bays. There's 3 of them, 3 patch bays. You don't see any of the cables in the front yet because we haven't got there yet, but they're there. They're there.
Patch bay number 1 out 9 through 16.
If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
9 through 16.
I'd be glad to try to help while we're kind of waiting on Dave.
Oh, it's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while. It's okay. Take your time. Yeah, because you want to. The one thing we learned the first time we did the patch bay, Dave, I'm sure remembers that we got through it pretty quick, and we crossed some of the cabling, and it took us a long time to figure it out. So this time, we're making sure he's doing 1 cable at a time and really taking our time to make sure we're getting everything in the right spot. So when we go to hook all this gear up, it all works, and we're not trying to troubleshoot and backtrack what cables did we cross. Because there's a lot of cables, it's really easy to kind of get it crossed in your head, for sure. Stereoactic. Hey, what's up, man? How happy are you with your focals? I love them. I have the twins that I'm using now. You can see them over there off to the side of the screen. I was using the Solo B6s for about 7 years, maybe. Love the twins, and I do use the subwoofer, yes. The Focal 11-inch sub, and it sounds great. So I can't complain about the monitoring. I think the monitoring is really good.
What's in my way there? There we go. Come on. Okay. That's that one in.
I'm checking on Dave again. Go to Dave Cam. There's Dave Cam. Check in on Dave. Dave Cam. Watch him put cables in. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Are the wire managers in the way of the patch bays? Are you able to?
No, I actually. What's in the way of the patch bays is all the wires. So,
Yeah.
that's just the way it is.
Okay, are you gonna turn or not? Come on.
Turn or not turn? That is the question.
Get in there, you. Okay, I think I got it.
Okay. So those are not hanging by anything more than themselves. Okay, good. All right, so then I had bank 3 was empty. Bank 4 and bank 5 are the buses. So patch bay 1,
25 through 32. There's patch bay 1, 25 to 32. And patch bay 1, 25 to 32. There you are, there you are.
Okay. Hey, Jim, why did you not follow the SSL recommended setup? Well, we kind of did. Well, the SSL recommended setup for the patch bays, if you mean, assumes that you're going to put all of the preamps into the patch bays, which we're not doing. So we're following it to some degree. It's not exactly what SSL recommends, but it's fairly close, considering that we're not hooking up the preamps into the patch bay. We're going to do it in a little bit of a different way when we set up the recording aspect of it. So that's why. But it's not way off. It's pretty close. And honestly, we've changed our philosophy on the way we were going to use some of the hardware since the beginning. So it's changed a little bit. I mean, the thing is, you can set this up so many different ways. So that's the beauty of it. You can do this a million different ways. You just got to figure out a workflow and a process that works for you. And we're kind of working through that. And as we learn more, we're making adjustments. We don't like taking all this stuff and taking it out, putting it back together again. It's just that we're doing it because as we learn what we're doing and we figure out what may be better from a workflow point of view, we try to make adjustments. That's all part of learning. You know, as opposed to just having someone come in and set it all up for us. We're learning it as we're going. So changes have to be made when you're learning.
You adjust.
You adjust. And you know, it's good because we're learning a lot. I mean, we're learning a ton on this stuff, you know, so we can be more helpful. The more we learn and the more mistakes we make, the more we can help tell you guys what to avoid.
All right, and then patch bay 1. Come on. That's out. Patch bay 1 in. Beautiful. Okay.
You halfway done yet?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. I am being so methodical, though, you know?
Yeah, that's good.
I'm just being really, really, really methodical with it. So.
That's good. We're making progress.
I just want to get. I'm still working patch bay 1, honestly. So you know.
Jim says, if you wanted to go full analog with no DAW, what would you require? You would.
Oh man.
Well, you would need a tape machine or a digital recording.
2 tape machines.
Because really, the way we're using the DAW is kind of really like a tape machine, kind of like a fancy tape machine. So you would at least need tape. Or some kind of, in lieu of tape, some kind of a digital recording system to record out of the board back onto, if you wanted to do that. How you would get the audio into your system, you would need some kind of front end too. And then I guess you can get rid of the DAW altogether if you wanted to do that. But I don't know why you'd want to do that, to be honest. Even if you just use the DAW solely as just a way to transport the audio files in and out, it makes it so much easier. Even if you didn't want to use plugins, even if you wanted to do no editing, although why would you? But even if you just didn't want to do any of that because you really wanted to try to stay as analog as possible, then you could do it that way and just use the DAW as a tape machine. The only difference being is now you're going from, again, digital to analog, analog back to digital, so you got the DA to conversion. But I don't know. Hi, the drummer. How are you? Which near field studio monitors are the best? Well, I don't know.
God.
That's a.
Oh my God.
That's such a hard question
my
to answer.
God.
Monitors are such a personal preference. The first thing you got to ask yourself is how much is your budget, and then based on that, you know, I can give you some recommendations. But they're such a personal thing. Studio monitors, you really have to go listen to them for yourself. There is no best. There's just a bunch of, there's a lot of great gear, a lot of good gear, and a lot of not so good gear. It's just a matter of how much you want to spend. So, if you tell us what your budget is, how much do you want to spend, I can tell you what you could probably get for that money that will probably do pretty well for you, and then give you some ideas of what to check out maybe. But that's such a personal preference.
That's like asking you who's your favorite kid.
Yeah, it's tough. Monitors are so personal. It's really difficult. There's a lot of companies that make really good stuff. It's just a matter of what you get used to and what you like. That's like saying, what's the best guitar? It's like, well, that's such a personal preference thing, and it's whatever you like. But it all starts with how much you're going to spend. That's where it starts. How much you willing to spend on speakers?
Uh-oh. What did I do?
Did you break something?
No, I got the wrong cable going into patch bay 1 somewhere, I think.
Okay. Let's see. $3,000 is your budget. Okay. Well, $3,000.
Heads are good.
You could get Heads. HEADS is a good brand. You can get Focals. For $3,000, you can get the Solo B6E, which I've used for 7 years and love them. Dave loves the Heads. You could buy Adams Audios, are really good, or people have told me they're really good. In that ballpark, you can get. I don't think you can get Barefoots for that money.
No.
No, right?
No.
Probably not. Not even their low end ones.
Nope.
No. Okay. No, Barefoot's not one. I mean, that is one, but not for $3,000. So I would say either Heads, Focals, Adams.
For Eve Audio.
Eve Audio, it really at that price point?
Yeah, Eve Audio is at that price point. A little
Okay.
bit low, maybe just a tad bit lower than that. But
Okay.
Eve Audio is
Eve
in
Audio
that
is
range.
another one you might be maybe interested in checking out.
Yeah.
There's 4. Jim says he has a KRK VST6. Okay.
Those aren't bad.
I never heard KRKs, but I'm sure they're decent.
You're
Oh yeah, I guess Stereo Addict says the Barefoot makes a monitor called the Footprint 02. Yes, you can get those for $3,000 a pair. You should have not $3,000 a piece.
wow. Okay.
I've never really had any experience with the Barefoot brand. I just know that they're highly regarded as they're very expensive. A lot of real high-end, multi-million-dollar studios use them, and so I know they have a great reputation. But I have no personal experience with them. But yeah, if the Footprint is one, then maybe that's one you can listen to. I tell people either go listen to them somewhere or buy it from a place where you can return them and put them in your studio and listen to them and give yourself, hopefully like a 30 or a 45-day back return policy. And as long as you can return them, then I guess you're good with whatever you want to try.
All right. So patch bay 2.
Oh, the Footprints are 2,700. Okay, well then there you go. I didn't know that. A pair, yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's great. There you go. So there's another. You can
Hey
get
Dave, where's the Sharpie?
You can get the Footprints by Barefoot. Let me get you a marker. Oh, Sharpie. Here.
Thanks, because I'm changing.
Okay, go ahead.
Changing here.
Cool. $2,700. All right. The Dyne Audio BM6s and the MKs and the Focal SM9s. Oh yeah,
I'm starting to see those Dyne Audios all over the place now, man.
Yeah, the Dyne Audios.
Those Dyne Audios are starting to get really popular with
And
people.
the Focal SM9, I don't think they make those anymore, but you can maybe find them on the used market. You're welcome for the recommendation. There you go. You got at least 4 or 5 pairs we named. You can check those out and see if they fit your needs. Just make sure you got proper acoustic treatment in whatever room you put them in. Because if you don't, it won't matter how much you spend. You won't get an accurate representation of what's going on in your projects. What other questions do you guys have, if any? We're probably an hour away, I would think, from passing audio.
Oh, please don't put that kind of pressure on me.
Maybe longer than that. I don't know. We're getting there. It's going to take some time, which is okay.
All right. Oh, this is the one with only one. Okay. That's the one missing a leg. Fine. Let me just tighten you in there then. Okay, make sure you're in there good and tight. Okay. All right, that's patch bay 1 done.
Patch bay 1 done. Look at that. 1 out of 3. We're 33%
So that
of the way there.
is-
So patch bay 1, that's the 96 point, right?
Yep.
And so what is all the different stuff that's in there? Just hardware?
Patch bay 1, starting from left to right,
Uh-huh.
in the first 8 banks, that's the master out to the X16. Then bank 2 is the master inserts for the fusion and so on.
Yep.
Bank 3 is empty.
Bank 3 is empty.
Bank 4 and bank 5 are the bus insert points.
Okay.
And then bank 6 is now the aux sends.
For the reverb.
Yeah.
Already-
Well, yeah, aux, just
Oh.
the auxes.
All pre-wired for when we get the unit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's that. So then the next one, patch bay 2, is just going to be the insert points for all the channels.
For the desk. Do you know which D-subs those are based
Yes,
on the way
I
they're
got
labeled?
them. Yep, I got them.
Really?
Yep, you got them. You got them all labeled.
But they're not labeled
Patch
from,
bay number 2 in and out. I'm good.
but was that the way it was labeled before? I don't.
Yeah, well, 1 through 8 is 1 through 8. And then I'm going to figure out the other 2 in a second.
Oh, based on your sheets of
Yeah,
paper.
1 through 8 is 1 through 8. No
And we'll be,
problem.
and all we need is we still need 4 more though. So
Yeah,
the
we need 4 more.
So the last 2. No, the
The
first
second
bank
and
and
the
the
fourth.
fourth bank, right?
The second and the fourth
Right,
bank
right,
are
right.
gonna
As a
be
matter of
empty right
fact,
now.
yeah. A matter of fact, while you're done, I may go over to the other computer there and order those right now.
Yeah, while you're thinking about it,
Let
right?
me see any more things here.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Focal Factory tour video by Produce Like a Pro? Yeah, that's an older video, but I've seen it. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, well, yeah, very interesting to see how they make the speakers. Okay, I'm gonna put this back on Dave Cam while I order up some 10-footers. Should do it, right? Or do you want 2 and 4? Yeah, 10-footers ought to do it.
Not for 2. For 4 10s, for 2 15s or 20s.
Say that again.
For patch for bay for the second one, you're going over to bay 2 on the board.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna want probably 15s or 20s, and then 10-footers for 4.
Okay.
Okay. Unless you want to just universalize it and just get all 15s or whatever, but
Only because I'm thinking when we move this thing in the future.
yeah. Well, yeah. No matter what, we're probably gonna end up with cable problems when we move.
To some degree. I'd
Yeah.
rather, so probably err on the side of caution and get them a little more.
I would say, yeah. I would say that would probably be a wise decision. All right, so that is channels 1 through 8, and then the other ones are 17 to 24, and those are not going to be 17 to 24 when I'm done. I feel like I'm wrestling an octopus back here.
Let's see. There's a 3-foot, a 10-foot, 15-foot.
Okay, so now,
They only have 3 in stock. What do we need, 4?
so 17 to 24. Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah, that is correct, isn't it? Yeah, that's correct. Okay, cool. That made life a little easier.
So I can get 2 15-footers and 2 10s because they only have 3 15-footers in stock.
Yeah, so we should be good with that.
I wonder if they make extensions for these things. Do they make extenders like
That's a
that?
really interesting question.
Like, can you get a male to a female?
Yeah, that would be an interesting thing.
gonna search it. Let me see, DB25 to DB25 extension. They say DB25 extension cable. Let me look.
I get you, it's hosted.
But those are computer. Well, no, this is a DB25.
Yeah,
shielded.
DB25 is DB25. It doesn't matter the application.
Yeah, it goes from a female to a male. That's what we would want, right?
Yeah.
They're $13 for a 6-footer. And they're made by, doesn't say hosted, but there's a couple of companies that make them.
Yeah, I would.
So 6 feet is $13.
Am I on
That's-
cam?
Huh?
Am I on camera?
Yeah, your Dave Cam is on. You want me to
Okay.
take it off, Dave Cam?
No, I'm fine. I'm just curious because I'm going to get up in a second. So.
Yeah, that looks like everything.
All right, so we're just gonna order. We're gonna
Oh.
order 2 10s and
Wait
2
a minute.
15s,
This thing.
and then we'll order extenders later.
Okay.
2.
Now, what do I have to plug into the
I think they're $55 each, even for the hoses.
Apollo? Alright, so what do I have to plug into the Apollo? This one and this one? Yeah, okay. So then these have to plug into the
Those
Apollo.
are the 15s.
X16 left, X16 right.
Now I need 10s. I can get 2 of those.
I can't see. Oh, 1 and 2, left and right. Okay.
Okay, so it's $196 for 4 cables.
Okay.
Plus tax.
Plus tax, damn it. Come on.
$209.
Alright.
Okay, it is what it is. That's the. What are we gonna do? That'll
Nothing.
allow us. Well, that'll give us insert points on all 32 channels, even though right now we may not use them all, but it'll give us the opportunity to have.
Yeah,
them.
that should do us, I think.
All right. Then that's what I'm gonna do.
Alright.
Okay. They'll be here on Wednesday.
That's fine.
Okay, come on. Up.
Perfect. Okay. Ordered.
Okay.
So that's done.
So.
Off Dave Cam.
Yeah,
Go back.
leave it
Okay, we
there.
just took off Dave Cam, so he's moving around back there. Okay, let's see. What else you guys got? You got 17 people still hanging out. Good.
Here, give me Dave Cam a second.
Dave Cam, hold on. Dave Cam, there you are.
How do you get this thing out of here?
It's a
I
little,
got
there
it.
you go, a little coupler.
Yeah.
So you're on Dave Cam now. Dave Cam's going to show you whatever Dave Cam did.
Alright, this is a lot scarier looking than it is. And it really is. But the D-sub bundle comes all out. The X16s are all plugged in down there. And then the patch bays are all up in there. And they're all plugged in, and then all of those cables are coming down to one of those cable management racks right there. And all of those D-sub cables are running through that rack to hold them all in place. So the patch bays 1 and 2 are all plugged in as much as we can right now. And then that third patch bay is what all the hardware gets plugged into. That's the next project. So anyway, that's where we are right now. So if you want to pull me off of Dave Cam
Dave
for a
Cam.
few
Yeah,
minutes.
no more Dave Cam. Okay, so yeah, that's where we are so far. Let's see. How do you manage the dust issue in your studio? I don't.
There isn't a dust
I don't
issue.
really get a lot of dust. I mean, I do dust, and I do. I have. It's concrete floors with area rugs all over the place, so it's not wall-to-wall carpeting, which is helpful. I don't get a ton of dust down here. I mean, I do get some, and I do clean, and I vacuum, and I try to keep the place, unless we're doing a project like this, it's usually pretty clean and neat and organized. So I don't really have too much of a dust issue so far, which is good. I keep a cover on top of the console when we're not using it, so it's not much of an issue.
Oh wow, okay, you got this all bundled together. Get that undone.
What pre's are you using the X16s for?
We're not.
We're not using the X16s. Don't have preamps in them. The X16s are not like a regular Apollo with preamps. They're just line level inputs for hardware. So we're using the preamps on the console. The console has 32 preamps, so that's what we're using. The X16s don't have preamps. You have to use hardware with it. If you wanted an Apollo that had preamps and some line in and outs for hardware, you would get something like the X6 or the X8, or the 8 pre, I should call it. The 8 pre will have 8 preamps and then also 8 line levels, so you can use both the preamps on the Apollo and you can use hardware.
You want to start pulling all the orange tape off of the ends, because we're going to be reassigning every one of these at this point, I think.
Yeah, okay, sure. Okay, any
So-
more questions? Okay, you guys just hang out. We'll keep you on the main cam here, and we'll go back and forth to Dave cam as needed. All right, yep, I can start pulling
Yeah, 'cause
tape.
we're going to be
Are you
reassigning a
doing all
lot
that?
of these
Okay, sure.
at this point. Or, yeah, pretty much all of them are going to get reassigned. So don't bother with these ends, because these are already marked. I'll just put them into the same part in the patch bay.
Okay, it's just these ends.
Yeah, these ends are going to get completely reassigned.
It's okay. I can read.
So I'm going to try to plug in all 10 of the 500 rack this
We
time.
may as well,
too.
right? I
Yeah.
have more of these kinds of cables back in the back. I think I have some more. A couple more of these. If
I think
need
we
them.
might want them. I'm not sure yet, but we might want them.
And I thought on one of these, didn't we find a pigtail when we tried to hook up that reverb unit that was defective? Didn't we
No,
find like a bad connector or something?
no. That was on the 1/4" one, the TRS one.
Oh, okay.
These things were all fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that whole TRS experiment with that reverb unit was sad.
Yeah, well, now we're gonna get a really good reverb.
Yeah.
More better than we could have asked for.
Scary one, actually. Yeah, the ones that are going into the patch bay, I got them all routed through one of those hangers. I may put another hanger right underneath it to hold
Okay.
these. I'm not sure yet. I gotta get back there and see.
One.
But it is really tight under there.
Yeah, I bet.
I mean, it's as tight as it was before. It's twice as tight now. So,
Well, again, once they're plugged in, it's not like they got to be plugged in and unplugged. This is
Yeah.
probably not going to get unplugged again until we move.
no, probably
There's
not.
no
Not at
reason
this
because
point.
now we got the reverb. Will already have provision to hook it up.
Yep.
We have the.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually put the reverb. I'm gonna give a reverb a home now and mark it out.
Oh, we have those four new D subs coming in that'll have to be plugged in, and then that's it.
Yeah. Well, that's not gonna be. Well, that's not gonna be fun, but it's not gonna be as bad as. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I actually have back there now. So. Yes, we need to plug 9 through 16 and
Okay, these are done.
25 to 32 in. Scintillating TV. They're watching an empty room.
There's like 15, 16 people still hanging in there, so if you want to
People are
watch it,
weird, man. You guys are weird.
you guys want to watch
Of course,
it.
if I was home, I'd probably have it on too. Alright. So I'm gonna try the NG bus and that are over there. So I'm gonna run bank 4 and then the first 2 of bank 3 to the 500 rack. And then I'm gonna put the NG bus on bank 3. And whatever else is in that rack is gonna be on bank 3. So the reverb and the fusion are all gonna be on bank 3.
Yep.
That's a lot on bank 3.
I'm gonna work probably right to left this time. So
Do you want any one of these?
is there a
There's a patch bay 3 1 to 8, patch bay 3 25 to 32, patch bay 3 in 25 to. These are all ins. Oh, outs and ins. Okay.
yeah?
So
Give me 25 to 32.
here's patch bay in 25 to 32.
All right, this is 9 through 16. This is 25 to 32, so that's 1 through 8.
This is 25 to 32 out.
Okay,
patch
give
bay
me
3.
25 to 32. So then you have
This
1
is,
through
I
8.
have 1 through 8.
Okay,
out.
then I'm going to need one more set for 17 to 24.
What is this? 1 through 8 in.
Yep, that's 1 through 8. So
Okay,
I'm
so-
going to need one more set.
So we have to have 2 more of these.
Yeah.
Do we have 2 more of these?
Yeah, pair, male and female.
Do we have those? I don't, we may. Let's see.
They gotta be 5-footers.
I don't think we have anything less than 5 footers. So
Okay.
we got a whole bunch of shit. We have some shorter ones too. Let me see what we got here.
Yeah. Oh, you got a shit ton over there, don't
Yeah,
you?
we have male. Yeah, these are probably 5 footers. These are the 5 footers.
Yep. So I need a male
Here's
and
a
a female.
male. Oh, here's D sub to D sub. It's not
Oh,
long.
for crying out loud, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not very long.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That's the fun part.
And here is, this is, there's 2 things.
There's
right?
2 of them there.
These ones. These are the TRSs,
Which we don't want.
and these are the females. So you do have
Yeah. All right. Cool.
the
And,
last 2.
do me a favor.
Well, we had a longer one here
We
too.
don't need longer. We don't. We just want these. Do me a favor. Take those and mark the D sub ends. PB number 3, 17 through 24.
In and out.
Yeah, I gotta figure out which one is which again.
Okay.
Well, hang on. Let's see. This is the out. The out is the male.
Male.
Okay, so males are out, females are in. So give me 17 through 24. I'm gonna start with these. This is all 500 rack. Channels 10 through 3.
Females are in.
Yep. Which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
It does. Okay. So this is patch bay 3.
Patch Bay 3, 17 through 24. And let's see, Patch Bay number 3 in 25 through 32.
17 to 24 in. Okay, I'm gonna label both sides because I'm not sure what side you're gonna need. So what am I doing, you ask? I'm labeling the backs of these cables, like I did on all the other cables, with gaffer's tape. See that?
Bright orange gaffers tape.
Bright orange. This way you can see them in the dark. So we're labeling every cable. This is patch bay 3, 17. 3, 17 through 24 in. Okay. And then patch bay 317 to 24 out. Exciting stuff, right? Labeling cables.
Okay. I wish I had another. Okay, let's just do them on. We'll do it on the back then.
17 through 24 out. There we go. Okay, these are ready whenever you need them. So all of these, for you that are wondering, so these are D sub to XLR male and female. This is what goes from the patch bays to all the different hardware. And so, yeah, so that's what all this is for, which includes the 10 pieces of gear that goes into the 500 rack series, even though we're not filled up with 10 units yet. We're pre-wiring it. So if we get another module, we can just pop it in and go. We don't have to go to the back of the racks and do anything. So, hope that makes sense.
No, even if it doesn't.
Sounds good. Sounds like it makes sense.
Sounded good to me.
Yep. So these are 1 through 8. Okay. So that's over here. Oops. Guys doing okay over there? Everybody still with us? I don't know how long we've been running this thing. Probably 4 or 5 hours.
A long time.
Surprised YouTube hasn't crapped out yet.
Yeah, same here. Shocked and mine.
You're just gonna put like another cable manager somewhere in the center?
I'm thinking about it right now. I don't even think it's really necessary because these things are not hanging all that hard. But we will see when I get a couple of these up. See how it feels.
It'll just keep them neater maybe too.
Yeah. Yeah, like 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so 2 and 1. Okay, so that's that one. Oh yeah. And 8. A mess.
A lot of cables, a lot of cables, a lot of
A lot of
cables.
things to plug in.
A lot of plugs. Alright, these other ones we're not gonna need. These will put those away. These are just extra power cables that were way longer than we needed. Oh, okay.
All right. So let's see. Yeah, I think put one right in the middle there might not be a bad thing to do. Okay.
Well, we have them.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, if you have one available, I got screws in my driver back here.
Okay. There you go.
Alrighty, cool.
I'll turn on Dave Cam.
Yeah.
Dave Cam's on. We're going to install another one of these wire managers because we have them. We may as well use them.
It'll definitely make this a little bit neater too, in this area. So. We'll put it right around there. Yeah. That's that. So we'll take them, we'll throw them right in there like that. Okay. So now, where's my next set, Dave?
What's that you need?
Yep, the next set, the 17 through 24. And can you-
Patch Bay 3, 17 to 24.
Yep, and can you pass me down the flashlight, please?
Yep. Oops, you okay?
Yeah, right in the face. It's
Sorry.
okay. I'm good. Don't need my face. Okay.
Here you go.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get tricky, is getting them up into the patch bay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Getting them to go up in there is the tricky part. So, okay. All right, so patch bay 17 through 24 in. Hook. Come on, bite it. There you go. Now you bit it. Okay.
And I
What's
can...
nice about these is you only have to plug one in. Okay, that's that one. Oh crap, really? Come on. What are you? Uh-oh.
What's that?
I just pulled a plug. I don't want to do that. Alright.
What'd you pull out?
I pulled one of the power plugs.
It's okay, it's labeled.
Yeah, I went right back in.
I'm gonna plug this phone in to make sure it doesn't
Cannot.
die.
Cannot get this to bite. Come on, get in there.
There
I think you're in there now. Okay. So where'd my other one go? Oh, there it is. Alright. This. Okay, you gotta go up a little bit so I can feed you in underneath.
Says we got 31 people still watching. Or no, maybe no, let me refresh that.
Wow.
14 people. 30 thumbs up, 3 thumbs down.
Oh, who the hell thumbs it down?
Ah, you know, I always get
Dumb
people.
asshole.
I always get, at least, as soon as something goes live, there's always one person that will
Yeah,
thumbs down
there's
every single
there's
video.
people out there that their whole hobby in life is going around and thumbs downing videos.
That's okay.
People
you
need
don't
a
like it?
life. Okay, so I need 8 and 9.
And those are usually the people that don't have YouTube channels, that have nothing to offer anyone.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. 8 and 9. Or 7, 8, 7 and 8. That's what I need. I need 7. And I need 8. Okay, those are the ones I need. Alright, so 7 and 8. And 8 and 7. Nope, that's 2. Alright, so then what do I have? I have the NG bus and I have the fusion over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 9 up there. Okay. So if I put the NG bus on 5 and 6. NG bus on 5 and on 6. 6. Okay, NG bus on 5 and 6. So 5 is left, 6 is right. Yep, okay, so 6 and 5. Error. Screws to the scuppers. Alright, so then 5 and 6 is gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. NG bus. And then 17 and 18 is fusion. Okay, so 5 and 6. Six and 5. Alright, and then 1 and 2. One left, 2 right. One left, 2 right. Yeah, 1 left, 2 right. And 1, 2. 1 left, So that is the 500 rack, the NG bus, and the Fusion. Those are all together. All right, so. Thinking. Remember the way I did it before where I had them all nice and neat?
Yeah.
Where they would all just fall straight down? That's over.
What do you mean?
The way this is going to be now, it's not going to be nearly as anal as it was before. Come on, tighten in there. What the damn thing's falling out. Come on. I don't want you to fall out, God damn it. Come on, get in there. Alright, hold on. We'll just shove these in that one. Okay.
How are those things working? Okay.
Yeah, they're working good actually. They're helpful. They're really helpful. Okay. It makes it a lot neater and easier to just shit's not hanging everywhere.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Now the question is, okay, so what I did is I ran bank 25 to 32, and the first two of 17 to 24 are into the 500 rack. So all 10 of the 500 rack are in.
Mm-hmm.
And then 21 and 22 is the NG bus compressor. 17 and 18 is the Fusion. And we still have 2 available for later. Okay?
And that's patch bay 3?
That's patch bay 3, the first 2 banks, or the last 2 banks to the right. Okay? So then, man, it is impossible to work back here, though, I'll tell you that. It's a lot harder now than it was before with all the extra cables and shit,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So, okay. So
what's next? I'll switch out of this cam.
I got this bank and this bank. So I've got 2 more empty banks on the patch bay, and I got this, and then I've also got, okay, these are for the reverb
When they show up,
when
okay.
we get it, okay?
Yep.
So those are to the reverb. All right. So that's, this whole cabinet is on these 4.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So there's gonna be 2 to this one, 2 to this one.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to decide is, do I want to hang another one of these?
We got 2 more.
Yeah, do I want to hang another one of these right here? But that's going to make it impossible to get to the reverb unit.
But the reverb unit's only going to have.
Yeah, but it's going to make it impossible to get to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if you brought it down? Put another one of them down here.
Yeah, I might. Yeah,
Or
drop.
just
it down
drop
a
this
little
one
bit.
down and then
Yeah.
put it.
Yep, drop that one down and then put another one around where that one is. Because I want to come out, go over, and then up.
Or just put in. You can leave this here. Put another one down here and just take this cables and just pull them from here and push them down or something like that.
Yeah, because like I said, you want to be able to get
Yeah.
to that
Uh-huh.
reverb.
Yeah.
You know, because I don't know where the plugs are. You know what I'm
I
saying?
have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
I have
until
no
it shows
idea.
up.
Yeah, I have no idea where the plugs are, so I want to be able to get to them. So, yeah, like I say, I gotta come. Like this will be 9 through 16. This will be 1 through 8. So 1 through 8 will be the whichever one this is. That the LA2A. Yeah, this is the LA2A. So the LA2A, the 2 distressors, and the 2 affixes.
Right.
So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those 8 cables are going to be used
Mm-hmm.
on 1 through 8, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to be used on this side.
Yep.
So
Okay.
we have expansion room here. We will have no expansion room here, which is fine because this is full.
Right.
We have the 2 channels for the reverb here.
Yep.
So yeah, we're gonna use most of that patch bay now.
Good.
We're gonna use a big portion of that patch bay is gonna be used up.
So you want to use one more wire manager? Do you need more screws?
Nope, I got the screws back here with me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna figure out how I want this to go.
Let me switch back.
As far as space
Dave
is
Cam.
concerned,
We're back on Dave Cam, and okay, and we're gonna need 9 through. Well, you tell me if you
I'm
want.
gonna need 9 through
16
16 next,
first.
but I am not ready
Okay.
yet. So
I'll get them ready.
all right. All right. Whoops. Okay, give me that. Give me that. I don't know what I want to do here. Can't decide what I want to do here. If I put this one down below, if I put this one up as high as I can get it, that'll take care of those up there. So let me... Let me think about that for a second. If I put you... If I put you right there. You right there in like 3, and then just hang them off of that. That I think will be okay. Well, actually, hold on a second. Do we want those in or out? Put that in there. Put that one in there. Here we go. Oops, chewed the fuck out of that one. Alright, and then... Okay. So we're just gonna hang them right in there. Okay, and so then this is your reverb right here. Okay?
Yep.
So the reverb just
Yep,
comes
yep,
right
yep.
up and over and in.
That'll work.
Okay, and then this one, I think I'm gonna raise up at least 1 space. Yeah, I'm gonna raise that up 1 space, probably.
Yeah, that definitely works. I mean, it does look like you don't have really any cables on the floor.
Yeah, it helps. It keeps a lot of that. Oh, wow. Oh, hey.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't go well.
Yeah, it really pulls all the cables off the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
It really works nice.
I like it. Yeah, it's definitely a lot better. It's more time consuming. It's pretty time consuming, but it works beautifully. So. Okay. 8 or 9? Nope, it's gotta be 8. Okay, it's gotta be 8. Is there anybody still watching this thing now?
17.
Y'all are really weird people.
No one really chatting up anything, but 16 people are still watching.
Alright. Okay. Okay. So now you guys are actually locked in there, right? Yeah. All right, come on. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Give me 9 through 16. I guess is where I'm gonna go next.
916. There we go.
This is gonna get really tight in there now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really tight in there because this is you know
Jammed in there.
that is all just jammed right the fuck in there. So just wonder if I should just come right over the top. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna come right over the top. What it's keeping is it's keeping that whole pile off the floor, you know? It's keeping that whole pile of shit just up
Yeah,
off the
exactly. There's
floor.
nothing on the floor, really.
Yep. So.
And it keeps all the strain off the connectors, right? There's like no strain on
There's
anything.
there's nothing hanging on anything.
And
even
I
the-
like that all the power lines
Yeah.
now are all separated from the audio cables, so
Yeah.
there's no chance of noise or anything like
A lot
that.
less anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so then that's gonna come in.
So that thing's a great idea.
Yep. And this one.
And now that we have the Titan all hooked up, the reverb all hooked up, yeah, there's really no, other than the 4 cables we just bought, there's no more cables to really hook up.
Not really. Not
We
really.
really wouldn't. We'd have to get a whole nother patch bay and way more
Oh yeah,
gear in
we're
order
as
to
far
do
as
that.
patch bay is concerned, we just maxed them out.
Right, so that's why I think we're pretty much,
Yeah.
gear-wise, I think we're in,
Yeah.
we're in
As
really
far
good,
as
really
patch
good
bays
shape
go,
now.
as far as patch bay goes, we just maxed them out. So okay. You guys go all the way to there. Okay. Alright, so ART is on the bottom, so we'll make that 7 and 8. 7 and 8. 7, 8.
Yeah, in the next studio, we'll make sure we have a ton of room behind the racks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm going to get? You know those little mechanic chairs, those little things that's on the floor with
Mhm.
the wheels? I'm going
Yep.
to get one of those.
Alright, so 7 and 8. 7 and 8. Channel 2. Channel 1.
Yeah, see that? There's no strain at all. It's
Yeah,
perfect. It's
yeah,
perfect.
They're absolutely fantastic.
perfect.
It's fantastic. Alright, and then 7. And where's 8? Tell me that's 8. Tell me I just grabbed 8. Oh, 6. Fuck you.
8, 6. It's all the same.
No, it isn't. Wish it was. Wish it was. That's 7. Where the fuck is 8? 2, 8. There we go. Okay. So again, 8. 8. And 7. Alright, so ART 7 and 8.
What's above that? The
I
bluey.
got the bluey, and then I got the
Bluey, yeah.
V.
And then the V comp.
Up.
All right, there you go. Yeah. Take a minute, stretch yourself out.
Yeah, okay.
Back to cam 1 while Dave's stretching out. So you guys got a really good inside look at what's going on, and we'll show you the overall thing once it's completely done. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Alright.
Someone, Jim is doing laundry and watching Dave strip screws. All right.
Hey!
Yep, that's right.
Hey!
Oh.
Hey! There is no screw stripping going on here.
I heard one.
Alright, fine, I stripped one.
This is what we live for. We love audio and studio setups. Cool. I'm attracted to all the beautiful gear. Nice. Good.
So am I.
So are we. We like it. We enjoy it. It's a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
we're total gear geeks.
Yeah, we like it. It's fun.
Stay level is 1.
It's actually not a bad idea. When we move into a new studio, someone mentioned in-person training classes, master classes.
It is an interesting idea. I will say that it's a very interesting idea.
I gotta put that on the list of
things to think
to
about.
consider.
Yep. It's a
People
different.
would
It's
have to-
definitely an idea. I
People
mean,
have to be local, or they have to.
the thing with it is there that then it becomes a serious liability thing. You know what I mean? Then you have to start considering liabilities. and stuff
Well,
like
I mean,
that.
it's only I already have insurance. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
so,
yeah. There's no big. That's not a big
So
deal.
yeah, I'm just saying, you know, I'm just
But
trying to
wouldn't
be
it
the
be cool
practical
though? You
one.
have you can do like a week, like a 2-day retreat.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Well,
Oh,
people-
I'm definitely in
People
for
come
it.
in and we do
Yep.
a recording class on day 1, and then
Mm-hmm.
day 2 we mix the recording.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be cool?
It would be awesome. You know?
Yeah, that might be something we could do. That's actually something to consider once we
Something else to
eventually
think
move
about.
into another space, a more appropriate space. Maybe we'll set up something where, you know, people can come out for 2 days and we can have like a 2-day workshop, you know? And we'll figure out a way to price it out so everybody gets room and board for the 2 days at a hotel and dinner and stuff. It's a much bigger thing to think about, but if people were interested in that, people that have the budget to get themselves out here,
Yep.
we'll do it. I would do it if people wanted to do it. Let's see. Where might you move to? We're going to move
Pretty
the
close.
studio fairly close. I'm not going to go more than 10 or 15 minutes from my house because why would I do that? But we're going to move to a larger space. This space is about, I don't know, 350. Well, if you take the 2 rooms, but the room that we're in is about 300 square feet, 350 square feet. Probably going to move to something that's like 900 square feet, 1,000 square feet. So we can really spread out, and I can set up all the different facets of the business in different sections, and that'll also give me an opportunity to do for us to record on the board and teach recording and have musicians and all of that. I can't do that here, unfortunately. Even if I wanted to, I just don't have the space. But I also don't want a bunch of strangers coming to my house. So yeah, Mad Dog said he would absolutely fly out for a 2-day retreat. So there
Fly?
are
Really? He fly? Mad Dog can
yeah,
fly?
So there's actually people
Far
that
out,
would
man.
come out and
Never
do
really
it.
made to fly before.
It's something to consider. I will absolutely put it on the 2022 calendar of things to consider. First step would be finding a space and moving, and then we have to document that whole process. You know that. So you're going to watch us set up a new studio,
Yeah, you get to watch us tear it all down.
and then maybe towards the end of next year, if there's enough people that are in. We don't need a lot of people. We only need maybe 5 to 12 people. But if we had 8 to 12 people that were interested in coming out and they can pay for their way out here, and we could set it up so you get yourself out here, we'll put you up and we'll feed you and all of that, and we'll charge a fee to have all that done and make it really as affordable as we can. And you can come out and work with us side by side, and we can do some workshops together. I would absolutely be interested in it if you guys are interested in that. We would definitely do it. I mean, no doubt about it. So we're here to try to help, whatever you guys want to do.
One more to go, guys. One more to go.
The setup in the back looks more professional. Yeah, it does.
Wait till you see it now.
All the cable management really helps. We'll shoot once we get done and tidy it up. We'll show you the final product. It's working. We're getting better every time.
Yeah, we get a little bit better at this every time we tear the studio down and put it back together.
Yeah, Jim says he'd come for the seminar too. He's only about a ferry ride away.
Yeah, but he's down on Long Island. So.
Yeah. Yeah, there might. I never thought that anyone would care about that, but if you guys are interested, we will find a way to provide it.
We'll consider it.
You just got to give us some time to get it set up, but we would do it. So what's the basic setup of an analog device with an audio interface which has 8 in 8 out? Okay, so that's pretty simple, Jim. And I have some, I'll tell you, but just in case you want to refer to another video to help in case you got to watch something again, if you go to the Home Recording Made Easy YouTube channel, in one of my playlists, I have something called hardware or hybrid or analog gear or something. I know there's a video of me showing you how I hooked up like 2 or 3 pieces of hardware to my audio interface. At that time, only had 8 in and 8 out. You can watch that. I actually took the iPhone and showed you how I plugged everything in, so you can watch that too. But the basic thing is, if your audio interface has 8 in and 8 out, think of it as a loop, right? So you have your audio interface, you have to go out of the audio interface, the outputs have to go to the inputs of your hardware, and then the outputs of your hardware have to go back into the inputs of your audio interface, right? So it's just a closed loop. So the audio routes out, goes through your hardware and back in, and then you use your I/O and your DAW to route the audio out and to bring it back in. And again, you can, on this channel, there is a mix prep process video I did last week. You can go check that out where I show you how that's done. But it's not as, just hooking up a couple of pieces of hardware to an audio interface is actually quite simple.
I do it all the time.
It's not, yeah, Dave has a fairly, good sized system, but it's just, whether you're hooking up one piece of gear or whether you're hooking up all of this gear that we have here, it's the same principle. It's got to go out of your interfaces into your analog equipment
And then back
and
in.
back in again. And the only thing that adds one more level of complexity to our setup are when you're using patch bays. And the only thing is that the patch bay is just goes between the input and the output. You're just sticking the patch bay in the middle. That's all it really is. So it's really not that hard. It looks a lot when you have all this gear because of the amount of cabling. But when you think about it logically, it's actually quite simple. It's really a simple process. But for every piece of gear, you have to go in and out, a loop, right? So that's how you do it. So we got 2 people that would be willing to come out for a workshop. That's 2. We only need probably 6 or 8 more. Let's see.
Come on, you. Come on, get in there.
Over a mono cable? No, you're going to use a TRS cable. So you're going to use...
You want balanced.
You want balanced cables. If it's 1/4 inch, on which most of your interfaces would be 1/4 inch out. So it'd be TRS or balanced cable out to the input of your hardware, which will either typically have XLR and 1/4 inch, but depending on the hardware, it may only be 1/4 inch or it may only be XLR. It doesn't really matter. But you're going to go balanced cable TRS out to the input, and then out of the output of the hardware, TRS back in.
I can't get my hand in there.
I think he does. Dave, Jim
Yeah.
wants to know if you use a patch bay in your home
Yes, I
studio.
do.
Yes, he does.
Yes, I do.
Yes, he does. Xavier Morel, what city? Oh, what city would it be? Well, we're in Connecticut, the state. What city is undetermined to where the studio will be located, but it'll probably be
Hartford area.
no, really
Ish.
New Haven. It's more it'd probably be 15 minutes from New Haven, which is a major city. 15 minutes south of New Haven is probably in the area of where it would be.
We don't have it yet. So.
We don't have it yet, but that's general location. But Connecticut, you can get from one end of the state to the other in less than 2 hours. So, I mean, it's not a big state. So, if stereo 2 out, 2 in.
Yes, you need 2 panels of the patch bay then.
Yeah,
That's 4 connections to the patch bay total.
right. Yes, Jim, you're right. 2 in, 2 out. That's the way it works. If it's a stereo unit that you're going into, if it's a mono unit, let's say it's just like a compressor, right? Mono compressor, then you would take one line out of your interface, one cable goes to the input of your compressor, and then one cable goes out of your compressor back into your audio interface. So in that case, you would only need 2 cables. But if you're using a stereo unit, let's say like a master bus compressor or a master bus EQ, then you need left and right. Right? You need 4 cables then, not 2.
Come on.
Right? So it just depends on the unit.
Okay. Whew. That one fought me hard.
That one give you a hard
Ooh,
time?
that one fought me hard. Okay. Yeah, that one did not want to go in.
Let's see, we'll go to Dave Cam for a minute. Oh, Dave's
You
getting
better
up.
go handheld for that one.
Okay, Dave's gonna go. We're gonna go handheld in a minute, I think. We'll wait till he's done with the last. He's almost done with some of the cable. He's almost done with the majority of the cabling. So let him get finished first, and then we'll go through.
Getting this one hooked up, getting this one plugged into the patch bay was almost impossible. So.
Actually, YouTube is not that far behind anymore. Maybe
It caught up.
45 seconds or so.
Oh, then it buffered back out.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not terrible. Where the fuck is 8? Please be 8. No, you're 1, you motherfucker.
And
There
for
you
you
go.
guys that are wondering about what's the big space there in the center of that rack, right here, right there, that's going to be the reverb hardware reverb unit that's coming in. I think by the end of next week, or it'll ship next week, and I won't get it to the following week. I'm not sure yet. I don't know when it'll be here ready in time for our live stream next week. It might be.
I hope so.
May not be, but that's what's going there. The bottom is just going to stay empty for now. We'll probably put a storage, like a rack drawer or something to keep all the documentation and manuals and all that stuff in there. Once you know how to hook up a studio, it's actually really simple. Once
Yeah,
you
it's
get
just
it right,
repetitive.
it makes you want to buy more gear. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, there's got to be a point where you say, you know, we're at that point now where you say, okay, it's enough. We got enough.
Well, when we run out of rack space, when we run out of patch bay, and we run out of
Yeah.
places to plug stuff for power plugs, we're done. Which is pretty
Yeah.
much the point we're at.
Yeah,
so.
we're pretty much, you know, the only reason why we have some more gear is because, again, audio-scape has been very generous and very cool.
ridiculously generous.
Those were not planned purchases, and they weren't planned. It was something that happened after the fact. So,
We didn't ask for it.
no. So, as far as us or purchasing more gear, it hasn't happened in a while, actually. I haven't bought anything new in a while, except some extra cabling as we needed it, but I haven't bought any new gear. And I'm not planning to buy anything new for hardware or anything like that for at least 6 months. There's no plans to buy anything new. If there's a company that wants us to send us some stuff to check out and demo and those kinds of things, that'll happen as it kind of happens. But what we have is what we're going to work with for a while. You know, we've only done about 4 or 5 mixes on this board, so we're going to work with what we have and really understand what we have and what works well and what doesn't work well. And then, you know, there may be a piece or two that may get swapped out for something else if we decide we want to do that. But buying additional hardware at this point is just not in the cards, and it's really not in the budget. It's just, you know, there's got to be a point where you say, enough is enough.
Yeah, there's got to be
you
a
know.
point where you say, listen, we've got enough to do what
We got
wanna
enough to make
do.
things sound good. I mean, the few mixes that we've done with the limited gear we have, and it's not like we have a limited amount of gear. We got a lot of hardware, but we don't have tons of it. But we got stuff to sound really good. So, you know, we got enough equipment for now. We really do. Oh, let's see. If you want to use an analog compressor and an EQ on each track,
Oy.
it would get very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what big studios do? Well, our studio has an EQ on every channel on the SSL, so we have 32 EQs. But if you wanted to have a compressor on every single track, you'd either have to buy a board that has that, or you'd have to buy hardware and patch it in. you know, we could do that here if I was inclined to spend that much money. It physically can be done, but yeah, we're not doing that. But that's what a lot of big studios that have, you know, larger consoles than this, they'll have dynamics in the board as well as EQ a lot of the times, and then they have it in there. So what we're doing is we're using the plug-in channel strip for the compressor part of it, and then using the EQ on the SSL, and then following it up with some extra compression where appropriate. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Switch over to me when you're
oh,
ready.
Dave wants to go to camera number 2, so he's going to show you kind of the final result. Here we go.
All right. Everything is plugged in. Okay.
There you go. You're switched.
Yeah. All right. Everything. I'm kind of running out of slack here, so just bear with me a second here. Everything is plugged in. Okay. So what the first thing you notice that's different is this whole floor back here
There you go.
is pretty much empty. Okay. What I did is you're not going to be able to see anything in there now because it is just buried. Okay. Everything is just absolutely buried.
Actually, you can see the patch base pretty good, Dave.
But all 4 banks of patch bay number 3 are full. Okay. So what we have is the 500 rack is completely patched in. And underneath it is the NG bus, and then that's the Fusion. This is the back of the Bluey and the LA and the ART. That's the V comp. Why did I run out of slack here, Dave? Oh, there it is.
There you go. Sorry.
And then that's the LA2A. Those are the 402s and the distressors. So the way I did it is this rack right here, that and those 4, that goes into bank 1 of the patch bay. Then the V comp and the Bluey and the ART go into bank 2. And then bank 3 is the Fusion, the NG bus, and the coming help me here, reverb. And then bank 4 is all of the 500 rack.
Yeah, and show them how you got all the cable management. That looks
so the
really
cables, there's 2 cable managers here and here. So all of the patch cables to the patch bays are running onto those 2 and out to where they belong, which is keeping everything off the floor. So yeah, it looks like a complete rat's nest back here. It really does. But it's actually managed and organized and up off the floor. There's no strain on a single cable. Not at all. And it's just neat, clean, tidy,
good. Yeah, that looks great.
and
man. Looking at it on the
really
screen.
well organized. So
I mean, there's no cables on the floor at all.
that is a huge
Huge
improvement over
improvement.
what we had before.
Huge improvement.
Huge improvement.
That was a
So that was
home run.
$100 well spent, and
Yeah.
6 hours well spent right there. Because at this point we are ready. You want to go back to you now? That's fine. We're
Okay,
done here.
good.
If we are now ready to turn this thing on and start checking all the patches.
Oh yeah, we don't have anything patched into the front of the patch bay, but that's
Right.
okay. We're gonna do one at a time,
Yeah,
right?
we're do same way we did it last time. We do
Okay,
it
so that's
one
what we're
at a
gonna
time.
do. We're gonna do one at a time, and what maybe I can do if we're gonna do that is I can turn the camera a little slightly so you guys can see the little bit of the
Yeah, because
console.
we're on the wrong stream for you guys to hear the board.
Yeah, you're not going to
So-
hear the board. You're only going to hear on the shotgun mic up here
hear
what's
the
coming
room
into the
audio.
room, and it'll be quiet. We're not.
Yep.
You're not worried about sound quality. We're worried about can we hear something. So let me turn the camera slightly just so you guys can see a little bit better. It won't be perfect, but it'll be better than nothing.
Ooh.
So nobody complain.
Ooh.
There we go.
I am hurting though.
Yeah, take a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a minute here.
All
But
right.
I am really hurting
I'll
after
fire
that.
everything up while you do that.
Yeah, let's get her all booted up,
And
and
then,
let
got it?
me go grab all the patch cables
Okay.
and get ready for this, because this is one of the things we learned last time we did this, was to test each and every piece of hardware individually rather than patch it all in and then try to figure out where it all is.
So even the engineer at SSL asked me where I got this, because he saw this on the console and said, "Where did you get this?" I said, "I went to Amazon, and for $12, it's just a tapestry, and I thought it looked cool,
It's nice and psychedelic.
and that's it." And so I just throw it on there to keep the dust off of it, even though, as I said earlier, there's not a lot of dust in this studio, but, like to keep it as in tip-top shape as possible. So We're gonna fire up the.
let's-
Where's our power strips? Okay, so we got one.
Yep. Power up 1.
So the way these power strips work, if you guys don't know, and this is important if you have a lot of gear, even if you don't have hardware, but they have 3 banks in each one of the power strips. There's 8 outlets in banks of 2, and they turn on and they delay. So each one will have one bank will turn on, and then after they all turn on 3 seconds later, the next bank will turn on, and then the next bank will turn on. So you don't get this whole surge. And so we have 3 of these. And in the last one, in power strip number 3, the last bank is the speakers. So the speakers always get turned on last.
No pop.
Prior to the speakers is the SSL and the surface control in the board. And then we back up through all the hardware, and then the audio interfaces are always first. And those are really good. They're made by Furman, if anybody wants to know. And I know someone's going to ask me the model number, so...
The hell with that.
It's the M8S. They're $400 a piece, and they're worth every penny.
When you have this much crap.
When you have this much
$400 a
stuff.
piece is not remotely an issue.
All right, so we'll get just a quick session up. We're gonna have
Yeah,
to.
you get everything pulled up and ready to go, and I'm just sorting cables back here because there's a bunch of them.
Is computer on? The computer's not on. Do we have the computer?
Oh, the power switch in the back again, or was that should that have stayed on?
That
I
should
think
have-
I might have powered the computer off, David.
Okay, that's okay. I'll just double check the cable, make sure I'm not plugged into a switchable outlet because
Yeah.
it's.
Plus, I think like I said, I think I powered the computer off when I shut down before.
Okay, I turned it back on. Let me just see where the power cable is. Where is this thing plugged into? It should be plugged into.
Yeah, no, like I say, I'm pretty sure that was me.
Okay. Well, I'll know the next time I turn down the power. So and that's easy to fix because I have another switchable, an unswitchable outlet available. I can see it. So.
So the one thing that hasn't changed
Oh
is
yeah, I think the Mac is plugged into one of the wrong plugs. Because I'm not. It's not filled. These unswitchable things are not filled up, and they should be.
All right, yeah, there you've got it on now.
Oh no, there's the Mac. It's on there.
Yeah, no, like I said, I shut it down.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to assume
you
that's
know.
what happened, and if it doesn't, I
Yeah.
can always move the plugs later.
Yeah,
That's easy.
I shut it down. That was me.
Oh, here's a couple of screws here. For
Yeah, I dropped screws everywhere. I was dropping screws all over the place.
All right, so we got a computer now. That's good. Oh wow, the resolution will change now. We have to switch that back. Oh wow, look at that. And that's way bigger than it needs to be.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's.
Oh wow, that got
That must
bad.
Be, yeah.
That went bad in a
Or
hurry.
maybe we unplugged and replugged in an HDMI cable. That will do that too. So
Oh, we plugged and unplugged a whole bunch of crap.
yeah, so we want to scale it. No.
Wow. Yeah, it is a lot neater
What's
back
going
here.
on here? Why is this? Should it be like this? Unknown display? That doesn't make sense.
You want to restart the computer and see if it introduces itself again?
Usually standard. You know what? I'll bet you. I know what. I'll bet you. It's just you got to unplug and replug the HDMI cable. Sometimes that just does that and resets it. So. Just unplug it. Plug it back in. There we go. And this thing.
All right. Bank 1 master out to X16.
There it goes. Look. See? Sometimes if you just unplug and replug that in,
Yep.
it reseats it. I don't know what it
Alright,
does, but
So, all right, so let me think here.
Yeah, see, I don't know why it does that, but okay, good. That's the way it should be.
So we gotta come out of master send. That's 11 and 12.
All right, so,
Oh, there is no numbers on that thing now, is there? Okay.
so you got to count the holes.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So out 11 and 12 into
And we're gonna get,
3 and 4.
we're gonna get a plug-in session.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So that is the master. That's the master send for the print track. Is now in place. Oh, it's back. Okay. good.
Yeah, it's just you plug in. I don't know,
Yeah, I shut the computer down. That was me.
Yeah, so maybe
So,
it just needed to be
yeah.
unset and reset. Okay,
Yeah.
so let me just look at. This is certainly. Hey, we got stuff. Look at that. It's because things are not.
You have
working.
both monitors working?
Yeah, but
I didn't hear. I'm only hearing.
but I don't know that I have. I don't know because all the volumes are down. Look,
Okay. Yeah.
so
Okay.
we got all the cuts and we got the 0 dB switches. We were leaning on the board and stuff. So
Okay.
if I bring all, yeah, you got to take that cut off and there you go.
Okay.
So
Faders are all
And
down.
then if, it's probably not the rep.
Okay. Now I got it.
And this is a session I haven't set up the template, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Something's gonna come out of it, but I don't know what. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I hear you. Okay, so we got noise. Okay.
We got noise.
Do we have a print track?
We do.
Okay, so I got that plugged in right already. Okay, so the next thing would be the fusion.
So let's just take a look at this template and just see what we got here. Preferences. I don't remember. I/O.
All right, master.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, this is the old template from when now that we have the short faders, but that doesn't matter. It's okay.
Master out.
ABC. We got it. We this is before we had the third unit.
All right, now where do I have the fusion? I got this completely. Everything is in a completely different place now, so we have to redo this whole.
Do you need
thing.
some like blank paper?
No, I just wrote it on the back.
Because we're eventually going to put it into that program.
Yeah, we are, and we're eventually going to have this thing all labeled out.
Yeah, it's going to be
so-
all labeled up. I'm going to get all
Alright,
that.
so let me go for longer ones.
Yeah, so there's our kick drum.
All right, so fusion out, master send out,
And that should work. Right?
fusion was,
Okay.
fusion is 17 and 18. So fusion in,
We got sound, everybody, so we're doing good so far.
it's a good start.
It's a good day.
It's a good start. Okay.
Yeah, that patch base is going to be so much more usable there, Dave.
Yeah, I know. It's like
Right?
everything's in a different place now. So
And we don't
this
even
is-
have the little lamp shining down on it. It's going to be all nice and
Yep.
lit up. It's going to look really nice.
Nope, it's going to be a lot better, I think. This
A lot
way.
nicer to work with.
Okay, now master bus fusion.
So you want to see if that's working?
Yep.
All right, so there it is there.
I got signal to
Yeah,
it.
if you just turn up the output of it, just so I can hear the. Okay, so it's working. Yeah, I'm taking it in and out.
All right, leave it in. All right, fusion's up. Okay, that's good. Okay,
Okay,
so NG bus would be next.
got a fusion. Got a fusion.
NG bus is going to be coming out of
It's gonna be
drum
drums.
bus is 25 and 26.
So there's still a lot of this stuff that's going to stay hard patch, guys. All the stereo bus compressors, even though we can patch them around, we're still going to like leave the NG bus compressor on the drums and we're going to leave the distressors on the guitars for now, and so we're not going to be patching a whole bunch of stuff, but there will be a few pieces that we can.
All right, NG bus. No, I need 25 and 26.
Pull
What
that
is
up
this?
in the plugins.
This thing is 32, right?
Well, that's
All right, so 25 and 26. That's easy. That's these. Okay,
So it's going to be drums.
that's those.
It's no units available. Is the NG bus compressor?
What's the matter, bud?
I hope. Oh, there it is. Okay. No, I'm just making sure that it's communicating digitally, and it looks like it is. At least we will in a second once you patch it.
All right, so where the NG bus is patched.
Okay. So if I just
Do you have drum bus, please?
Yeah, but it's working over here. And if
Yep, and I got needles.
If I turn this iron on, you should see things go red.
Yep.
If I
Okay.
turn it off, you should see that go away. Go back to green.
Yep.
Go back to red. Okay.
Okay. What about volume? Just test it.
Where's our mix?
Where's makeup gain?
Oh, that's going to be down here. If I turn this off, then this becomes makeup.
All right, we got an NG bus. Okay.
Okay, so the
All
NG
right.
bus compressor's working with the
got an
plugin.
NG bus.
So it's again, it can be digitally controlled with the plugin, which is typically how we use it, and or you can put your hands on it, but it's working.
All right, so we're not going to worry about percussion. We're not going to worry about bass because bass is going to be
Insert.
insert at
Insert
this
only.
point. Guitar 1.
Is the stressor?
No, guitar
No,
1
it's
is
Rio.
the dione. Okay.
No, the RIA. The dione is the
That
RIA.
dione is a keyboard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then guitar 1.
Right, which is typically the acoustics, which in this particular
All right.
case we have.
All right, so
Oh,
guitar-
did I hook it? Oh, yeah, that's hooked up. Yep, okay. That's hooked up.
All right, so then the RIA is in 3 and 4.
Yeah, I can hear the relays. Okay.
The RIA is in 3 and 4. All right, we're patched.
Okay, let's try the acoustic guitars. It's going to be guitar 1. I'll take that off. Do we have
Get to where you have acoustics.
Yeah, that would be a good idea, right? Okay, we have guitar. Oh, but that may not be routed in the template, right? No, it's not. Okay, hold on. Guitar. It's guitar 1 is what we want.
Yeah.
We want to go out this guitar 1 because this is not being routed. This is okay. So we should get some How come we don't have acoustics on guitar?
Find your acoustic track and solo it up.
That would be, so we're going out guitar out 1, and then where's it coming in on the, hold on here. So if we look at our outputs, it's going out.
Solo up the track.
There they are, solo. There's 2 of them. So we don't have, okay, wait a minute, hold on.
We don't have both channels either.
It's going out guitar. Well, no, they're both going out guitar
Oh.
1. So we'd go to, so they would both be going out the same channel, just by,
Alright.
by where I have them routed, which is here. So why don't we hear that? Oops. We don't hear that. Let me just see this for a second. If I unsolo this for a minute, what's going out to guitar 1? Nothing. Line 87B. Let me just double check that.
Do you have a session that's all templated or no?
No, well, no, I mean,
Is my session still in there?
no, yeah. Let me just look at the. It's probably something on the universal audio side because guitar 1 is getting output here, so it's probably something on here. Let me just double check it because we shut down everything. We powered everything down
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. Check to see if we have.
Did we turn on this? No. So the first thing is that in 4 settings. 1. I want to reload.
Yeah. Reload your template. You have all the. Are they all there? They're all there. Yep, they're all there.
Okay, so that's working. So why don't we hear any sound on? Let me just think about this. Oh, this is going to the mix.
Oh.
Should be going to a. Oh, you know, it's got to be something in the. No, hold on. Why wouldn't that?
We should be hearing that out of
channel
something.
15. We should be hearing something. It's routed to the buses.
Yeah, 'cause we're
7, 8.
on bus right now, so.
Yep. Do we? Okay, so that we can minimize. What about the electric? Electric guitar going out guitar 3. That's here. Okay, so we got the electric guitar going out guitar 3. It's coming in on the background vocal stem.
Wow, it's all fucked up. Yeah. Is my session still in there with all the routing or no?
Yeah, but the routing is going to be. You weren't the. Were you the last session that we did?
Yeah, as far as I know, unless you did anything since then.
Did I do the VComp before you or after you?
I don't know when you filmed it.
I think it was.
Actually, no, it was probably after I did mine that you filmed it.
So why wouldn't this just work? Why is the?
Yeah.
I know it's just something. It's
This
coming
is
in
this
there.
is the session you've been using the whole
Oh,
time.
that's
so.
that's because of the routing.
Hmm,
That's be routing the 15, 16. That's why. It's only because it's routed. That's right.
okay.
Right now that track is routed to 50 to background vocal bus because that's
Oh,
the
okay.
last session we did. Background vocals were here.
Okay.
Well, we're just making sure we have sound, right?
Well, I just want to make sure that all the hardware
Right.
is patched in and working. You know what I mean?
And so that would be the distressors. Okay, but right now we don't have acoustic guitars. That's
Right.
the problem
Yeah.
here.
We
So
don't have anything coming out of
we
acoustic
got
guitar
it coming
bus.
in on the board, but for whatever reason,
It's got to go. It's got to go out acoustic guitar bus. It's got to go out guitar 1. So where are they? Where are they coming out in the busing?
so let's see. We go to the.
Are they even in the busing?
Yeah, it's needs to go to. Oops, sorry. It needs to go to 7/8. It's not. Shouldn't be going 15, 16. 7/8. So it is on 7/8. Right?
Yep. Now you gotta go hit 7/8 again.
No, what am I doing here?
Hit those.
7/8.
Now hit your.
Right.
Yep. Hit that again.
This.
Yep.
Why is it flashing? It shouldn't be. I thought it
No.
was.
Yeah, there's.
Oh wait a minute, because I got. What do we got going on over here? Hold on.
Those are electric guitars. Like those things are like routed out of every freaking bus.
You know where?
Oi.
Oi, it's something with the routing.
Mm-hmm.
There is a way to clear this whole thing. I just don't remember how to do it. So we'll clear. There is a way to clear the whole
Yeah.
route. But you know what? If we can just we can just do. This is what. Let's take this out. Okay.
Hit that again.
All right. So that's right. So now if I want those to go out 7/8,
You know.
something like that. 7/8.
7/8.
There we go. So
And
now
then.
you shouldn't have to do that
Okay.
now.
All
So
right.
now if you just did this, 7/8. So we should get noise on this one and we're not for some reason. That's guitar 1. That would be this right here.
Yeah.
So do we have it's going out guitar 1 out of the outputs.
Yeah, it's hitting the board.
It is, and if you look at the outputs, it's
Yeah.
going out the output.
Yeah, it's hitting the board.
So there's something not right.
A line 15? That's mono, first of all.
What's that?
Yeah, A line. It's only coming out A line 15. Guitar 1 is A line 15. It's not stereo, it's mono. First of all. But second of all, it's just we're not hearing it.
Right, we should hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, we may have to come back to that one.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's the
We're gonna
deal.
end up having to reset the whole session to do this. You know what I mean? We're gonna have to redo the whole template to do this.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, I'm gonna have to do it at one
Yeah.
point anyhow.
Yep. Because the template.
So you got the electric guitars working.
Where are they coming out?
Guitar
Yeah, and the
guitar
Ria's.
that one's going to guitar
Yeah, and the
1.
Ria's working.
Okay, Okay, so wait
Yeah.
a minute. That's
Yeah, and the RIA's working.
that's going to 7 and 8.
Yeah, but then that's all I'm checking to see if the RIA's plugged in right. And it is.
Right, it is. Okay, it's just because of the
Yeah.
routing.
Yeah, the RIA's plugged in right.
Right. And
Yep, it's working. All right, so the RIA's good.
okay, RIA's good.
All right, so we need keyboards.
Okay, so keyboards. We have a piano down here.
We also need guitar 2 at some point in time if we have anything coming out guitar 2.
Well, that's the acoustic. Well, we'll have to figure out. Yeah,
Yeah.
we got to figure out these acoustics.
All
So
right,
here's a
let's see if we
keyboard.
can find some keyboards. Where are
Keyboard
they?
2 is going out guitar 2 right now because
Okay, so
because
let
of the
me,
last mix, right? We never recalled the board.
Yeah, so let me check the distressors then while we're here.
Yeah, those are going to 910, which is guitar 2.
All right, let me check the distressors while
Yeah.
we're here. What are we on right now? Keyboard?
Keyboard.
All right, so that
And those are going into the. Right now, they're being routed to. They're being routed to guitar 2, which is the distressors.
Yep, all right, so that's 35, 36, so that's that one and that one. All right, so then keyboards, that goes into the dione, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but right now they're just being routed to the distressors.
Yeah, well, no, because I'm checking the buses. If we're doing keyboard bus, if that's where the guitars are coming out, or if that's where the
No.
keys are coming out,
The keys are not coming out there. I can make them come out there.
yeah, make them come out there.
You want to go out 11,
Yeah.
12. Right now they're going
Yeah.
out. That's 11, 12.
All right, and then we lost it again. Oh, you got to select it,
We did. They're going out 11, 12.
and now they're not coming out. All right, put them back to 5 and 6.
Well, why? It's like the acoustic guitar. Why is that?
Because the template's all wrong. Because the template in the computer is all wrong.
No, this is
The
going out.
template's all wrong. If you go back and look at that template, you'll see that template is all wrong.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Go back and look at the template.
What template?
The routing template in Studio One. Go back and look at the Studio One routing template.
Oops. Okay.
Okay, go to the song setup. Go to the
Uh-huh.
template. That's all wrong.
This is going out 19. This is going out line. This is going out B5 and 6.
Yeah, it's all wrong. That's all wrong.
But where should it be going?
I don't know. I'm just like I said. It's something's not jiving together. That's all I know. Something like in the routing template and the way nothing's jiving right now. We didn't change anything as far as the routing was concerned from the board to this,
21, 22.
unless a cable got turned
So
around.
this is the keyboard right now. It's going out 21, 22. That's being routed to 11, 12, which is the keyboard bus.
All right.
So in theory, if it's coming in on 21 and 22.
Oh, right now. Okay, hold on. One of the reasons
And
is
then
I don't
20
hold it.
Right?
Time out.
Go ahead.
I'm
shut this off.
Time out.
Okay. Okay, so the diode's working.
All right, try it now. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, and if I set the what you call it here. Right, so the diode's working.
Yep. Is anything coming up guitar 2? If you unsolo everything, is anything coming up guitar 2?
No.
No, nothing's coming up guitar 2.
But it's going. No, well, nothing's routed out guitar. Oh, no, yeah, it is. Now there is.
I don't
bet
know
you
what it was.
vocal. It was a lead vocal.
Yeah.
Guitar 2 stem.
See what's coming up. All right, so that's vocal. All right, so that's coming out. That's coming out.
25 right now. 'cause
25.
that's
Yeah. How is that panned?
It's way over. Now it's in the
Okay,
middle.
good. Now we can test the distressors.
Oh, right, because it's the stressors are on.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to get the buses and the hardware matched up right now.
Yep. Let me just, oh.
I know the season's ripe for change.
All right.
It's changing all around.
Okay. So this is going to be guitar bus. So that would be this one. Pull that one. All right. And so then the distressors are on 7 and 8. So we're going to come out. Come on now. We're going to come out. We're going to go in.
And I got the linking cables back in, so we should see signal on both.
Yep. So, all right. So then we're gonna come out to the distressors and back in over here. All right. Let's try it.
Okay, so
Vocal, please.
I know the reasons you
Yep. We got them. Distressors are good.
okay,
Yep. Okay. Distressors are good.
stressors are good. So now the
All right,
last
so
one
we've
is
got, we've got fusion,
the
dione,
trans Y.
okay, and then that one. So we need, is anything coming out the background vocal
We
bus?
do have background vocals, and those are going to, let's see, let me solo those up. And we'll go to the background vocal. So we have background vocals. Those are going on these two channels down here. 27, 28. Okay, we don't hear anything yet because those are going to go to. So I'm in the pool over here, so let's just turn those down. Okay. And then it's 27, 28. If we look at the routing on those are not routed to a bus, so we need to route those to a bus. And we're going to route those to 15, 16. There we go.
All right. So now.
Right.
Put it back in order.
So keys.
And that would be, there you go, whatever you just plugged in.
Can't be. I don't have it completely patched. I don't have it completely patched.
It's not going in now. As soon as you plug in that one.
I don't have it completely patched yet.
But you shouldn't have to, it's a stereo, so you're doing one side, right?
Yeah, but it's hitting both sides.
Because aren't they linked?
Shouldn't be.
No, you have no sound.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, yeah, because I'm not finished patching it.
All right, because as soon as you stick it in, you break the loop
Yep,
until you go the other out,
Yep.
until you go back on the other side, right?
Yep.
And is that because we have everything normal? Is that why?
Oh yeah.
Not normal,
Well, yeah,
right?
everything is normal. So as soon as I do that, I break the connection.
Right.
Okay.
And
So
then-
now,
And then if those are,
those are up, pan them left and right. Okay.
okay, so you got it working, you got
Yeah.
signal.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
So those are good.
So we know all the buses are working,
Yeah.
right?
So the
then we-
buses are all
well-
buses are all plugged in now.
We're not doing a base bus
Yeah.
right now. There's nothing, I mean, there's a base bus, but there's no
Yeah.
hardware on the base bus.
Yeah.
But
So we're gonna test
base out,
inserts now.
so base is there, and that's on this.
All right.
set
Make
of
sure you've got kick
14.
and snare on 1 and 2.
Okay. Oops. Kick snare. I thought we did, but I'll check it again.
Yep.
Okay, kick snare. Yep.
All right. 1 and 2. All right. I'm gonna start patching.
Yes. The signal's coming in. On the
Yeah. I'm
bottom
not done
of this.
patching yet.
No, but on the ones that say toms instead of the one that says kick and snare.
Oh,
Not that that matters. We can
no,
just change.
hold on. Yep, that's me. Hold on,
Nope, we
that's
just
me.
change the label.
Yep, that's me. That's me.
Okay.
All right, let me do that. There we
There you
go.
go.
Okay,
Okay.
so. All right,
Good.
good.
Yeah, we got Apex.
Beautiful. Okay, we got that one. How about toms? Are there any toms?
Yeah, probably not much, but
Yeah, well, we're gonna
We
need
get
to,
to a
I just
tom
want to
fill.
test that one
yeah,
too.
we have a tom film here. Let me just.
Okay.
Let me,
All right. Start patching.
is it a 910 on this one? Oops.
Yeah, now you're gonna hear any.
Hmm?
Now you're not gonna hear any, or you shouldn't, because I got them.
And those are probably being routed to the drum bus.
We're running out of patch cables pretty quick here.
Uh-oh, may need to buy more.
You might need more.
So you're saying we shouldn't hear anything?
Nope, nope, nope. I'm not done yet.
But we do. I hear tom.
I know I'm not done yet.
Oh.
Actually, you shouldn't now. Are we on insert?
Oh, wait a minute. That's going out the...
Are we on insert?
Hold on.
I got nothing coming to the Aphex. Hold it. I got it now. I got.
I wrote, yeah, it's just because the routing is all... So
All right.
now- hold on.
I got I got the right channel on the Aphex. Yeah, I've only got
This,
one.
oh, this is a stereo track. This,
Oh, okay. All right.
This is a stereo track.
All right, that's fine. We've got it. We've got the Aphex plugged. The Aphex is in. All right, so the Aphex is in.
On both sides?
Yeah. Well, with the other side, there's nothing coming to 3.
Oh, I see.
There's nothing
Oh,
coming
you know
to
what?
3.
But what I can do is, couldn't I just do this? Couldn't I just duplicate track
Yeah,
and then route this one out
to 3.
to the to the other one?
Yeah, send that to
Say the
send that.
timeout 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause this is before when we did this session.
No,
we
we're
didn't-
we're inserting, David. We don't care where they go out. These are inserts. These are channel inserts.
Oh, I had to do this complete, so I gotta do.
Yeah, we're inserting. These are we're not worrying about routing right now. We just want the channels to work.
I gotta do duplicate complete, so it brings all the audio with it.
Yeah.
Track, and then if we solo this track up.
All right. Again, that's the right side. Can you get something coming out of 3? Can you route 1 to 3?
Yeah, if I go to the other,
Can you route that to track 3?
this is going up 5.
Yeah.
This is going out 5 because it's going out tom 2.
Yeah. We're using inserts right now. So I am on 3 and 4. Okay. I'll switch it if I have to.
I have to push the insert. If you're using
All right.
inserts.
All right. Hold on. We need to check. Hold on. Let me do. What are we coming out right now? 5.
5. Okay, now I just push the insert button in.
Yeah. Leave it on. Yeah. Okay. They're right.
Are they right?
Yeah. They're right.
Because before, so on the other side, what was the other one?
4.
Because I didn't have the insert button in.
Yeah. You go to 4. You had one on 4.
What was this
You
one?
had one on 4. You gotta shut off. Okay. Channel 4 is coming into. It should be routed out. It should be inserted.
It's without it.
Yep. Go ahead.
I don't
Yeah,
hear any.
okay, it's
Well,
right.
no, because they're not processing.
No, it is. This
No,
one is. This is
no, but-
channel 4.
No, but look at the buttons in the middle. You won't hear it unless those are pressed in.
Okay, it's working. Yeah, it's working.
Why don't I hear any effect?
It's working.
Is it? You sure?
It's working. Yeah, I'm hearing the bottom end. I'm hearing bottom end.
You're like, yeah, there you go. Do
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah,
now-
you're good. Yeah, you're working. Okay. All right, so that's all done.
Okay.
All right, so those are working.
Okay.
So now we just need to test the audio. We need to test the That one, that one, that one. So where's your base?
Right now, base looks like it's going out. Let me see. If
Just what channel is it on the board?
I don't know. We're gonna find out right now. 14.
All right, so bring up 14.
You don't hear anything yet? Let
Not
me see.
yet.
You won't hear anything yet, right? Because you don't have anything.
No, I haven't done anything. Do you have insert on?
We have it on. We have it turned up, but I don't hear anything.
Is that coming out of a bus?
Is it routed? Let me see. It's not routed, so it has to go to the mix. There we go.
Okay.
Because you, oh,
All
I'm
right.
gonna, well, hold on. Let me do this. Let me route it.
It doesn't
Check
matter routing right now.
No, but I just want to make sure it goes to the
Yeah.
right. There it goes.
Okay. All right. So let
Yeah.
me. All right. So base is on what channel? 14.
14.
All right. So let me come out 14. And then the LA2A is, where did I put the LA2A? Is 1. Okay, why am I? Alright, so I'm going into 1. Okay, I'm on the right channel, right? 14, 15, 16. So I'm on 14. Are you inserted?
No.
Insert.
Now we're inserted. I don't hear nothing.
Okay, leave it that way. Power's on. Compress. Okay. I have that plugged into 1, right? Yep, that's plugged into 1. It's plugged into 1. Coming out 14. So out 14 into 1. Out 1 back into 14. Okay. So
I'll pause that for a minute.
LA2A.
See how the chat. We still in the chat. We still got people here. Let's see.
LA2A
25
is on
people.
1 and 1. Okay.
Still got 25 people here.
I got a solid connection. So let's see. This is the out. So that should be going to the inside. And that is. Okay, so that should all be right as far as routing is concerned on the back. 1 and 1. In, out. Alright, let's try something different and see if it's... Let's try a different piece. So where do I have... VComp is 9. So just for the hell of it. Insert.
It's in.
Just...
It's in.
Okay, it's got...
Well, you don't have any out. You got to turn up the output on the VComp. You have to turn the input and the output up a little just to see if anything's happening.
Yeah, there's no signal going to
Okay.
it. Alright, so why are we not getting signal out of 14? Take the insert out if it's not out. Okay. So I know I'm on the right channel. Alright, so let's try something else. Give me anything else that's on bank 9 through 16. What's on channel? What's anything on any of the other channels?
9 through 16.
Yeah, anything on any of the other channels. I'm perfectly fine with whatever's over there.
Back to life. Where's the peacefulness of mind?
Alright. Alright. Anything on 9 through 16, just find something.
Percussion.
Okay.
11, 12, but these are not routed. So. Okay.
Well, I just need one channel. I don't care.
Okay. Channel 12.
Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Insert.
Nothing.
Oh, you know why?
No.
Because we don't have a fucking cable plugged into it. That's why.
Cable plugged into what?
We don't have an insert. We don't have an insert cable plugged into freaking 9 through 16.
Because we had to buy we had to buy cables.
Because we're fucking idiots.
We only
Alright.
have 2 banks working.
Yeah. So all I want to do is make sure that these 3 things are plugged in and working.
Mm-hmm.
So give me any channel over here. I don't care which one it is. Just something with signal going through it constantly.
Okay. What about this?
Okay, that'll do me. So where are we at now? What channel are we on?
That's on channel 17.
All right, 17, because we're fucking idiots. All right.
Now the insert's out and right. It doesn't
All
matter
right.
where it's being
Insert
buzzed.
out. Yep. Insert out for now. Hey, LA2A.
Okay, now
You inserted?
Yep, now I am. Out, in. Okay, so it definitely works.
Okay, so the LA2A is working.
Yep,
Okay. All right, so kill the insert.
got it, killed.
All right, and then we're gonna go to the V comp, which is on 9. Insert.
Okay, something happened. The volume went up. There you go. Turn the mode to single. Top little, yeah, single. That'll be a faster attack.
Okay.
Okay, V-comp works.
Okay, so the V comp works. Okay, take the insert out.
Mm-hmm.
And the bluey is on 10. So that's actually right next to the V comp. All right, so that was 9. So now we're going to go to 10. All right, insert. Okay.
There you go.
So they're all patched. Okay.
Good.
All right, so I'm going to unpull that.
Okay, so we got everything all patched and all working.
We're idiots, by the way.
We were struggling there. What
We
we
were dumb.
realized is that on the console we have
We only have two buckets.
We have 4 buckets, right? So you have channels 1 through 8, 9 through 16, 17 through 24, 25 to 32. We only have the inserts to the patch bay for only 2 of the 4 buckets because we're short 2D sub cables, which I had to buy, which won't be here till Wednesday. So we were patching into the second bucket and then realized, oh, we don't have an insert cable plugged into the
There's nothing
console.
plugged into it,
Of
so
course
we're morons.
Of course it's not going to work.
So we're morons.
But everything is patched up right, and now we can, once we have those other 2 insert cables, D sub cables, excuse me, we'll be able to put
4
yeah,
cables.
2 in, 2 out.
Yeah,
So
that's the joke here.
yeah.
4 cables.
So we'll be able to patch the LA2A, the V comp, the bluey. I mean, virtually any, but those 3 units can be inserted on any of the 32 channels.
Yep.
So wherever your session gets laid out across the board, if you wanted to put the vocal with the V comp, well, let's say the vocal's on channel 27. Well, you can insert it to channel 27. And on the next session, if the vocal's on channel 15, you can insert it onto channel 15.
Yep.
Or you can, you don't like the V comp on the vocal, you can swap it out for the LA2A or the bluey.
Yeah.
Or
Or
whatever.
also what we can do now too is that we can swap around the bus compressors to whatever we want too.
True.
Because the buses are
Right.
not engraved in stone anymore.
Right. So that's all hooked up. So we just have 4
We
more cables coming in. We'll get those Wednesday. We'll hook those up for next week.
Yep. You're gonna
And
need
then we'll
you're
be
gonna
good.
need another pack of short and another pack of long patch cables just to cover our asses. We're gonna have extras then,
Okay.
but we need another pack of short and another pack of long TTs.
TTs. And then you want me to get those? I got to get those adapters.
You got to get TT adapters to quarter TRS and XLR if they make them.
TT short pack, a TT
Long pack.
long
Yeah,
pack.
yeah, like 12 and 18 inch.
Yep.
Need a pack of both of those, and then you need TT adapters to quarter inch TRS and XLR if they make them. You're gonna need a couple of each male and female on the XLRs. So you're gonna need like 4, 4, and
And that's
4,
just so
4, 2, and 2.
That's so we can do the demos.
That's so you can do demos.
Right, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
4, 2, and 2.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're done.
We're done. We're done for today.
We are done. I am used up. I'm tired. I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
I have no idea what freaking time it is.
It's
after
a
4?
little after 4. So what I'll do now
We've been
is
streaming for over 6 hours.
yeah, it's really cool.
Oh my god.
So let's see who's here still. So we still got 23 people. I'll try to answer some questions while Dave's wrapping up. I can give you one
Holy
more
crap.
one more iPhone cam on the front of the rack and the back of the rack, so you guys can see that if that's what you guys want to see. So let me grab the camera. We can unplug the power from it because we got plenty of juice. It's been charging all day.
Oh, give me a pen here.
Yeah, the one thing we're going to have to do is in order for me to fill out that program, it's almost like we got to make a diagram of these patch bays
Yeah.
and number them. And you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
I know it's going to be a pain, and it doesn't have to be done today before you leave, Dave. We can do that next time.
Yep.
But we got to really understand, or else we won't be able to patch things around. Okay, so let me switch this over to camera number 2. Oh, it's going to go
Alright.
this way. Camera number 2. Let's start in the back of the rack. One last time. Let me show you where we're at. Okay, so like Dave was saying, the cable management is such now, and
It's beautiful.
there's nothing on. There's only a couple of on the floor, and those are just because those were 15 footers when we only needed 10. But what I'll do is I'll just eventually tuck those under the rack. But for now, that's all that's on the floor. I'll tidy some of that up. All of this, we still got some open cable management if we need it. No strain on anything. Everything looks really good. Back here, you guys saw that. Okay, so that's kind of the after version. Oops, I'm caught here. Of what behind the rack looks like. Okay, and then if you come over to the front, here's what we got. So we'll start from the top. So we have the V-Comp right here, the Bluey, which are all going to be patchable. We have the Trans Y, which is an ART FET style compressor, which is being used for background vocal bus right now. We have the Fusion on the master bus, obviously. We have the Dione, which right now is going to our piano keyboard bus. We have the Rhea, which is the very new. This is the newest piece we got from West Audio. That is going to an acoustic guitar bus for now. The NG bus compressor is going to our drum bus. So that's the first rack there, or second rack. And then we have all the Apollos. Sorry, that's a little dark, right? The 3 Apollos, all here, right? The computer, the Mac Mini, empty space here to ventilate. We got our 3 power conditioners right here. Okay, and then we have our patch bays. And so the patch bays, we're going to get these labeled.
But anyway, the
soon.
patch bays are set up, yeah. Top patch bay. This is the feed to the X16 for the master, for the master track print. So then these are the send and returns from the master track insert and that. These are all of your buses. Here, these are all the buses. And then over here is the aux sends and returns.
For the reverb unit when it comes in.
For whatever at this point.
Yeah, right.
That's aux sends and returns. Then the second one is going to be, well, channel inserts 1 through 32.
Right, so the top level of the second patch bay is going to be all the channel inserts.
Yep, so that's inserts 1 through 32, and then the bottom one is all the hardware. So these 1 through 8, 1 through 8 is these. Okay.
Yep, those
Then
LA2 and
9 through 16 are these. And then 17 through 22 is everything except the 500 rack.
right.
And then 23 through 32 is the 500 rack.
Here's the 500 rack. Right, so we have the 2 distressors here, the
Yeah.
Aphex 204s that go on kick snare toms, and then the LA opto compressor here. So when you see this the second pack, we said these are all the channel inserts. These first 4 plugs are for the Aphex. Kick snare, toms, 2 toms. So that's what's being. So right now we have these are kind of permanently patched here. for
More or
us,
less, yeah.
More or less. And then the only other thing that we have being patched in right now are the things that we just these are going in. No, we have nothing in patched.
Yeah, but there's nothing else patched.
Nothing
just,
else
just
patched
the
right now.
Aphex
Just the
right now.
Aphex right now. None of these are patched. We just tested them and they work.
Yeah.
So that's the that's that. So we'll go back to camera 1. And that's
Holy
probably
crap.
the last that we're going to need this camera.
That was a lot of work, man.
That was a ton of work.
That was a day's worth of work right
So
there,
that
boys.
we can put down here. So that's really it. I mean, that's where we're at this point. So let me turn this camera back a little bit.
Oh boy. All right, let me move that.
Oh, looks like we're buffering on this side here. Could
Yeah,
just be-
not surprised. Somebody chime in. Are we still live? Because we're buffering bad on our end again.
We're buffering a little bit. So that's really it. I mean, we're pretty much done. Thanks to the 20 some odd people that have been sticking with us most of the day. And we've had up as much as 40 people here, which is really cool. It looks like things might have froze up here. We're going to end the stream here in a couple of seconds. You could go back and watch again if you want to watch and if you want to go back and see what's going on. And next Saturday, our plan is to do a live stream where we're going to mix another song next time. And unless something comes up, that's at least the plan.
We're gonna try.
Stay close to the channel, and we'll put notifications up and so on and so forth. And that's really it, man. So,
All right, guys.
Thank you so much.
all
I hope you
so
enjoyed it, and
much
you hope
for
you learned
doing
something.
this. Thanks for hanging
Cool.
with us, guys. This was just amazing. Appreciate you all. And we are turning this thing off. Goodbye.